Charisma. What is charisma? And how does it generate influence and power? World-renowned sociologist Randall explores these and many other questions in a highly readable exploration of the various forms of charisma and how charisma elevated Jesus, Cleopatra, Lawrence of Arabia, Queen Elizabeth, Hitler, Churchill, Franklin, and Eleanor Roosevelt, Madame Mao Zedong, and others. He explores 4 types of charisma: front stage, backstage, success magic, and reputational charisma. Not everyone has the same kind of charisma, and Collins identifies important differences and their relations to power. The book exemplifies Collins's sophisticated microsociology in accessible and compelling prose, quietly building subtle matrices of analysis that show how sociology unveils hidden discoveries. Randall Collins, professor of sociology emeritus at the University of Pennsylvania, is a world-renowned sociologist. Among his recent books is Violence, a Microsociological Theory. Charisma. Microsociology of Power and Influence. Randall Collins. Introduction. Charisma is a sociological term that went viral. Originally it was made famous among sociologists by Max Weber. Its roots are in a Greek word meaning gift, i.e. a gift from God used in early Christianity. Weber argued that charisma is the force that breaks history out of its rut, breaking the inertia of tradition and moving history in a new direction. According to Weber, founders of the world religions have generally been charismatic: Jesus, Muhammad, the Buddha. So have the builders of empires and creators of new kinds of states, from Alexander the Great to Napoleon. In popular usage today, the term has been watered down. Charismatic is used for religious cult leaders, populist politicians, entertainers, sports stars, even just people who dress stylishly or over the top. In the business world, since the success of Steve Jobs with Apple, there has been a deliberate effort to make every CEO charismatic, in staged product launches and media broadcast appearances. This is overdoing it. We can check whether the term makes sense by asking if it fits Weber's point: has this person really changed history, setting it off in new directions? If not, charisma is just hyperbole, aka hype, trendy rhetoric, exaggerating someone's importance. Still, it can be useful to think of charisma as a continuum. Some people are semi-charismatic, having charisma in some ways but not in others. Instead of using the word to gush about people, we can use it as a sociological research project, distinguishing different ingredients of charisma and showing how they work and sometimes how they fail. The plan of this book is to look at persons with high levels of charisma, to see how they did it. Putting the person into their surrounding context, how it happened, when charisma popped up, and how long it lasted. I will mainly use 2 sociological tools, microsociology, and social networks. Microsociology is associated especially with Irving Goffman and his followers. It concentrates on how individuals interact with each other, above all face-to-face. Sociologists and other social scientists have gotten progressively better at this, by looking closely at the details. By recording conversations and playing them back carefully, we can see whether conversations are in rhythm or not, people are in sync with each other, or out of sync, who gets the speaking turns, who sets the rhythm and who follows. By analyzing photos of faces and body postures, we have learned how to read emotions. We can see when people are confident or tense, anxious or depressed, angry or sad, and whether smiles are fake or genuine. In face-to-face interactions, we can discern who sets the mood, who is emotionally dominant, and when people emotionally clash. This research has flourished in our contemporary era, where photos have been supplemented by videos posted on the internet. How can it help us for earlier periods, going back into history to examine charismatic persons before there was any such thing as photos? As we will see in examining the interactional styles of Jesus, Cleopatra, and Joan of Arc, there are often good descriptions of the details of how they interacted with people. Modern microsociology makes us alert as to what kind of details to look for, the rhythms of their talk, the emotions they express that spread contagiously to other people. Microsociology works well where we have photos and videos. But it also sharpens our vision for whatever we see around us, and gives us a direction when reading about historic figures. The second tool is analyzing social networks. This means something more than networks on the internet, or counting how many friends we have on Facebook. The most intense interactions happen face to face, in full bodily presence. This is important because emotions and rhythms are transmitted in many dimensions, not only the words that are spoken and the expressions you consciously try to put on your face. Not to say that internet-mediated connections can't have some influence, but what we know about the microsociology of charisma is about close face-to-face interactions. Possibly someone might become charismatic over the internet or whatever replaces it in the future, but it hasn't happened yet. Steve Jobs, who did more than anyone to make the internet ubiquitous in everyone's life, always wanted to meet people face to face. That is how he exerted his influence. Once you understand the theory of charisma, as we have it so far, it would be interesting to develop a new theory of how non-face-to-face charisma might be created. Social network analysis, as practiced by sociologists, collects information about who interacts with whom over and over again, in ties that range from strong and intense to weak and casual. Once we get a picture of such networks, we can see who is near the center or on the edges, who is isolated, and who is a bridge from one network to another. Networks change over time. It isn't enough to just count how many network ties someone has. Charismatic persons build networks. They attract followers, who may themselves be isolates or densely networked, which makes a difference. They create connections to people who become their allies, or their rivals, or enemies. In other words, their micro-behavior has an important effect on whether they can build networks, and what kind of relationships they make. We will see a lot of this when we examine how Lawrence of Arabia, and Marilyn Monroe, built their networks. Neither of them just sat back and let networks come to them. Thinking about every person as located in some kind of networks has another payoff. It keeps up from overly heroizing the individual. To some extent, the team makes the leader. This is particularly visible when we look at charismatic generals, politicians, and business entrepreneurs. There has been a strong tendency, throughout history, to overlook the team and give all the credit to the star player. This is how the reputations of people like Julius Caesar, Napoleon, or General Patton were built. Looking at their lives more closely, we find that they were good at taking the organizational resources that already existed, and improving on them. Steve Jobs was neither an engineer nor a designer, but his talent was in finding who the best people were and recruiting them by making them enthusiastic about being on his team. Jesus recruiting his 12 disciples to be his inner team is typical, at least in this respect. Some charismatic leaders were best at speaking to crowds and recruiting a mass of followers. Some were good behind the scenes, building a team that got things done. Some were good at both. Examining how charisma operates is a good introduction to what sociology can do. Overview of chapters. Chapter 1 is about how Jesus interacted with other people. I have taken all the sections in the Bible where Jesus is face to face with other people, and examined who said and did what. I leave out his sermons and general descriptions of events. One might question how accurate this is, or even if Jesus was a real person rather than a myth created later, but there is a total of over 90 encounters described in the 4 Gospels, written by 4 different people, with much overlapping detail, and the picture that emerges is consistent. Jesus has a distinctive style. Jesus always dominates the conversation. When anyone else starts it, he abruptly changes the topic to something surprising, but always appropriate to what they were really intending. He is a good judge of what other people are concerned about, and he makes quick decisions, whether to cut his losses and move on, or to ask someone to join him. He is a master of timing. These kinds of interactional skills are found very widely among charismatic persons. Jesus is the archetype of the charismatic leader who has both front stage and backstage charisma. Chapter 2 examines the career of T.E. Lawrence, who became famous as Lawrence of Arabia. He was not a great speech maker like Jesus. In dealing with the Arab tribes he was trying to recruit for the British war effort, he was quiet and did not try to dominate their discussions. But he was dramatic at dashing off into action with a fleet of camels and machine guns, getting tribesmen to follow him enthusiastically. Lawrence's career casts light on the kinds of networks that maximize success. He was an informal go-between who linked British intelligence with irregular Arab soldiers, and he exploited their mutual ignorance to tell each side what they wanted to hear. At the same time, what flowed through his network was not just information but money and guns. It had real payoffs. This is a point for us to bear in mind in the stir about mentors. Just giving advice isn't enough. Networks generate success when they make real investments in people, such as fronting them money or getting them positions. Lawrence built up a reputation for being successful, and this snowballed support on both ends, in the British logistics chain and in the desert. Since things were going badly for the British almost everywhere else in World War I, Lawrence became a news media star, giving him even more leverage over his British superiors who might otherwise question what he was accomplishing. On the theoretical side, Lawrence shows the style of charisma that operates mainly on the backstage. Chapter 3 asks whether women have a different path to charisma than men. Joan of Arc first got attention because it was unusual to be a woman warrior, but she was also good at recognizing who she could influence. She was capable of leading people in a contagious emotion, surprisingly for us moderns, but not for medieval people. She was particularly effective by weeping in church, setting off everyone else into an orgy of collective weeping. Which shows that intense group bonding rituals can be based on any emotion, provided that everyone gets caught up in it. Nor is she a violent leader. She carries the banner at the head of the troops, right up to the enemy walls, and her followers stream after her, fighting to protect her because she has become the emblem of their better selves. She has turned them from a collection of demoralized mercenaries into a patriotic army fighting for France. Cleopatra, contrary to popular belief, was not a particularly beautiful woman, but she was very good at dramatizing herself. She was very intelligent at sizing people up and playing to their moods, at the same time strategizing for her political advantage. She managed to manipulate some of the most important people of ancient history: Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, and Octavian, Augustus Caesar. It was, for a while, a war of charisma against charisma, and she kept her country from being swallowed up by the Roman juggernaut for almost 20 years, playing a weak hand. Jiang Qing, better known as Madame Mao, was the leader of the Red Guards movement in late 1960s China. She used the prestige of her husband's name, but she launched the movement with her own allies, and led it in increasingly ferocious directions. Everyone was afraid of her, even the top officials in the Communist Party hierarchy. But the Red Guards lived on a high emotional pitch, endlessly seeking out cheerleaders to attack, and this led them to attack each other, either for being too militant or not militant enough. This political civil war eventually paralyzed Chinese society, until Mao himself pulled the plug and exiled the young Red Guards to the remote countryside. When Mao died a few years later, his widow made one last effort to take power for herself, but her enemies struck first, and she died in prison. Her career exemplifies charisma that can be built by proximity to others with charisma, as well as its dangers. Chapter 4 examines Marilyn Monroe's career through the lens of her different networks. She comes from the working class but happens to be good-looking and grows up on the periphery of the Hollywood studios. Her looks are no guarantee of success in this mecca for beauties, but she outflanks the casting couch system, which gives her a bad reputation as nothing but another wannabe who will do anything for access, by becoming a favorite of photographers and their licit and not-so-licit publications. Affairs with Hollywood insiders as well as publicity in the world of celebrities makes her just the star that the studios realize they now need in the 1950s, when they are losing audiences to TV and countering with expensive, high-publicity spectaculars. But Marilyn is tired of being exploited by bosses who look down on her, and she finds a new network of allies, the theater intellectuals. She remakes herself as a serious actress, but this leads to new strife, as she and her acting coaches quarrel with film directors, giving her the reputation as extremely difficult to work with. Her different networks work against each other rather than giving her emotional support, and in the end she dies of drugs, alcohol, and depression. How could someone with so many strong networks end up feeling she had no inner self? Her life adds a new twist to Goffman's theory of front stages and backstages. And it shows that the presentation of self in public can become more powerful than anything personal. Marilyn's ups and downs alike add to her legend. Never blatantly dominant, she nevertheless achieves a pure form of charisma, always stealing the scene, always in the center of attention. Chapter 5 sums up the different dimensions of charisma: front stage charisma, backstage charisma, and success magic charisma. Plus a fourth dimension, which is really pseudo-charisma, the halo of fame that hangs around famous names from the past, even though these persons may only have been a front for someone else. We also examine how non-charismatic persons become charismatic. Charisma is not simply a gift. We know this because we can trace how someone like Eleanor Roosevelt went from being a rather shy, introverted person, to becoming Franklin Roosevelt's emissary out in the world when he was confined to his wheelchair, and after his death, going on to become the standard bearer of internationalism. Another example that we can document from photos and film is Adolf Hitler, practicing how to become a crowd-inciting speaker and leader of a paramilitary movement, the charisma that makes a dictator. This last example reminds us that a charismatic person is not necessarily a good guy. In fact, it is generally true that he or she is a hero to some people, an enemy, or a fraud to others. Charisma also exists on the dark side of the force. One can discuss here populist leaders like Donald Trump and others around the world. Is there a difference between good charisma and bad charisma? Or do they both use the same techniques, but apply them in different directions? It is not yet settled, and makes another good discussion. The fact that charisma can be learned, and that its techniques can be spelled out as they are in this book, brings us full circle. I noted that the term charisma has been watered down, by being used when we want to gush about somebody. But at the same time, there has been greater awareness of how charismatic persons operate, as one can see in the widespread imitation of Steve Jobs' style throughout the business world. Microsociology sharpens our focus on what the different techniques of charisma are. It may well happen that more people will put this to use microsociology as a tool for boosting your own career. Will this work? We shall see. Just remember, the real test is whether you can move people emotionally, get them focused, and make things happen. Once we dial it back, we can see charisma is one form of power or influence in everyday life, not necessarily historically, but on the small scale. To put this in perspective, the appendix spells out 3 means by which people lead others: emotional energy, emotional domination, and charisma. Chapter 1. Jesus in Interaction. The microsociology of charisma. What is charisma when you see it? Charismatic leaders are among the most famous persons of past history and today. What was it like to meet a charismatic leader? You fell under their spell. How did they do it? One of the best described of all charismatic leaders is Jesus. About 90 face-to-face encounters with Jesus are described in the 4 Gospels of the New Testament. Notice what happens. Jesus is sitting on the ground, teaching to a crowd in the outer courtyard of the temple at Jerusalem. The Pharisees, righteous upholders of traditional ritual and law, haul before him a woman taken in adultery. They make her stand in front of the crowd and say to Jesus, "Teacher, this woman was caught in the act of adultery. The law commands us to stone her to death. What do you say?" The text goes on that Jesus does not look up at them, but continues to write in the dirt with his finger. This would not be unusual. Archimedes wrote geometric figures in the dust, and in the absence of ready writing materials the ground would serve as a chalkboard. The point is that Jesus does not reply right away, he lets them stew in their uneasiness. Finally he looks up and says, "Let whoever is without sin cast the first stone." And he looks down and continues writing in the dust. Minutes go by. One by one, the crowd starts to slip away, the older ones first, the young hotheads being the ones who do the stoning, as in the most primitive parts of the Middle East today. Finally Jesus is left with the woman standing before him. Jesus straightens up and asks her, "Woman, where are they? Has no one condemned you?" She answers, "No one." "Then neither do I condemn you," Jesus says. "Go now and sin no more." John 8, 1-11. Jesus is a master of timing. He does not allow people to force him into their rhythm, their definition of the situation. He perceives what they are attempting to do, the intention beyond the words. And he makes them shift their ground. Hence the two periods of tension-filled silence, first when he will not directly answer, second when he looks down again at his writing after telling them who should cast the first stone. He does not allow the encounter to focus on himself against the Pharisees. He knows they are testing him, trying to make him say something in violation of the law, or else back down in front of his followers. Instead Jesus throws it back on their own consciences, their inner reflections about the woman they are going to kill. He individualizes the crowd, making them drift off one by one, breaking up the mob mentality. The micro-sociology of charisma. Jesus is a charismatic leader, indeed the archetype of charisma. Although sociologists tend to treat charisma as an abstraction, it is observable in everyday life. We are viewing the elements of it, in the encounters of Jesus with the people around him. I will focus on encounters that are realistic in every respect, that do not involve miracles about 2/3 of all the incidents reported. Since miracles are one of the things that made Jesus famous, I will compare the different kinds of miracles and point out some social patterns. Above all, the importance of large crowds when they happen. 1. Jesus always wins an encounter. 2. Jesus is quick and absolutely decisive. 3. Jesus always does something unexpected. 4. Jesus knows what the other is intending. 5. Jesus is master of the crowd. 6. Jesus down moments. 7. Victory through suffering, transformation through altruism. 1. Jesus always wins an encounter. When Jesus was teaching in the temple courts, the chief priests and elders came to him. "By what authority are you doing these things?" they asked. "And who gave you this authority?" Jesus replied, "I will also ask you a question. If you answer me, I will tell you by what authority I am doing these things." John's baptism, where did it come from? Was it from heaven, or of human origin? They discussed it among themselves and said, "If we say, 'From heaven,' he will ask, 'Then why don't you believe him?' But if we say, 'Of human origin,' the people will stone us, because they are persuaded that John was a prophet." So they answered, "We don't know where it was from." Jesus said, "Neither will I tell you by what authority I am doing these things." Matthew 21, 23-27, Luke 20, 1-8. He proceeded to tell the crowd a parable comparing two sons who were true or false to their father. Jesus holds the floor, and his enemies did not dare to have him arrested, though they knew the parable was about themselves. Jesus never lets anyone determine the conversational sequence. He answers questions with questions, putting the interlocutor on the defensive. An example, from early in his career of preaching around Galilee. Jesus has been invited to dinner at the house of a Pharisee. A prostitute comes in and falls at his feet, wets his feet with her tears, kisses them and pours perfume on them. The Pharisee said to himself, "If this man is a prophet, he would know what kind of woman is touching him, that she is a sinner." Jesus, reading his thoughts, said to him, "I have something to tell you." "Tell me," he said. Jesus proceeded to tell a story about two men who owed money, neither of whom could repay the money lender. He forgives them both, the one who owes 500 and the one who owes 50. Jesus asked, "Which of the two will love him more?" "The one who had the bigger debt forgiven," the Pharisee replied. "You are correct," Jesus said. "Do you see this woman? You did not give me water for my feet, but this woman wet them with her tears and dried them with her hair. Therefore her many sins have been forgiven as her great love has shown. The other guests began to say among themselves, Who is this who even forgives sins? Jesus said to the woman, Your faith has saved you, go in peace. Luke 7, 36-50. Silencing the opposition. Jesus always gets the last word. Not just that he is good at repartee, topping everyone else, he doesn't play verbal games, but converses on the most serious level. What it means to win the argument is evident to all, for audience and interlocutor are amazed, astounded, astonished, they cannot say another word. He takes control of the conversational rhythm. For a microsociologist, this is no minor thing, it is in the rhythms of conversation that solidarity is manifested, or alienation, or anger. Conversations with Jesus end in full stop, wordless submission. His debate with the Sadducees, another religious sect, ends when no one dared ask him any more questions. Luke 20, 40. When a teacher of the law asks him which is the most important commandment, Jesus answers, and the teacher repeats, Well said, teacher, you are right in saying, to love God with all your heart, and to love your neighbor as yourself is more important than all burnt offerings and sacrifices. Jesus said to him, You are not far from the kingdom of God. And from then on, no one dared ask him any more questions. Mark 12, 28-34. A famous argument ends the same way. The priests sent spies, hoping to catch Jesus in saying something so that they might hand him over to the Roman governor. So they asked, Is it right for us to pay taxes to Caesar or not? Jesus, knowing their evil intent, said to them, Show me the coin used to pay taxes. When they brought it, he said, Whose image is on it? Caesar's, they replied. Then give to Caesar what is Caesar's, and to God what is God's. And they were astonished by his answer, and were silent. Luke 20, 19-26, Matthew 22, 15-22. As with the woman taken in adultery, again there is an attempted trap, a turning of attention while everyone waits, and a question and reply sequence that silences everyone. Jesus does not just preach. It is at moments like this, drawing the interlocutor into his rhythm, that he takes charge. 2. Jesus is quick and absolutely decisive. As his mission is taking off in Galilee, followers flock to hear him. Some he invites to come with him. It is a life-changing decision. A man said to him, Lord, first let me go and bury my father. Jesus replied, Follow me, and let the dead bury their dead. It is a shocking demand. In a ritually pious society, there is nothing more important than burying your father. Jesus demands a complete break with existing social forms. Those who follow them, he implies, are dead in spirit. To another would-be recruit he underlines it, no one who puts a hand to the plow and looks back is fit for service in the kingdom of God. Luke 9, 57-62, Mark 8, 19-22. Charisma is total dedication, having it and imparting it to others. There is nothing else by which to value it. Either do it now, or don't bother. This is how Jesus recruits his inner circle of disciples. He is walking beside the Sea of Galilee, and sees Simon and Andrew casting their net into the lake. Come, follow me, Jesus said, and I will make you fishers of men. At once they left their nets and followed him. A little further on, he sees James and his brother John preparing their nets. Without delay he called them, and they left their father in the boat and followed him. Mark 1, 16-20, Matthew 4, 8-22. Luke 5, 1-11 gives a longer story about crowds pressing so closely that Jesus preaches from a boat, but it ends with the same abrupt conversion. Here the influence of the crowd is more visible than in the truncated versions. Jesus recruits not from the eminent, but from the humble and the disreputable. Among the latter are the tax collectors, hated agents of the Roman overlord. There is the same abrupt conversion, As Jesus is passing along the lake with a large crowd following, he sees a man sitting at the tax collector's booth. "Follow me," Jesus said, and the man got up, left everything, and followed him. They have a banquet at his house, Luke 5, 27-32, Mark 1, 13-17, Matthew 9, 9-13, with many tax collectors and others eating with the disciples. The Pharisees complained, "Why do you eat and drink with tax collectors and sinners?" Jesus replied, "It is not the healthy who need a doctor, but the sick. I have not come to call the righteous, but sinners to repentance." Jesus perceives who will make a good recruit, and who will not. 3. Jesus always does something unexpected. Being with Jesus is exciting and energizing, among other reasons because he is always surprising. He does not do or say just what other people expect, even when they regard him as a prophet and a miracle worker, there is always something else. Pharisees and teachers of the law who had come from Jerusalem gathered around Jesus and saw some of his disciples eating food with hands that were defiled. They asked Jesus, "Why do your disciples break the tradition of the elders? They don't wash their hands before they eat." Jesus replied, "You Pharisees clean the outside of the cup and dish, but inside you are full of greed and wickedness. You foolish people! Did not the one who made the outside make the inside also? But as to what is inside you, be generous to the poor, and everything will be clean for you." He goes on with further admonitions, and his opponents accuse Jesus of insulting them. Jesus called the crowd to him to hear. The disciples came to him privately and asked, "Do you know that the Pharisees were offended when they heard this?" Jesus replied, "Leave them, they are blind guides. If the blind lead the blind, both will fall into a pit." Peter said, "Explain the parable to us. Are you still so dull?" Jesus asked them, "Don't you see that whatever enters the mouth goes into the stomach and then out of the body? But out of the heart come evil thoughts, murder, adultery, sexual immorality, theft, false testimony, slander. These are what defile a person, but eating with unwashed hands does not defile them." Matthew 15, 1-20, Mark 7, 1-23, Luke 11, 37-54. Ritual purification is what concerns the pious and respectable of the time. Jesus meets an accusation with a stronger one. Even his closest disciples do not escape the jolt. "Are you still so dull? Don't you see? Everyone has to be on their toes when they are around this man." How does Jesus generate an unending stream of jolts? He has a program. Mere ritual and the righteous superiority that goes with it is to be brought down and replaced by humane altruism, and by spiritual dedication. When his encounters involve miracles, or rather people's reaction to them, the program bursts expectations. On a Sabbath Jesus was teaching in a synagogue, and a woman was there who was crippled for 18 years, bent over and unable to straighten up. Jesus called her forward and said to her, "Woman, you are set free from your infirmity." Then he put his hands on her, and immediately she straightened up and praised God. Indignant that Jesus had healed on the Sabbath, the synagogue leader said to the people, "There are 6 days for work. So come and be healed on those days, not of the Sabbath." Jesus answered him, "You hypocrites! Doesn't each of you on the Sabbath untie your ox or donkey from the stall and lead it out to give it water? Then should not this woman, a daughter of Abraham, be set free on the Sabbath from what bound her?" When he said this, all his opponents were humiliated, but the people were delighted. Luke 13, 10-17. Similar conflicts about healing on the Sabbath are in Luke 6, 6-11, Matthew 12, 1-14, and Luke 14, 1-6, which ends by silencing the opposition. It is not the miracle that is at issue. What makes the greater impression on the crowd is Jesus' triumph over the ritualists. It is also what leads to the escalating conflict with religious authorities, and ultimately to his crucifixion. Nearer the climax, Jesus enters Jerusalem with a crowd of his followers who have traveled with him from Galilee in the north, picking up enthusiastic converts along the way. He enters Jerusalem in a triumphant procession, greeted by crowds waving palm fronds. Next morning he goes to the temple. In the temple courts he found people selling cattle, sheep, and doves, and others sitting at tables exchanging money. So he made a whip out of cords, and drove all from the temple courts, both sheep and cattle. He scattered the coins of the money changers and overturned their tables. To those who sold doves he said, "Get these out of here. Stop turning my Father's house into a market." Another text quotes him. "Is it not written, my house will be called a house of prayer for all nations? But you have made it a den of thieves." The chief priests and teachers of the law heard this and began looking for a way to kill him, for they feared him, because the whole crowd was amazed at his teaching. John 2, 13-16, Mark 11, 15-19. One text gives a telltale detail. Immediately after entering Jerusalem in the palm-waving crowd, Jesus went into the temple courts. He looked around at everything, but since it was already late, he went out to the nearby village of Bethany with the 12, Mark 11, 11. Jesus clearly intends to make a big scene. He is going to do it at the height of the business day, not in the slack time of late afternoon when the stalls are almost empty. Jesus always shows strategic sense. Why are the animals and the money changers in the temple in the first place? Because of ritualism. The animals are there to be bought as burnt sacrifices, and the money changers are to facilitate the crowd of distant visitors. But also it was the case, throughout the ancient world and in the medieval as well, that temples and churches were primary places of business, open spaces for crowds, idlers, speculators, merchants of all sorts. In Babylon and elsewhere the temples themselves acted as merchants and bankers, and may have originated such enterprises. In Phoenicia and the coastal cities of Sin, anathema to the Old Testament prophets, temples rented out prostitutes to travelers. Greek temples collected treasure in the form of bronze offerings and subsequently became stores of gold. Jesus no doubt had all this in mind when he set out to cleanse the temple of secular transactions corrupting its pure religious purpose. Jesus is not just jockeying on the large public scene, he also continues to upend his own disciples' expectations. In seclusion at Bethany, he is reclining at the dinner table when a woman came with an alabaster jar of expensive perfume. She broke the jar and poured the perfume on his head. Some of the disciples said indignantly to each other, "Why this waste of perfume? It could have been sold for more than a year's wages and the money given to the poor." And they rebuked her harshly. "Leave her alone," Jesus said. "She has done a beautiful thing to me. The poor you will always have with you, and you can help them any time you want. But you will not always have me. She did what she could. She poured perfume on my body beforehand to prepare me for my funeral." Mark 14, 1-10, Matthew 26, 6-13. A double jolt. His disciples by now have understood the message about the selfishness of the rich and charity to the poor. But there are circumstances and momentous occasions that transcend even the great doctrine of love thy neighbor. Jesus is Zen-like in his unexpectedness. There is a second jolt, and his disciples do not quite get it. Jesus knows he is going to be crucified. He has the political sense to see where the confrontation is headed. In this he is ahead of his followers, who only see his power. For Jesus knows what the other is intending. Jesus is an intelligent observer of the people around him. He does not have to be a magical mind reader. He is highly focused on everyone's moral and social stance, and sees it in the immediate moment. Charismatic people are generally like that. Jesus does it to a superlative degree. He perceives not just what people are saying, but how they are saying it. A sociolinguist might say, speech actions speak louder than words. So it is not surprising that Jesus can say to his disciples at the Last Supper, "One of you will betray me," no doubt noting the furtive and forced looks of Judas Iscariot. Or that he can say to Peter, his most stalwart follower, before the cock crows you will have denied me 3 times, knowing how strong blustering men also can be swayed when the mood of the crowd goes against them in the atmosphere of a lynch mob. Mark 14, 17-31, Matthew 26, 20-35, John 13, 20-38. Most of these examples have an element of Jesus reading the intentions of his questioners, as when they craftily try to trap him into something he can be held liable for. Consider some cases where the situation is not so fraught but he knows what is going on. Invited to the house of a prominent Pharisee, Jesus noticed how the guests vied for the places of honor at the table. He told them a parable. When someone invites you to a wedding feast, do not take the place of honor, for a person more distinguished than yourself may have been invited, and, humiliated, you will have to move to the least important place. But when you are invited, take the lowest place, so that when your host comes, he will say to you, "Friend, move up to a better place." Then you will be honored in the presence of all the other guests. For those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted. Then Jesus said to the host, "When you give a banquet, invite the poor, the crippled, the lame, the blind, and you will be blessed. Although they cannot repay you as your relatives and rich friends would by inviting you back, you will be repaid at the resurrection of the righteous." Luke 14, 7-16. It is an occasion to deliver a sermon, but Jesus starts it with the situation they are in, the unspoken but none too subtle scramble for best seats at the table. And he makes a sociological point about the status reciprocity involved in the etiquette of exchanging invitations. Jesus sees what matters to people. A rich young man, inquiring sincerely about his religious duties, ran up to Jesus and fell on his knees. "Good teacher," he asked, "what must I do to inherit eternal life?" "Why do you call me good?" Jesus asked, as usual answering a question with a question. "No one is good except God alone. You know the commandments: you shall not murder, nor commit adultery, nor steal, nor give false testimony, nor defraud, honor your father and mother." "Teacher," he declared, "all these I have kept since I was a boy." Jesus looked at him. "One thing you lack," he said. "Go, and sell everything you have and give to the poor, and you will have treasure in heaven. Then come and follow me." At this the man's face fell. He went away sad, because he had great riches. Mark 10, 17-22, Luke 18, 18-30, Matthew 19, 16-26. Jesus knows who to recruit, who is ready for instantaneous commitment, by watching them. As his crowd of followers passed through Jericho, a chief tax collector wanted to see Jesus, but because he was short he could not see over the heads of the crowd. So he ran ahead and climbed a tree. When Jesus reached the spot, he looked up and said to him, "Zacchaeus, come down immediately. I must stay at your house today." People began to mutter, "He has gone to be the guest of a sinner." But Zacchaeus said to Jesus, "Here and now I give half my possessions to the poor, and if I have cheated anyone, I will pay him back 4 times the amount." Luke 19, 1-10. This is the theme again, recruiting among sinners. But Jesus is a practical leader as well as an inspirational one. He normally sends out forerunners to line up volunteers to lodge and feed his traveling followers. Luke 10, 1-16, Matthew 26, 17-19. In this case, he has picked out a rich man. Class distinctions would have been very visible, and someone who is notably eager to see him. No doubt Jesus' perceptiveness enables him to pick out early disciples like Peter and the other fishermen. Jesus' perceptiveness helps explain why he dominates his encounters. He surprises interlocutors by unexpectedly jumping from their words, not to what conventionally follows verbally, but instead speaking to what they are really about, skipping the intermediate stages. The social context of Jesus' miracles. The important events of Jesus' life mainly take place in crowds. Of 93 distinct incidents of Jesus' adult life described in the Gospels, There are at most 5 occasions when he is with 3 or fewer other people. 1 When he is outdoors, he is almost entirely surrounded by crowds. In the early part of his mission in Galilee he periodically escapes the crowds by going out on boats and climbing remote mountainsides in order to pray in solitude. The crowds increase and follow him wherever he goes. Indoors, 6 incidents take place at banquets, including an overflow wedding party, 3 in synagogues, 2 are hearings before public authorities. There are also 9 occasions when he is backstage with his disciples, although often there is a crowd outside and people get in to see him. Altogether, for Jesus a relatively intimate gathering was somewhat more than a dozen people, and most of his famous interactions took place with 20s up through hundreds or even several thousands of people amidst whom he was the center of attention. A sociologist has no special authority to decide whether miracles are real or not. What we can do is notice what kind of social interaction is going on where miraculous events are described. Jesus attracts big crowds, by his preaching and by his miracles. He preaches an overthrow of the old ritualism, an ethic of humility and altruism for the poor and disabled, and the coming of the true kingdom of God, so different from this rank-conscious world. He also performs miracles, chiefly medical cures through faith healing, casting out demons from persons who are possessed, and bringing back a few people from the cusp of death. There are also some nature miracles and some apparitions, although these should be considered separately because they almost never occur among crowds. The roster of miracles described in detail includes 22 healing miracles, all happening in big crowds. 3 logistics miracles, where Jesus provides food or drink for big crowds. 5 nature miracles, all happening when Jesus is alone with some of his inner 12 disciples, e.g. calming a thunderstorm while in a boat on a lake. His disciples wake up and see him walking on the water. 2 apparitions, one with 3 close disciples, one in a crowd. Miracles are one of the "we'll know where he is from" things that attracts excited crowds to Jesus. People bring with them the sick, the lame, blind, and others of the helpless and pathetic. This is itself is a sign of incipient altruism, since on the whole ancient people were quite callous, engaging in deliberately cruel punishments, and a propensity to shun the unfortunate rather than help them. Jesus' emphasis upon the lowly of the earth meshes with his medical miracles. They are living signs of what he is preaching in a more ethical sense. Jesus' healing miracles always happen in the presence of crowds. Jesus attracted crowds by his preaching, and it was in the midst of the crowd's enthusiasm, their faith, that the healing miracles take place. The word enthusiasm is from Greek enthous, possessed by a god, theos. That miracles depend on faith of the crowd is underscored by Jesus' failure in Nazareth, his hometown. And he did not do many miracles there because of their lack of faith. Luke 4, 14-30, Matthew 13, 53-58. Jesus' healing miracles divide into 4 cures of fever and other unspecified sickness, 9 events where he cures long-term disabilities, 3 with palsy/paralysis, crippled, or shriveled hand, 2 blind, 1 deaf/mute, 1 with abnormal swelling, 1 leper, and later a group of 10 lepers, 6 persons possessed with demons, 3 persons brought back from death. The various types may overlap. The 3 who are brought back from death include the 12-year-old daughter, a rich man whom he thinks is dead, but Jesus tells him she is not dead, but asleep, Luke 8, 41-42, 49-56, a widow's son who is on his funeral bier, i.e. recently pronounced dead, Luke 7, 11-17, and finally Lazarus, John 11, 1-46. Their illnesses are not described, but could have been like the cases of fever in Jesus' other miracles. The disabilities that Jesus cured overlap with the persons described as possessed by demons. One is robbed of speech and foams at the mouth, Mark 9, 14-29, Matthew 17, 14-21, Luke 9, 37-43, another has a mute demon and is also blind, Luke 11, 14-28, Mark 9, 32-34, Matthew 12, 22-37, another is vaguely described as a woman's daughter possessed by an unclean spirit, Mark 7, 24-30, Matthew 14, 21-28. At least one of these appears to have epileptic fits. Another is a naked man who sleeps in tombs, and has been chained up but breaks his chains, Luke 8, 26-39, Mark 5, 1-20, Matthew 8, 28-34. Casting out demons appears to be one of the most frequent things Jesus does, mentioned several times in summaries of his travels preaching in synagogues and casting out demons, Mark 1, 39, many who were demon-possessed were brought to him, Matthew 8, 16. This is a spiritual power that can be delegated. When his disciples are sent out on their own they come back and report, even the demons submit to us in your name. Luke 10, 17, Matthew 10, 1. One of his most fervent followers, Mary Magdalene, is described of having 7 demons cast out, Luke 8, 2, possibly this means she went through the process 7 times. She is also described as a prostitute, one of the outcasts Jesus saves. We might think of her as having gone through several relapses, or seeking the experience repeatedly, much like many Americans who undergo the born-again experience more than once. What does it mean to be possessed by a demon? A common denominator is some serious defect in the social act of speaking, either persons who shout uncontrollably and in inappropriate situations, like the man who shouts at Jesus in a synagogue, "What do you want with us, Jesus of Nazareth? Have you come to destroy us? I know who you are, the Holy One of God." Mark 1, 21-28, or who are silent and will not speak at all. We could diagnose them today as having a physiological defect, or as mentally ill, psychotic, possibly schizophrenic. But in ancient society, there was no sharp distinction between sickness and mental illness. There were virtually no medical cures for sicknesses, and religious traditions regarded them as punishments from God or the pagan gods. Seriously ill persons were left in temples and shrines, or shunted onto the margins of habitation. Left without care, without human sympathy, virtually without means of staying alive, they were true outcasts of society. Here we can apply modern sociology of mental illness. Goffman, by doing field work inside a mental hospital, concluded that the authoritarian and dehumanizing aspects of this total institution destroys what sense of personal autonomy the mental patient has left. Hence acting out, shouting, defecating in the wrong places, showing no modesty with one's clothes, breaking the taboos of ordinary social life are ways of rebelling against the system. They are so deprived of normal social respect that the only things they can do to command attention are acts that degrade them still further. Demon-possessed persons in the Bible act like Goffman's mental patients, shouting or staying mute, and disrupting normal social scenes. The further back we go in the history of mental illness, as Foucault documented, the more treatments resemble ancient practices of chaining, jailing, or expelling persons who break taboos. One gets the impression of a remarkable number of such demon-possessed, i.e. acting out persons in ancient Palestine. They are found in almost every village and social gathering. Many of them are curable, by someone with Jesus' charismatic techniques of interaction. He pays attention to them, focusing on them wholly and steadily until they change their behavior and come back into normal human interaction. In every case that is described, Jesus is the first person in normal society with whom the bond is established. Each acknowledges him as their savior and want to stay with him, but Jesus almost always sends them back, presumably into the community of Christian followers who will now take such cured persons as emblems of the miracles performed. A similar process appears to operate in the case of the medical miracles. Ancient medicine had very few cures for illness. It was better at some kinds of surgery and treating wounds. Sociologist Rodney Stark pointed out that early Christianity grew in numbers while pagan religions were declining, and a major reason was that Christians considered it a religious duty, not to shun the sick, but to bathe them and feed them. This was minimal medical care, but it was far better than abandoning them, thus the percentage of sick persons that survived among Christians increased. Modern studies also show that even with today's hospital care, Outcomes are much better when the patient has constant presence of caring friends, just the kind of thing that the callousness of ancient treatment lacked, and that Jesus was reforming. Jesus' logistics miracles consisted in taking a small amount of food and multiplying it so that crowds of 5,000 and 4,000 respectively have enough to eat and many scraps left over. Luke 9, 10-17, Matthew 14, 13-21, Mark 6, 30-44, Mark 8, 1-10. Sociologist Irving Zeitlin suggested that the initial few fishes and loaves of bread were what the crowd first volunteered for the collective pot, but when Jesus started dividing them up into equal pieces and passing them around, more and more people contributed from their private stocks. The miracle was an outpouring of public sharing. Jesus does something similar at a wedding party so crowded with guests that the wine bottles are empty. He orders them to be filled with water, whereupon the crowd becomes even more intoxicated, commenting that unlike most feasts, the best wine was saved for last. John 2, 1-11. Possibly the dregs of wine still in the casks gave some flavor, and the enthusiasm of the crowd did the rest. Partygoers will know it is better to be drunk with the spirit of the occasion than sodden with too much alcohol. Apparitions are subjective experiences that particular people have at definite times and places. There is nothing sociological to question about their having such experiences, but we can notice who is present and what they did. The event called the Transfiguration happens when Jesus takes 3 close disciples up a mountain to pray, a special occasion since he usually went alone. They see his face and clothes shining with light, see historic persons talking to Jesus and hear a voice from a cloud. The disciples fall on the ground terrified, until Jesus touches them and tells them not to be afraid, whereupon they see that Jesus is alone. Jesus admonished them not to tell anyone about what they had seen. Luke 9, 28-30, Matthew 17, 1-13, Mark 9, 2-13. How can we understand what happened when Jesus was tempted by the devil in the wilderness? Matthew 4, 1-11, Luke 4, 1-13. This happens after hearing John the Baptist preaching about the coming Son of God, and Jesus must have decided he was the one. The next thing he does is to imitate John the Baptist by going to live alone in the desert. Here he has apparitions of the devil, which we read about because presumably he later told his disciples. Living in the desert for 40 days is a life-threatening ordeal, and at some point he considers that he has the power to turn stones into food. He rejects this as a thought coming from the devil, since his aim is not to be a magician. The internal dialogue ends with the kind of aphorism that Jesus would formulate throughout his mission: man does not live by bread alone. Up on the mountain cliffs, he considers whether he should jump down and fly, and rejects that too, another devil temptation to use magic for trivial marvels, like entertaining stories in the Arabian Nights. He envisions the devil showing him the whole world spread out below, and giving him the evil thought that the kingdom of God would make him the mightiest of worldly kings. Modern research shows that internal dialogue takes place by thinking in words as if talking with someone. People also report that these thought arguments sometimes include visual images in one's mind. Wiley 1994, Collins 2004. Through these apparitions, Jesus is thinking out what kind of power he has and what he will do with it. It is the power to inspire crowds, to recruit followers, to work a moral revolution, and reveal a life goal that is not of the world as people hitherto knew it. It is, in short, the power of charisma. 5. Jesus is master of the crowd. Crowds are a major source of Jesus' power. There is a constant refrain: the crowds were amazed at his teaching, because he taught as one who had authority, and not as their teachers of the law. Matthew 7, 29. His enemies the high priests are afraid of what his crowd of followers will do if they attack Jesus. As the challenge mounts in Jerusalem on the last and greatest day of the Passover festival, Jesus preaches in the temple courts in a loud voice, "Let anyone who is thirsty come to me and drink." The crowds are divided on whether he is the Messiah. The temple guards retreat to the chief priests, who ask them, "Why don't you arrest him?" "No one ever spoke the way this man does," the guards reply. The mob knows nothing of the law. The Pharisees retort, there is a curse on them. John 7:37-49. Judas' betrayal of Jesus consists in telling the priests when and where Jesus will be alone, so that he can be arrested. Alone, relatively speaking, there are at least a dozen of his followers with him at Gethsemane, but it is for arranging the absence of the crowd that Judas receives his 30 pieces of silver, Luke 22:2-6. The signal is to mark Jesus with a kiss, so the guards will know whom to seize in the dark. Charismatic leaders live on crowds. There is no such thing as a charismatic leader who is not good at inspiring crowds, and the micro-sociologist adds, being super-energized by them in turn. Crowd and leader are parts of a circuit, emotional intensity and rhythmic coordination flowing from one to the other, charisma as high-amp electric current. It is what the Bible, especially in the book of Acts, calls the Holy Spirit. Jesus as archetype of the charismatic leader also shows how a charismatic movement is organized. His life moves in 3 spheres: crowds, the inner circle of his 12 disciples, and withdrawing into solitude. The third of these, as noted, does not figure much in the narration of important events, but we can surmise, from sociological research on prayer, that he reflects in inner dialogue on what is happening in the outer circles, and forms his resolve as to what he will do next. The inner circle has a practical aspect and a personal aspect. Jesus recruits his inner disciples, the 12, because he wants truly dedicated followers who will accompany him everywhere. That means giving up all outside commitment, leaving occupation, family, hometown. It means leaving behind all property, and trusting that supporters will bring them the means of sustenance, day after day. In effect, they are monks, although they are not called that yet. Thus the inner circle depends on the outer circle, the crowds of supporters who not only give their emotion, but also food, lodging, whatever is needed. Jesus is the organizer of a movement, and he directs his lieutenants and delegates tasks to them. Early in his mission, when the crowds are burgeoning, he recognizes that the harvest is plentiful but the workers are few, and sends out the 12 to preach and work miracles on their own, accelerating the cascade of still more followers and supporters. Luke 9:1-6, Mark 6:7-13, Matthew 9:35-38, 10:1-20. When Jesus travels, it is not just with the 12, but with a larger crowd, who are also called disciples, somewhere between casual supporters and his inner circle. These include some wealthy women and ex-prostitute Mary Magdalene, women who have been cured by Jesus, the wife of a manager of King Herod's household, and they help defray expenses with their money. Luke 8:1-3. Even the 12 have a treasurer, Judas Iscariot, pointing up the ambiguity of money for a movement of self-chosen poverty. With big crowds to take care of, Jesus expands his logistics staff to 70, Luke 10:1-16. He concerns himself about whose house they will eat in. Jesus accepts all invitations, even from his enemies the Pharisees. He especially seems to choose tax collectors, since they are both rich and hospitable and recognize their own need of salvation. It is the size of his peripatetic crowds that bring about the need for multiplying loaves and fishes and turning water into wine. Jesus' crowds are not static, but growing, and this is part of their energy and excitement. The inner circle is not just his trusted staff. It is also his backstage, where he can speak more intimately and discuss his concerns and plans. Who do people say I am? Jesus asks the 12, when the movement is taking off. They replied, some say John the Baptist, others say Elijah, and still others, one of the prophets. But what do you say? Jesus asked. Who do you say I am? Peter answered, you are the Messiah. Jesus warned them not to tell anyone. Jesus goes on to tell them that the Son of Man will be rejected by the chief priests, that he must be killed and rise again in 3 days. Peter took him aside and began to rebuke him. Jesus turned and looked at the rest of the disciples. Get thee behind me, Satan, he said. Your mind is not on the concerns of God, but merely human concerns. Mark 8, 27-33, Matthew 16, 13-23. There is a certain amount of jostling over who are the greatest of the disciples, the ones closest to Jesus. Jesus always rebukes this. There is to be no intimate backstage behind the privacy shared by the 12. Jesus' charisma is not a show put on for the crowds with the help of his staff. He is charismatic all the time, in the backstage as well. Jesus loves and is loved, but he has no special friends. No one understands what he is really doing until after he is dead. Jesus is famous for speaking in parables. Especially when referring to himself, he uses figurative expressions, such as the bread of life, the light of the world, the shepherd and his sheep. The parables mark a clear dividing line. He uses parables when he is speaking to the crowds, and especially to potential enemies such as the Pharisees. Their meaning, apparently, did not easily come through, but audiences are generally impressed by them, amazed and struck speechless, among other reasons because they exemplify the clever style of talking that deflects questions in unexpected directions. Whoever has ears to hear, let them hear. Jesus proclaims, Mark 4, 9. His 12 disciples are not much better at deciphering parables, at least in the earlier part of his mission, but Jesus treats them differently. It is in private among the 12 that he explains the meaning of parables in ordinary language, telling the secret of the kingdom of God, Mark 4, 10-34, Matthew 13, 34-52, Luke 8, 4-18. They are the privileged in group, and they know it. Jesus admonishes them from time to time about their pride, but he needs them, too. It is another reason why living with Jesus is bracing. There is an additional circuit of charismatic energy in the inner circle. But it is the crowds that feed the core of the mission, the preaching, and the miraculous signs. As his movement marches on Jerusalem, opposition mobilizes. Now Jesus begins to face crowds that are divided or hostile. The crowd begins to accuse him, "You are demon-possessed." Jesus shoots back, "Stop judging by appearances, but instead judge correctly." Some of the people of Jerusalem began to ask each other, "Isn't this the man they are trying to kill? Here he is speaking publicly, and they are not saying a word to him. Have the authorities really concluded he is the Messiah? But we know where this man is from. When the Messiah comes, no one will know where he is from." Jesus cried out, "Yes, you know me, and you know where I am from. I am not here on my own authority, but he who sent me is true. You do not know him, but I know him because I am from him and he sent me." At this they tried to seize him, but no one laid a hand on him. Still, many in the crowd believed in him, John 7, 14-31. Another encounter, those who heard his words were again divided. Many of them said, "He is demon-possessed and raving mad. Why listen to him?" But others said, "These are not the sayings of a man possessed by a demon. Can a demon open the eyes of the blind?" John 10, 19-21. The struggle shifts to new ground. The festival crowd gathered around him, saying, "How long will you keep us in suspense? If you are the Messiah, tell us plainly." Jesus answered, "I did tell you, but you did not believe. The works I do in my Father's name testify about me, but you do not believe because you are not my sheep. My sheep listen to my voice, I know them, and they follow me. I give them eternal life, and they shall never perish. My Father, who has given them to me, is greater than all, no one can snatch them out of my Father's hand. I and the Father are one." Again his opponents picked up stones to stone him, but Jesus said to them, "I have shown you many good works from the Father. For which of these do you stone me?" "We are not stoning you for any good work," they replied, "but for blasphemy, because you, a mere man, claim to be God." Jesus answered them, "Why do you accuse me of blasphemy because I said, I am God's Son? Do not believe me unless I do the works of my Father. But if I do them, even though you do not believe me, believe the works, that you may understand that the Father is in me, and I in the Father." Again they tried to seize him, but he escaped their grasp. John 10, 24-42. Jesus can still arouse this crowd, but he cannot silence it. He does not back off, but becomes increasingly explicit. The metaphors he does use are not effective. His sheep that he refers to means his own crowd of loyal followers, and Jesus declares he has given them eternal life but not to this hostile crowd of unbelievers. Words no longer convince, the sides declaim stridently against each other. The eloquent phrases of earlier preaching have fallen into cacophony. Nevertheless, Jesus still escapes violence. The crowd is never strong enough to dominate him. Only the organized authorities can take him, and that he does not evade. 6. Jesus down moments. Most of the challenges to Jesus' charisma happen during the showdown in Jerusalem. But one revealing occasion happens early, when Jesus visits his hometown Nazareth and preaches in the synagogue. First the crowd is amazed, but then they start to question, "Isn't this the carpenter's son? Aren't his mother and brothers and sisters among us? Where did he get these powers he has been displaying in neighboring towns?" When Jesus reads the scroll and says, "Today the scripture is fulfilled in your hearing," they begin to argue. Jesus retorts, "No prophet is honored in his hometown," and quotes examples of how historic prophets were rejected. The people in the synagogue are furious. They take him to the edge of town and try to throw him off the brow of a cliff. But he walked right through the crowd and went his way. Luke 4, 14-30, Matthew 13, 53-58. Even here, Jesus can handle hostile crowds. Including this incident of failure gives confidence in the narrative. Another personal challenge comes when he performs one of his most famous miracles, bringing back Lazarus from the dead. Jesus' relationship with Lazarus is described as especially close. He is the brother of the two sisters, Mary and Martha, whose house Jesus liked to stay in, and Lazarus is referred to as the one you, Jesus, love. Jesus had been staying at their house a few miles outside Jerusalem, a haven at the time when his conflict with the high priests at the temple was escalating. When the message came that Lazarus was sick, Jesus was traveling away from trouble, although his disciples reminded him that the Jerusalem crowd had tried to stone him. He decided to go back. Yet he delayed 2 days before returning, apparently planning to wait until Lazarus dies and then perform the miracle of resurrecting him. First he says to his disciples, "Our friend Lazarus has fallen asleep, but I am going to wake him up." When this figure of speech is taken literally, he tells them plainly, "Lazarus is dead, and for your sake I am glad I was not there, so that you may believe." When he arrives back in Bethany, Lazarus had been dead for 4 days. A crowd has come to comfort the sisters. Why were they so popular? No doubt their house was strongly identified with the Jesus movement, and thus there is a big crowd present, as always, when Jesus performs a healing miracle. But this is the public aspect. For the personal aspect, each of the two sisters separately comes to meet Jesus, and each says, "If you had been here, my brother would not have died." After Mary, the second sister, says this, Jesus sees her weeping and the crowd who had come with her also weeping. He is deeply moved. The King James translation says, groaning in himself. "Where have you laid him?" Jesus says. "Come and see," she answers. Then Jesus wept. They come to the tomb. Jesus has them roll away the stone from the entrance. Again deeply moved, Jesus calls out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out." For some time afterwards, people come to Bethany to see Lazarus, the man who had been raised from the dead, John 11, 1-46. Leaving aside the miracle itself and its symbolism, one thing we see in this episode is Jesus conflicted between his mission to demonstrate the power of resurrection and his personal feelings for Lazarus and his sisters. Jesus apparently let Lazarus die, by staying away during his sickness, in order to make this demonstration, but in doing so he caused grief to those he loved. The moment when he confronts their pain, amplified by the weeping of the crowd, Jesus himself weeps. It is the only time in the texts when he weeps. It is a glimpse of himself as a human being, as well as a man on a mission. Jesus' next moment of human weakness comes in the garden at Gethsemane. Being in anguish, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. Though he left his disciples nearby with instructions to pray that you will not fall into temptation, they all fell asleep, exhausted from sorrow. Jesus complains to Peter, "Couldn't you keep watch with me for 1 hour?" But he adds, "The spirit is willing but the flesh is weak." But their eyes were heavy, and they did not know what to say to him. Luke 22, 39-46, Mark 14, 32-42, Matthew 26, 36-46. Everybody's emotional energy is down. Particularly personal is the passage when Jesus on the cross sees his mother standing below, and the disciple whom he loved standing nearby. Jesus said to her, "Woman, here is your son," and to the disciple, "Here is your mother." From that time on, the disciple took her into his house. John 19, 25-27. What is so telling about this is the contrast to an event during Jesus' early preaching in Galilee, when his mother and siblings try to make their way to him through a crowd of followers. Someone announces, "Your mother and your brothers are outside waiting to see you." Jesus looks at those seated in a circle around him and says, "Here are my mother and my brothers. Whoever does God's will is my brother and sister and mother." Luke 8, 19-21, Mark 3, 31-35. But on the cross he is not only thinking of fulfilling scripture, but of his own lifetime relationships. Pierced by pain, he cries out, my God, why have you forsaken me?" And with a loud cry, Jesus breathed his last. Mark 15, 21-41, Matthew 27, 30-55. Ancient myths of dying and annually resurrecting nature gods are not described like this, nor are the heroic deaths of Plutarch's noble Greeks and Romans. Other than in the anxious hours of waiting at Gethsemane, and the torture of the crucifixion, Jesus confronting his accusers is in form and on message. When the high priests and temple guards approach to arrest him, Jesus calmly asks who they want. "Jesus of Nazareth," they reply. When he says, "I am he," they shrink back. Jesus takes the initiative, "If you are looking for me, let these men go." When they seize Jesus, one of his followers draws a sword and cuts off the ear of a priest's servant. "Put away your sword." Jesus says to him, "For all who live by the sword will die by the sword." To the hostile crowd, he says, "Am I leading a rebellion, that you have come with swords and clubs to capture me? Every day I sat in the temple courts teaching, and you did not dare to arrest me. But this is your hour." Matthew 26, 47-56, Luke 22, 47-55, John 18, 1-12. Then all his disciples deserted him and fled. Peter, the boldest of them, followed at a distance to the outer courtyards when Jesus was being interrogated within. But Peter too is intimidated when servants question whether he isn't one of Jesus' followers. Peter denying Jesus shows how Jesus' own crowd has been dispersed, broken up and unable to assemble, and in the face of a hostile crowd lose their faith. Strength is in the crowd, and now the opposing crowd holds the attention space. But indoors, in a smaller setting of rival authorities, Jesus holds his own. Before the assembly of the high priests, Jesus wins the verbal sparring, if not the verdict. Many hostile witnesses testify, but their statements do not agree. The priests try to get Jesus to implicate himself, but he keeps a long silence, and then says, "I said nothing secret. Why question me? Ask those who heard me." When Jesus said this, an official slapped him in the face. "Is this the way you answer the high priest?" Jesus replied, "If what I said is wrong, testify as to what is wrong. If I spoke the truth, why do you strike me?" The chief priest asks him bluntly, "Tell us if you are the Messiah, the Son of God." "You have said so," Jesus replies, Mark 14, 53-65, Matthew 26, 57-63, John 18, 19-24. Finally Jesus is taken before Pilate, the Roman governor. Jesus gives his usual sharp replies, and indeed wins him over. "Are you the king of the Jews?" Pilate asks. "Is that your own idea?" Jesus asks in return, "or did others talk to you about me?" Pilate, "Your own people and chief priests have handed you over to me. What is it you have done?" Jesus said, "My kingdom is not of this world. If it were, my servants would prevent my arrest." "You are a king, then," said Pilate. Jesus answered, "You say I am a king. In fact, I came into the world to testify to the truth. Everyone on the side of truth listens to me." "What is truth?" Pilate replied, and breaks off before an answer, Mark 15, 1-5, Matthew 27, 11-26, John 18, 24-40. And he goes to the crowd gathered outside the palace to say he has found no basis for a charge against Jesus. Pilate tries to set him free on a legal loophole but gives in to the crowd demanding crucifixion. After Jesus dies, Pilate gives permission for a sympathizer to take the body away instead of leaving it for ignominious disposal. Pilate's style of behavior, too, comes across the centuries as real. In the crises, Jesus' interactional style remains much the same as always, but the speaking in parables and figurative language has given way to blunt explanations. Parables are for audiences who want to understand. Facing open adversaries, Jesus turns to plain arguments. Charisma, above all, is the power to make crowds resonate with oneself. Does that mean charisma vanishes when the power over crowds goes away? But that would mean charisma would not be a force in drawn-out conflicts. More useful to say that charisma has its home base, its center in enthusiastic crowds, even when the charismatic leader is sometimes cut off from base. Charisma is a fragile mode of organization because it depends on enthusiastic crowds repeatedly assembling. Its nemesis is more permanent organization, whether based on family and patronage networks, or on bureaucracy. Jesus loses the political showdown because the authorities intimidate his followers from assembling, and then strike at him with a combination of their organized power of temple and state, bolstered by mobilizing an excited crowd of their own chanting for Jesus' execution. But even at his crucifixion, Jesus wins over some individual Roman soldiers, Luke 23, 47, Matthew 27, 54, although that is not enough to buck the military chain of command. This tells us that the charismatic leader relates to the crowd by personally communicating with individuals in the crowd, a multiplication of one-to-one relationships from the center to many audience members. But charismatic communication cannot overcome a formal, hierarchic organization where individuals follow orders irrespective of how they personally feel. Point 2. As we have seen, Jesus can handle hostile questioning from crowds in the temple courts, even if opponents have been planted there by an enemy hierarchy. It is not the crowd calling for crucifixion that overpowers Jesus, but the persistent opposition of the priestly administration. Sociologically, the difference is between charismatic experience in the here and now of the crowd, and the long-distance coordination of an organization that operates beyond the immediate situation. 7. Victory through suffering, transformation through altruism. When Jesus is arrested in the garden at Gethsemane, he tells his militant defenders not to resist. "Do you think I cannot call my Father, who will send 12 legions of angels?" But how would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way? Matthew 26, 47-56. Jesus does not aim to be just a miracle worker, he is out to transform religion entirely. Miracles, acts of faith and power in the emotionally galvanized crowd, are ephemeral episodes. As Jesus goes along, his miracles become parables of his mission. He heals the sick, gives the disabled new life, stills the demonic howling of people in anguish. He lives in a world that is both highly stratified and callous. The rich are arrogant and righteous in their ritual correctness, a Durkheimian elite at the center of prestigious ceremonials. They observe the taboos, and view the penurious, and therefore dirty, underclass not just with contempt but as sources of pollution. Jesus leads a revolution, not in politics, but in morals. From the beginning, he preaches among the poor and disabled, and stirs them with a new source of emotional energy. Towards the rich and ritually dominant, he directs the main thrust of his call for repentance. It is their attitude towards the wretched of the earth that needs to be reformed. The Jesus movement is the awakening of altruistic conscience. Point 3. The moral revolution has three dimensions: altruism, monastic austerity, and martyrdom. Altruism becomes an end in itself, and the highest value. Giving up riches and helping the poor and disabled is not just aimed at improving material conditions for everyone. It is not a worldly revolution, not a populist uprising, but making human sympathy the moral ideal. Blessed are the poor, the mourning, the humble, Jesus preaches, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven, Luke 6:17-23. Altruism comes on the scene historically as the pathway to otherworldly salvation. What is important for human lives is the change in the moral ideal. It not only gives hope to the suffering but calls the elite to judge themselves by their altruism and not by their arrogance. The movement is underway at least a little before Jesus launches his mission at age 30. John the Baptist preached repentance before the coming wrath. "What should we do?" the crowd asked. John answered, "Anyone who has 2 shirts should share with one who has none, and anyone who has food should do the same." Even tax collectors came to be baptized. "Teacher," they said, "what should we do?" John replied, "Don't collect any more than you are required to." Soldiers asked him, "And what should we do?" He replied, "Don't extort money and don't accuse people falsely. Be content with your pay." Luke 3:1-14. Repentant sinners were baptized in the river. To the Pharisees and Sadducees who will not repent and be baptized, John thunders, "You brood of vipers! Who warned you to flee from the coming wrath?" Later, when John's disciples come to visit Jesus' disciples, Jesus speaks to the crowd about John. "What did you go out into the wilderness to see? A man dressed in fine clothes? No, those who wear expensive clothes and indulge in luxury are in palaces. But what did you go out to see? A prophet? Yes, and more than a prophet." Jesus goes on to compare his mission to John's. "John the Baptist came neither eating bread nor drinking wine, and you say, he has a demon. The Son of Man came eating and drinking, and you say, here is a glutton and a drunkard, a friend of tax collectors and sinners. But wisdom is proved right by all her children." Luke 7:18-35. Jesus not only amplifies John's mission, he also moves into another niche, not the extreme asceticism of the desert, but among the lower and middle classes of the towns and villages. Monastic austerity. Jesus' disciples give up all property, becoming, as John the Baptist did, the poorest of the poor. Matthew 3:1-8 stresses John's asceticism, a wild man living in the wilderness on locusts and honey, dressed in clothes of camel's hair. But they are not as the ordinary poor and disabled. They retain their health, and have an abundance of the richness of spirit, what they call faith, i.e. emotional energy. Committed disciples who have left family, home, and occupation, rely on the enthusiasm of a growing social movement to provide them with daily sustenance. They live at the core of the movement. Since this location is the prime source of emotional energy, there is an additional sense in which living by faith alone is powerful. Later this arrangement became institutionalized as the relationship between monks and lay people. During the missionary expansion of Christianity, monks were the pioneers, winning converts and patrons on the pagan frontiers through personal impressiveness, their institutionalized charisma, which is to say Christian techniques of disciplined austerity generating emotional strength. Still later, movements like the Franciscans, deliberately giving up monastic seclusion to wander in the ordinary world among the poor and disabled, combine austerity with a renewed spirit of altruism and thereby create the idealistic social movement. Altruistic movements first used modern political tactics for influencing the state in the late 1700s anti-slavery movement, but the lineage builds on the moral consciousness and social techniques that are first visible with the Jesus movement. Martyrdom. The crucifixion of Jesus becomes, not the end of the movement, but its rallying point. The cross becomes the symbol of its members, and a source of personal inspiration for individuals in times of suffering and defeat. We are so used to the symbol that the enormity of the shift is lost on us. Crucifixion, which existed for several hundred years previously in the authoritarian kingdoms of the Middle East before spreading to Rome, was an instrument of death by slow torture, a visible threat of state terrorism. When the Spartacist revolt of gladiators was put down in 71 BC, the Romans crucified captured gladiators for hundreds of miles along the roads of southern Italy. To turn the cross into a symbol of a movement, and of its triumph, was a blatant in-your-face gesture of the moral revolution. We cannot be beaten by physical coercion, by pain and suffering, it says, we have transformed them into our strength. Martyrs succeed when they generate movements, and are energized by the emotional solidarity of standing together in a conflict, even in defeats. Martyrdom also becomes institutionalized in the repertoire of religious movements. In its early years, Christianity grows above all by spectacular and well-publicized martyrdom of its hero leaders. Martyrdom becomes a technique for protest movements, and movement building. What does not kill me, makes me stronger, Nietzsche would write. Ironically, for all his attacks on the moral revolution of Christianity, this is a Christian discovery he is citing. Religious techniques set precedents for modern secular politics. Protest movements win by attracting widespread sympathy for their public sufferings, turning the moral tables on those who use superior force against them. This too is world-changing. It is little exaggeration to say that the moral forces of the modern world were first visible in the Jesus movement. Chapter 2. Playing the Networks. Becoming Lawrence of Arabia. Lawrence of Arabia is probably the most famous name to come out of World War I. It was a long grinding, muddy war in the trenches that ended more with exhaustion than victory, leaving nobody covered with glory. T.E. Lawrence was the exception, the lone individual who made a difference, an Englishman riding a camel out of the golden desert sands of the Middle East. Everywhere else, the generals are hard to remember, and the politicians ended up with reputations of blame rather than accomplishment. Other than Lawrence of Arabia, the only name of a World War I hero that is remembered is the Red Baron, the top German flying ace. He wasn't one of the good guys, but he was the heavyweight champion everyone else tried to beat. And like Lawrence, he was away from the dirty trenches, flying solo in the open sky, dogfighting at a few thousand feet where everyone could watch his exploits from the ground. Lawrence is remembered for organizing the Arab revolt in the desert that drove the Turks out of Palestine and Syria, bringing down the Ottoman Empire and putting in its place the Middle East that we know today, the arbitrary partitions that became Iraq, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, Syria, and Israel. Anyone who has seen the Academy Award-winning film, 7 Oscars in 1962, Lawrence of Arabia, will know that Lawrence was full of good intentions for the Arabs, but was frustrated by the diplomats, especially the dirty deals between the French and the British. Although Lawrence did his best, the politicians always messed things up, and the result was the endless series of illegitimate regimes whose resentments and infighting have lasted down to today. Peter O'Toole, the tall handsome actor who plays Lawrence, drives off sadly in a car, leaving his camel behind, after his last victory at Damascus, while Alec Guinness, who plays King Faisal, who in real life became the first ruler of Iraq, folds his hands and smiles cynically about these Western people who lack the simple honor of the desert. We need to keep reminding ourselves that movies aren't reality, and that just because you see it on the screen doesn't mean that is the way it happened. Movies pick out a few exemplary scenes, chosen for their dramatic qualities, and fold years into a few hours. Add the film ethic of show don't tell, and the result is that what we see on the screen sticks in our memory, but what gets lost is the tangled web of motives and the thousands of players that determined what went on. For the reality, there is no substitute for reading long books. So how did we get to the towering Peter O'Toole image from the original T.E. Lawrence? The real Lawrence, as of 1916 when he went off on his mission into the desert, was not only barely 5 feet 6 inches tall, but was just one of the British officers who could speak Arabic, went out on missions, rode camels, wore desert robes, and led guerrillas behind enemy lines. How did he get to be the famous one? The problem is universal. There are many more capable people than the small number who get into the narrow spotlight of fame, and that is true in the intellectual world, in Hollywood, and in most other things. Most big enterprises take teamwork, with dozens of prime movers and thousands who contribute. No single hero accomplishes anything without all those other people. The spotlight on some necessarily puts many others in the shadows. So how does a particular individual get the chance to be the one in the spotlight? The career of T.E. Lawrence tells how. Myths, Lawrence as isolate and rebel. The film image of Lawrence gives the impression that he was a loner. He didn't like people, and the British military establishment didn't like him. He is the true existentialist hero, who answers to himself alone. Lawrence tells the visiting American journalist that he likes the desert because it is clean while most of the world isn't. And Lawrence feels uneasy about the dirty politics he has to get involved with. He feels uneasy about all sorts of things, whether he is coming to enjoy killing, whether he is homosexual and likes being flagellated, homosexuality barely peeping out of the closet in 1962. Lawrence is just plain uneasy because he is the last honest man in a world full of people who aren't. All of this is not exactly false, and the way he behaved in the 1920s after he became famous, up until his mysterious death in 1935, certainly shows he was a complicated person. But the impression that he was a loner, that he went off and did things by himself and against all authority, is extremely misleading. Lawrence was an agent of British policy. He was very familiar with political factions inside the army and the government, and he strongly agreed with some policies and opposed others. Lawrence was quick to devise plans for achieving goals that high-ranking people were glad to hear. He kept getting his chances because he was the bringer of good news in a war that was full of disasters, and he offered practical ways to carry out policies that sincere British imperialists also believed were right and cheap at that, since they could use native Arab troops without putting British boots on the ground. Lawrence was known for speaking his mind, but the way he spoke to key people went with the flow, not against the grain. Throughout his life, Lawrence had extremely good networks. He started out as a protege of the most important British archaeologists, and excavating with them is how he became fluent in Arabic. He quickly moved into the center of British intelligence gathering for the Middle Eastern theater, and soon had the ear not only of the local High Commissioner and the military commander-in-chief, but of top cabinet officials in London, the Foreign Office, and the Secretary of War. He became a confidant of Winston Churchill. It was not a case of who you know rather than what you know. That stupid cliché misses the key point that you have to know how to talk to important people, and that means having something important to say. Lawrence built his networks by leveraging the importance of what he could say to them. And vice versa. Lawrence avoids emotional energy-draining scenes. Charismatic persons are highly energetic. They are dynamos at getting things done, and they get other people energized around them. But they are also good at picking their spots. Charismatic leaders don't waste their time and energy on encounters that lead nowhere and only cost them emotional energy. Jesus, the most charismatic of all, told his disciples, "Shake the dust from your shoes and leave a village behind once you see that they aren't going to receive you." From quite early in his career, Lawrence avoided energy-draining social scenes. As a student at Oxford, he saw no point in trying to get into the aristocratic circles with their luncheons and drinking parties, or even dining in college. The posh social life depicted in Evelyn Waugh's Brideshead Revisited fitted neither Lawrence's personality nor his middle-class background. He knew where he wasn't wanted. That doesn't mean he was simply a grind or a timid person. He liked excavating Roman ruins in the countryside and bicycling in foreign countries. He would carry a pistol on the streets of Oxford in solitary wanderings late at night and fire it off in the underground sewers to alarm passers-by above, and outside friends' room to announce his arrival. There was a long-standing tradition of drunken caro users climbing into their colleges over the roofs after the gates were locked. Lawrence was not one of these, as he lived at home, but he had his own way of raising a little hell-breaking rules. Unlike many a college tough, Lawrence never got caught and was never reprimanded by the college authorities. Stationed in Cairo during the war, Lawrence stayed away from the stilted social life of the British community. Cairo was the headquarters for the High Commissioner, the center of the British Empire in the Middle East. The round of formal dinners and receptions presided over by wives of high officials continued unabated after 1914. Lawrence had invitations, too, as his reputation grew and his intelligence work made him friends among fellow Arabists. But he turned down opportunities when his friends entertained the so-called smart set. The pecking order of titles and social precedent would be condescending to him at best, and the rigid protocol and bright chatter in platitudes and subtle put-downs would only bring down his EE. Later in his life, after his return to England in the 1920s as a famous man, he attended such events sometimes but had nothing but scorn for vapid sociability. On such an occasion, an aristocratic lady seated next to him at dinner said, after a series of conversational sallies, "I'm afraid I don't interest you very much." Lawrence replied, "You don't interest me at all." Formality for its own sake Lawrence avoided. It gave a taste of social membership and rank, but he was determined not to play that game. He disliked the rituals of dressing for dinner and other polite occasions, with their panoply of white tie, black tie, sashes, and decorations, and he disliked army protocol of saluting, marching, and donning the prescribed uniform for the different events of military routine. Regular army spit and polish referred to the amount of time soldiers were required to do things like polishing their boots with their own spit preparing for inspections. Lawrence would have none of it. Regular army officers were offended by his sloppy appearance and neglect of military ceremony. It seems ironic that he made his fame as a soldier, and a British officer. In fact, he became an officer by coming in through a side door. He never underwent officer training, much less graduated from any of the famous military academies. His training consisted of weekend exercises at Oxford with the Student Signal Corps, something like an advanced version of Boy Scouts. But he was an outdoorsman, and even more to the point, a Middle Eastern explorer, and his Arabic skills got him into the intelligence section at Cairo, first as a civilian, then with an army rank as lieutenant. When he was sent to advise Faisal in the desert, with every success he got a more impressive title, and ended as Colonel Lawrence by the time his Arab levies entered Damascus. Military rituals and formalities of self-presentation, saluting and being saluted to demonstrate respect for rank, holding one's posture rigidly for hours, officers shouting peremptory orders and expecting prompt submission were for Lawrence both superfluous and energy-killing. As he learned from experience, they were the opposite of effective in motivating Arab warriors in the desert. But even before then, Lawrence thought military formalities were useless. Certainly for his own career they were. He became a competent combat soldier, but he learned it by first-hand observation, a self-directed apprenticeship rather than basic training in a Western-style army, where formalities were primary. Every drill sergeant repeats the tradition that automatic obedience to orders is the essence of being a soldier, and marching in step and being shouted at by NCOs is the way to learn it. For Lawrence, war was about the realities of dealing with the enemy and motivating one's own side. Formalities got in the way. For Lawrence, military formalities were like aristocratic ladies' receptions, a lot of showing off of rank, while deadening one's perceptions and lowering one's energy. One reason he became a charismatic leader was that he avoided energy-draining situations as much as possible. What remained was to find stimulating encounters that pumped up his energy. He already was beginning to find them, among the intellectual leaders at Oxford, and among his fellow Arab experts in Cairo. From Oxford outsider to archaeological insider. Lawrence came from an economically comfortable middle-class family, but they were far from wealthy. One advantage was that they lived in Oxford, and all the brothers won Oxford scholarships. They could not have afforded to attend a university otherwise. Lawrence did not go in public school, i.e. the private boarding schools where the English elite acquired their networks, and instead attended Oxford City High School. In other words, Lawrence was just the kind of dayboy that aristocratic students wouldn't bother to notice. But he did have a head start on his career. Already as a teenager he was an amateur archaeologist, digging up pottery fragments and other artifacts from the ancient Roman period of Britain. Lawrence would take these to the Ashmolean Museum at the university, and became known to the curators. By the time he was an undergraduate, he was accompanying famous archaeologists on digs in the Middle East. When he graduated in 1910 he was granted funds to carry out his own excavations. The period before World War I, and continuing again in the 1920s, was a golden age of archaeology. Research teams from universities in England, France, Germany, and the United States competed to dig up remains of the ancient biblical civilizations, and made sensational finds like Pharaoh's untouched tombs. Like rival great powers, archaeologists divided up sites from Egypt to Mesopotamia. Lawrence had a good 4 years in the field, eventually heading his own expedition on the upper Euphrates River at the border of what is now Syria and Iraq. The same territory became the stronghold of the Islamic State militants in 2014, a little more than 100 years later. Lawrence encountered French and German archaeologists, consuls, and railroad builders, the whole face of contemporary imperialism. It was good for his self-esteem and his emotional energy. Foreign archaeologists and other important visitors traveled under official permission from the Ottoman Empire, which was severely in debt to the Western powers. Lawrence, like others, got an escort of Turkish soldiers to guard against robbers and local troubles. He carried a pistol and showed off. Lawrence also found that he could get along well with the natives. He was in daily contact, hiring and firing, giving orders for the grunt work of digging and excavating. He became fluent in colloquial Arabic, learning from the ground up rather than in school. He had found a place where he could be a leader. Learning to go semi-native. Lawrence became expert in Arabic manners. He observed the differences among urban townsmen, who he didn't like, rural peasants, and the nomadic Bedouin of the desert. When the war broke out, Lawrence as an intelligence officer had great success interrogating prisoners. He didn't threaten them, but guessed where they came from by their dialect, and chatted about local personalities and gossip. This quickly earned their trust, and he heard all sorts of information from the point of view of low-level soldiers in the Turkish army. Lawrence got to be good at small talk with the natives, just the kind of sociable chit-chat that he avoided with his British compatriots. The difference was that chatting with the natives had a purpose. It brought information, and it gave him an important status both among the people he talked to, and his colleagues in intelligence. Chatting at polite English dinner just underlined his own marginal position. Among the Arabs, chatting was energy-gaining. In English society, it was an energy drainer. What Lawrence was doing was going semi-native. No one ever mistook him for a native, except for unperceptive European outsiders. His accent and his facial complexion would label him immediately. But being able to deal with Arabs of all ranks on a daily basis gave him a special status as a go-between, the advantages of which were recognized on both sides. Above all, he acquired the manners for it. Lawrence avoided the style of the arrogant colonial official shouting orders at the natives. He once commented about such an officer that any self-respecting servant would murder him. Later, he was murdered. By the time he was leading Arab troops in the desert, visiting British officers noticed that Lawrence preferred to spend his spare time with the Arabs. Riding with Arab soldiers in the desert, Lawrence would spend endless hours as they did, repeating family genealogies, gossiping about old feuds, reciting Arab poems and songs. Lawrence was not the only European to go semi-native. It was fairly common for officers in the hot Middle East to don at least part Arab dress, sometimes full robes, but often the head covering against the sun. A British officer in the Gallipoli campaign had extricated himself and his troops from being overrun in the trenches by calling out commands to attacking Turkish troops in their own language, successfully pretending to be a Turkish officer. A German consul at a diplomatic post in Iran acquired the reputation of a German Lawrence by recruiting an army of tribesmen to fight the British. In short, not all European officers were arrogant colonialists cut off in their aloof superiority and their cocoon of upper-class manners. Lawrence worked with officers like Colonel Stuart Newcombe, who accompanied him into the desert to meet Faisal, and who later commanded his own guerrilla forces behind enemy lines. The Arabist Circle at Cairo GHQ. Lawrence was acquiring networks. When war broke out in 1914, he was soon recruited by his archaeologist connections into intelligence work. There was already a circle of scholars and diplomats, skilled in Arabic language and affairs, attached to the headquarters of the High Commissioner in Egypt. Lawrence, 26 years old, was low in rank but well positioned to be noticed for his skills as an Arabist. The Arab Bureau became his support group and an important part of his identity. They shared the view that the Arab's perspective must be taken into account. The Ottoman Empire was multi-ethnic, and the Young Turk reformers then in charge had a tricky ideological problem. On the one hand, they were trying to reform Turkey into a modern, European-style power, including a military alliance with Germany. On the other hand, they posed as defenders of the Islamic world from Christian Europe, painting the English as imperialists. The Turks attempted to leverage the fact that the holy cities of Mecca and Medina were part of their territory, and maneuvered to have their war against England declared a jihad. To counter this, the Arab Bureau favored recruiting Arab tribes to rise against their Turkish overlords, the British supplying them with arms and support. On the ideological front, the Islamic message had to be countered by stirring up Arab national identity. The trick was to offer some Arab leader a kingdom, under benevolent English tutelage, in short, to get them to opt for the liberal British Empire against the oppressive Turkish one. Lawrence did not create the idea of an independence movement for the Arabs. He picked it up from his colleagues at the Arab Bureau, and did everything he could to further the plan. His own skills at getting along with the Arabs meshed with the grand strategy of his team. The career accelerator, advantages of staff expert over line authority. Although Lawrence was an inexperienced civilian with a temporary rank in the army, his connections through the intelligence section and the Arab Bureau led closely to the top. His boss in intelligence, Clayton, became the chief of staff to Wingate, the army chief confronting Turkish forces threatening Egypt from Palestine. His own Oxford professor Hogarth became head of the Arab Bureau. The Minister of War, Kitchener, was an army hero, famed for his victories in the Sudan, who had made Egypt his base before being promoted to London. The Turkish war was a sideshow to the Western Front, but the war in France was a costly stalemate, with little hope for a decisive victory. If a breakthrough was going to happen, it might well come through the weaker flank, Germany's Turkish ally. Winston Churchill thought so, and as Lord of the Admiralty had pushed the Gallipoli campaign to take Istanbul from behind. It proved another costly failure. Still, something might be started by an Arab revolt, that would roll up the Turks and shift the balance in Europe. At any rate, higher UPs were primed to listen and give support. By early 1916, with everything going wrong in France and the Gallipoli campaign a disaster, Lawrence was given an important mission. Troops had mutinied in the Turkish army in Iraq. The British had sent an army to support them, but it advanced too far inland and was cut off. The Turks counterattacked, and now there was a danger that the British force itself would be lost. From the Cairo point of view, The problem was made more intricate by interagency rivalry. The British government in India, which had its own semi-autonomous standing and its own minister in the cabinet, regarded Iraq as part of their expanding sphere of influence, and most of the 10,000 soldiers surrounded there were from the Indian Army, led by British officers. The Cairo and India offices did not trust each other, but now India was looking for Cairo to bail them out. Lawrence was sent with 2 other officers to investigate the situation and see what could be done. Lawrence sent confidential messages to his chief that the India staff in Iraq were incompetent and that the force could not be extricated before supplies and ammunition ran out. Indian Army officers tried to evade blame for the disaster, which was being compared to the surrender at Yorktown that concluded the American Revolution. Lawrence, as an outsider, was given authority to negotiate whatever terms could be reached with the Turkish commander. This was a strange situation. A young lieutenant sent on an intelligence-gathering mission from the British Middle Eastern GHQ was put in charge of negotiating the surrender terms of an Anglo-Indian army under the Government of India. But Lawrence was a linguist and the agent on the ground, while the India office was content to let someone else take the disagreeable duty off their hands. The situation at the battlefield was hopeless, and Lawrence was unable to get more than assurances from the Turks that the British prisoners of war would receive decent treatment. He had been given dirty work to do, but his superiors knew where the blame lay. On his return to Cairo, he was promoted to captain, with a reputation as a clever agent who could make good decisions in the field, however eccentric he might be. It was an advantage that Lawrence was a staff officer. He had no command over anything. If that were the case, he would have been in a chain of command, controlling a small number of troops below him, while carrying out orders from a series of officers above. But as a staff officer, he was attached to a collegial group of intelligence experts and strategists, where his ideas could go directly to the top. A military officer holds 2 different statuses: one is the rank, until recently, lieutenant, the other the position of command. Lawrence had none of the latter, but it also meant he was not tied down to a specific position in the hierarchy. His working network trumped his rank, and made it an unimportant formality. Already in the previous year, September 1915, Lawrence's ideas had reached the top levels. With Gallipoli a disaster, Lawrence and his intelligence section boss Clayton worked out a plan to hit the Turks in a more vulnerable place, a naval attack to seize the port of Alexandretta in northern Syria. This would take advantage of Britain's naval superiority and could be linked to a national uprising of Arabs against Turkey. The plan was approved by Kitchener and the top generals and admirals, and was favorably received by the War Cabinet. But the French commander-in-chief angrily rejected it. "We are pouring out our blood against the Germans, and you English want to take the land of Syria that should be France's reward for her sacrifice." French-English rivalries over their respective empires, as well as their respective battlefronts, would continuously strain the Arab Bureau's plans. For Lawrence and his colleagues, it was always a multi-sided struggle, and the Turks were not the only enemy. Go-between opportunities, native revolts and indirect rule. Lawrence's opportunity to act as go-between was ideal for increasing his freedom of action. We have already seen how distrust between the India and Cairo branches of the British Empire put Lawrence in the position to negotiate the end of the Iraq campaign with the enemy. Another opportunity was built into the British structure of indirect rule. The technique was to find a figurehead ruler who would keep up native traditions while being directed behind the scenes by a British advisor controlling the military, treasury, and administration. Lawrence in Arabia was sent to set up just such an arrangement. If he improvised and exceeded his authority, he would not be the first. Much of the empire had been created by British agents in faraway places who took the initiative, made ad hoc alliances, and led natives' troops in conquests that the British government would accept as fait accompli. Clive in India during the 1740s and 1750s was the pattern for many others. The power of negotiating agents was highest in multi-sided situations with many players, and especially where alliances were volatile, and fortunes of the players rose or fell depending on whether the coalition they joined did well or badly. This was the situation of the Ottoman Empire. But native revolts were inherently ambiguous. A local leader might just as well be playing for a better title, or for his tribe, his family, or just plain money. The plan of the Cairo Arabists was to detach the Arabs from the Turks and ally them with the British Empire. But all sides could play that game, just who comes out on top is still to be decided. In Persia, when the war broke out, a German consul with good language skills, Wilhelm Wasmus, on his own initiative recruited 3,000 native tribesmen to revolt against the Persian puppet government, leading them in guerrilla warfare and wreaking havoc with the British sphere of influence. In Arabia, all eyes were on Hussein, Sharif of Mecca, who refused to call a jihad against the British and took the holy city into revolt against the Turks. But that was hardly the end of it. The Germans believed Hussein could be bribed back into loyalty. Hussein was in the favorable bargaining position of getting offers on all sides, and could sit back and consider among them while the bidding mounted. Sit there he did, satisfied to wait and see what developed, frustrating the British, who hoped he would raise an army to drive the Turks out of the entire Arab-speaking crescent. On top of everything, there were the French. Since the British seemed to be accomplishing nothing, and the French didn't trust them when it came to empire building, they decided to steer their own Arab revolt with a pro-French figurehead. The French already had an enclave in Lebanon, and sent forces down the Red Sea to Jeddah, the port nearest to Mecca. The French leader, Colonel Cody, was even ahead of Lawrence at this point, wearing Arab robes and carrying a gold dagger, although he also annoyed the British by raising the French flag over Jeddah. He offered arms and money to Hussein, and to bring in more troops to beef up Hussein's forces, and keep their loyalty with the French. The Arabist faction in Cairo had to act. They sent a mission to Jeddah, including their best field agent, Lawrence. Lawrence chooses the network bridge and shapes the Arab revolt. Sociological theory of networks says that the best position to be in is where networks are separated, and you get to be the only bridge between them. Two different networks cut off from each other are distinct pools of information. If you can make the unique connection from your own network to the other, you can use information that no one else has. You are a step ahead of the competition, you can get the job, make the investment, publish the big news story, put together the invention and announce the discovery first. Ron Bird calls this the theory of structural holes. His research on business careers shows that the advantage goes to the person who becomes the bridge across the hole. But in the volatile situation of multiple possible alliances that Lawrence found himself in, it wasn't just a matter of establishing a bridge to the other network. In this fluid situation, it wasn't clear who was the key person to contact on the other side. Most people thought it was Hussein. But when Lawrence arrived in Jeddah, he quickly concluded that Hussein was the wrong person to lead a revolution. 1 Hussein's son Abdullah was in Jeddah to meet the British emissaries. But Lawrence sized him up too. Abdullah was too timid, wouldn't make a move without his father, as Lawrence observed that he held up negotiations repeatedly to call his father. Lawrence heard there was another son. Hussein had plenty of wives and children, camped with his forces in the desert. Lawrence got permission to go inland to visit this son, Faisal, and soon decided he was the man. Faisal was impressively fierce-looking, a warrior, with the prestige and ambition to lead the revolt the British were looking for. His main problem was his father. Lawrence's job was to insinuate that a connection with the British would be better than relying on Hussein. Faisal may not have been convinced. Like other Arab leaders, he thought that the British might lose. They were doing poorly in the World War up to this point, and there had been feelers from the other side. Lawrence's task was to buck him up, to build a strong tie between themselves personally that would carry them along together in the joint enterprise. Of course there was a lot in it for Faisal. He had the promise of being set up as king of all the Arab-speaking people, from Arabia around to Iraq. But he had to have confidence in the British that it would really happen. And that meant having confidence in Lawrence, who was the point of contact. Lawrence was building a bridge, all right, but it was more than just seeing where there was a hole in the network and making a connection across it. He had to choose who to connect with, and he had to make the connection strong enough so that it worked. It wasn't just a conduit of information but an alliance for joint action. Advantageous network ties are sometimes referred to as weak ties, because it is easier to get new information from someone you don't know well, someone in a different social circle than your immediate friends who all know the same things. But Lawrence had to build the connection with Faisal into something that was emotionally strong. This is often referred to as trust or social capital, but the terms are too pallid. What Lawrence had to do was generate emotional energy, to energize his new contact, Faisal, with feelings of confidence, aggressiveness, initiative, to pick up the ball and run with it. And the mechanism of emotional energy, as I have explained elsewhere, is the art of energizing other people while simultaneously energizing yourself. Lawrence building up Faisal was also building up himself. He couldn't do one without the other. His networking skills put him on the path to becoming Lawrence of Arabia. Once Lawrence became Faisal's advisor, the process repeated itself. He didn't rest on a static network. Faisal had to become the leader of a movement, the symbolic point around which the Arabs would rally. Concretely, this meant recruiting tribes to join his army. Lawrence himself became the recruiting agent. Now, besides being a network link between Cairo and Faisal, Lawrence becomes the network link between Faisal and one tribe after another. The tribes were wary, waiting to see which way the shoe would fall. Lawrence had to convince them. He did this in the name of Faisal. But he was the one who improvised, concocted schemes, found military targets they could handle, promised them spoils. He made promises for the future. To build confidence in the uprising, Lawrence had to invent a good deal as he went along. And this was the way Lawrence operated with his British superiors as well. The further he got into the desert, and the more tribes he assembled, the more balls he had to keep in the air. What Lawrence and the Arab revolt were doing was always a matter of propaganda and myth. This was not a trait of Lawrence, although his detractors later said he was a mendacious personality. That wasn't the way he came across early in his career, as an archaeologist and as an intelligence expert at Cairo, where his reports were regarded as the most reliable information. It was the structural position as network bridge, out in the blowing sands of Arab politics, that made him blow with the winds. Better said, that made the winds appear to blow the way Lawrence told it. The bridge who builds networks out of shifting alliances has to become a whirlwind of emotional energy. Lawrence was on his way to becoming a charismatic leader. Flows of network resources to the Arabs, money, weapons, information, impressiveness. What did Lawrence have to offer? First of all, money. His government knew that Arab loyalty wouldn't be cheap, and they were ready to provide what was needed. Since the Arabs did not trust paper money, Lawrence carried gold coins from the British treasury in Cairo. On campaign, he rode with gold in bags of 1,000 pounds. As his success in recruiting Bedouin tribes grew, his subsidy from the Foreign Office grew to £200,000 per month, about $10 million today, Franken, 223. The money translated into the weapons and accoutrements of war. Lawrence could deliver thousands of camels in full harness, a sign of great wealth and power in the desert. Guns and ammunition were also provided. As the war progressed, machine guns, artillery, and armored vehicles also arrived, with British military crews to operate them. The British Empire was wealthiest state in the world at the time, they could afford the expense. Between 1914 and 1918 Britain spent as much on the war as all the other allies combined. It was their pattern to use money rather than their own troops, where possible. As Lawrence's ad hoc army moved north towards the Turkish strongholds, he had complete authority to distribute gold to whichever tribes he chose. Ceremonially it was Faisal's army, but it was Lawrence who built up network connections and kept them operative with his monthly deliveries of gold. Network theorists take note, what was passing through this bridge was not primarily information, but money. The most effective networks provide a flow of material payoffs, where the paymaster keeps his partners on the hook because they rely on him repeatedly. The same principle operates in high finance. True enough, Lawrence also had information to provide. The Arabs were amazed at the details Lawrence could tell them about the disposition of the Turkish army. Lawrence was relying on the British intelligence service back in Cairo, with its far-flung agents, its electronic communications, and its success in breaking Turkish codes. But he didn't explain this. His own support network was all the more impressive because invisible. In fact, Lawrence's information was of little practical use to the Arab tribes, except as he organized them, paid them, armed them, and led them to fight. In that sense, his information was more theatrical display than a real exchange of advantages. Remarkably, although Lawrence was carrying huge sums of gold coins in the desert, he was never robbed. This shows in how much respect he was held, even by tribes outside the alliance. His reputation preceded him, and when he arrived, his charisma did the rest. Lawrence wore white robes, with a gold dagger and gold headpiece, given to him by Faisal. It was the costume of a sharif, although of course the Arabs recognized he was a European and not a Muslim religious leader. Faisal did not like Lawrence to appear among them wearing his British Army khaki. As his deputy, he provided Lawrence with the outward signs by which Arabs would immediately recognize him as a man of wealth and power. When Lawrence reported back to Cairo, however, he generally resumed his army uniform. The film shows a famous scene when Lawrence arrives from the desert with news of his military triumph, shocking British officers by entering headquarters in his desert robes. But on the whole Lawrence played both ends of his network in the locally appropriate way. One could see immediately by his outfit which role he was playing. Flows of network resources to the British High Command, good news in bad times, cheap victories, support for the Arabist faction against French imperialism. Lawrence was not shy about approaching the highest British authorities with his reports of success among the Arabs. As soon as he re-emerged from the desert in November 1916 after fingering Faisal as the leader of the Arab revolt, Lawrence went immediately to visit all the top British officials in theater. Without specific orders, he went to Khartoum in the Sudan to confer with the proconsul, then back to Cairo to inform the commanding general that an Arab army could be raised. He crafted his message to what they wanted to hear. No British troops would be needed. It wasn't even desirable to send them into the Muslim Holy Land. All it would take was money, some weapons, and above all Lawrence's connections in the desert. Almost immediately he was sent back as liaison to Faisal, carrying everything he asked for. The time was auspicious for an enterprise like this. War on the Turkish front had been an expensive disaster, 250,000 troops lost at Gallipoli. War on the Western Front was even worse. 1 million casualties in the bloody stalemates at Verdun and the Somme during 1916 had convinced many top leaders that the war could not be won, that a peace would have to be negotiated. The British cabinet was in crisis, the Prime Minister was about to thrown out. The Germans were winning in the East, and the Russians were soon in revolution and withdrawing from their Western alliance. Through this dark period from the British war aims of view, Lawrence's successes in the desert were the one bright spot. In reality, for many months his successes were hazy and exaggerated. Not until June 1917, when his Arab forces took the port of Aqaba, did Lawrence have something palpable to show. But he was his own best promoter, and for the British, the sole source of information about what was going on with this Arab army forming in the desert. And of course Lawrence's home base of supporters was cheered and energized. It was their program he was carrying out. The Arabists knew what the French were demanding in the Middle East, knew that a secret protocol had been signed in January 1916 between ministers, the Sykes-Picot Agreement to divide up the Ottoman lands. Like Lawrence, the Arabists in Cairo GHQ were playing a double game. In Cairo, they pushed to make the promises to the French null and void. In the desert, Lawrence had to convince Faisal and the Arabs that the agreement with the French was nothing but Turkish propaganda, that the British really were going to carry through what Lawrence was promising them, an Arab kingdom of their own. Double game though it might be, Lawrence had a firm hold. His own networks, in Cairo and in the desert, believed in him, and he told them what to believe. Lawrence's interactional style. Lawrence made an unusual kind of charismatic leader. To his British colleagues, he was quiet, efficient, and to the point. His informality and lack of military manners marked him as eccentric, but his reports and advice were always welcome. He never threw his weight around. How could he? He was a relatively low-ranking officer. Everything depended on his off-the-books success as go-between. Charisma in the desert, quiet, undermining, steering the indecisive. With the Arabs, Lawrence adopted another style. He was a uniquely important person, the sole conduit to British gold, weapons, and promises of future rule. But although Lawrence was always in the center, he played it low-key. In Faisal's presence, Lawrence treated him as the revered leader, giving him all expected deference and flattery. Faisal was actually a rather poor military strategist, and politically he was still wavering as to whether to ally with the British or let the Turks and Germans buy him out. Lawrence knew Faisal, like the rest of the Arabs, would only become enthusiastic for the British war effort when the bandwagon was growing and victory looked inevitable. Lawrence's first task was to strengthen Faisal's prestige. Lawrence never disagreed with Faisal, never pointed out weaknesses in his ill-considered plans. An observer noted that Lawrence in conference with Faisal always spoke softly, carefully choosing his words and then lapsing into long silences. James, 183. No need to stand on ego, everyone knew who he was, and his magnificent clothes marked him out as someone they would have to listen to sooner or later. He made himself indispensable, Faisal's halo shining ever brighter as Lawrence expanded the war coalition in his name. Away from Faisal, with the tribal leaders and with his own soldiers in the desert, Lawrence followed much the same style. He never gave orders. In a memo to his British colleagues, he told them that the European mindset of a drill sergeant would backfire. The very fact that Faisal had no skills at military tactics left a vacuum for Lawrence to step into. But he stepped quietly and indirectly. Meetings were free-flowing discussions. Arab tribes were rather egalitarian, inchoate democracies in the sense that it was hard for anyone to give orders. The chief got flattery and deference but rarely obedience. Lawrence would patiently let them talk, starting divergent plans, flaring with momentary enthusiasms and denials. In the end, when everyone had had their say and indecision remained floating in the air like smoke, Lawrence would make his suggestion for action and the meeting would end. Usually they rode with him. It was the charisma of action more than the charisma of authority. Like other charismatic leaders, Lawrence was a good micro-observer of individuals. He carefully studied the Arab leaders and soldiers, discerning which way they were tending. A master of timing, he sensed the moment when they would move. Lawrence's mastery at indirect control came under test in his final battles, when the Turkish front was collapsing in the north, and his Arab soldiers were capturing large numbers of prisoners. Flushed with victory over an emotionally dominated enemy, Arabs often plundered and killed their prisoners. At times, Lawrence himself was able to put a stop to it. On one occasion, he prevented a massacre by calling the warriors to debate over what to do with the prisoners. Another British officer accompanying Lawrence made a speech, in parliamentary style, that the Arabs thought was hilarious. The meeting broke up in good humor, the passion for killing having passed. In violence, as in most situations of exerting power, emotional momentum is of the essence. Lawrence interrupted the timing and broke the emotional tone. Again, it was quiet charisma. Quiet, but not mysterious for a micro-sociologist. Charisma is mastery of the micro-interactional details. Network speed, Lawrence and high-tech. To many people, Lawrence was a romanticist, harking back to the past. He was anti-bureaucratic and disliked cities and crowds. He seemed like a wandering knight escaping the modern world in the desert. But Lawrence was ultra-modern in one respect: he liked modern technology, and especially the technology of speed. Assigned to Faisal in the desert, Lawrence took a wireless apparatus with him, and a crew to operate it. He could communicate directly with headquarters, above all to guarantee the smooth flow of money and weapons. And he controlled the communications link. When he was off with his troops on camels in the desert, he alone could decide when to call in. Similarly with airplanes. As his Arab army grew larger and engaged the Turks more directly in Palestine and Transjordan, Lawrence recognized the value of airstrikes to hit fortified Turkish positions, and to give a psychological lift to his troops. Airplanes could land at improvised airstrips in the desert, bringing him ammunition and money. Lawrence made friends with the pilots, got them to carry out impromptu raids for him, and used planes to ferry him in and out of the desert. Lawrence could be an isolate, but only when he wanted to be. As his influence and reputation grew, he frequently made flying visits to Cairo. He worked his networks actively for maximal resources and support. Lawrence as anti-modernist modernist. It wasn't such an unusual combination in the 1920s, when literary and political alienation from modernity became a prominent theme, indeed a hallmark of the lost generation after the war. Lawrence just had it a little earlier. Aircraft were still quite new, and World War I greatly expanded their prominence. Lone pilots were heroes, both as fighters and as explorers. This was part of the attraction for Lawrence, but above all they gave him network speed. Similarly with motor vehicles. Camels had their advantages, especially their ability to cover hundreds of miles without roads, go several days without water, and of course without motor fuel. Where camels were the speedy way to move, Lawrence used them. But he also added automobiles and armored cars to his repertoire. When he entered Damascus triumphantly in October 1918, he was wearing his Arab robes, but riding in an armored car. Lawrence's career shows two crucial ingredients of becoming a charismatic leader: the micro-interactional techniques that made him impressive to the people he dealt with, and enabled him to recruit and expand his networks. But also, he rose above all potential rivals by his network speed. He found the crucial bridge position in the networks, and exploited it to the full. As he grew more powerful, he moved faster and faster, keeping connected with all the different parts of his far-flung networks: Arab politicians like Faisal, the multifarious tribal warriors that made up his army, the British army that supported him, his connections with the high command in Cairo and increasingly on the far-flung battlefields of the Middle East, his connections with the Arab Bureau and through them to top politicians in London. At the height of his career, Lawrence became a demon of network speed. He was visible everywhere, here and then gone, reappearing unexpectedly. How fast the network operated was up to him. The facade of Arab guerrilla war. The truth of the matter is that Lawrence's Arab army was not very important. The main action in the Middle Eastern theater was a regular-style war near the coast, where the British army had 150,000 men guarding the Suez Canal against a Turkish army threatening Egypt. In 1916 to 1917, Lawrence had a few hundred Arab warriors intermittently raiding the Turkish railroad connection down into the Arabian Peninsula. These raids occupied the attention of a few thousand Turkish troops, but in fact the railroad was never broken. Turkish railroad troops were quick to repair the line, and they had plenty of materials stockpiled from pre-war plans to build more railway lines. Nevertheless, British GHQ were happy with Lawrence's periodic reports, and assured the War Office they were getting good returns on all the gold they were pouring into Arabia. Although it was a military sideshow, it was becoming a political snowball. Lawrence had seized his informal role as Faisal's freelance recruiting officer and was beginning a gathering avalanche of emotional energy, energizing the desert tribes and himself at the center of it. Lawrence's Arab raiders largely confined themselves to destroying trains and railroads. Lawrence himself carried the dynamite and set off the fuses. The desert tribes regarded these explosions as a great show, and enthusiastically rushed to the scene. Lawrence himself commented that whatever its military effect, the noise of dynamite explosions we find everywhere the most effective propaganda measure possible. James, 212. The Arab troops were not effective in conventional warfare. Their style of fighting was that of tribal forces everywhere, ambushes and raids upon unsuspecting enemies. Faced with determined resistance, their traditional tactic was to retreat, using mobility of their horses or camels to get away. Lawrence quickly understood this. Desert warriors would attack like fiends, shouting and firing in the air, especially when they spied booty like a derailed railroad car, James, 180. When the emotional momentum shifted, they would fade away just as quickly. The Turks had a disciplined modern army, accustomed to holding ranks and taking orders, and the Arab raiders were no match for them when it came to sustained firepower. Lawrence soon acquired the Arabs' attitude about taking casualties. Even a few men killed in a raid was considered too high a price, and a battle of attrition was out of the question. Lawrence eventually saw that he needed propaganda victories more than anything else. He began to shift his recruiting campaign among the desert tribes further and further north. Raiding the railroad to Medina, 500 miles down the Arabian Peninsula, was becoming repetitious, and too far from the grand objective, which was to liberate the entire Arab-speaking crescent in Palestine and Syria. The plan of the Arab Bureau had been to foment an Arab revolt behind enemy lines, but this never happened. Local populations were too cautious, awaiting military events before they changed overt allegiance. Lawrence decided to push his recruitment campaign as Faisal's agent northward out of Arabia. The target became Aqaba. On today's map, it is the bottommost outpost of Israel, at the head of a narrow gulf forming the eastern side of the Triangle of the Sinai Desert, the western side of the triangle being the Red Sea, with the Suez Canal at the top. In 1917, there was no state of Israel, just a large British army east of Suez, facing off against a large Turkish army in Palestine. GHQ agreed that taking Aqaba would give the British an alternative line of advance, a backdoor into Palestine, Transjordan, and Syria. But a naval assault would be costly. The Turks had big guns covering the water approaches. Troops could be landed on the beaches to take the guns, but this looked like a repeat of the Gallipoli campaign to take out the guns on the Straits of the Dardanelles, that had ended in a disaster of trench warfare. While the planners wavered, Lawrence took matters into his own hands. Leading a small column of 36 men, he recruited among tribes in the northern desert, with his usual gold and his growing reputation. A 14-day circuitous journey through remote deserts brought his little army into Aqaba from the land side, where the Turks had no defenses, never expecting anyone would attack from that direction. The Arab army took 600 prisoners, and Lawrence immediately set off across the Sinai by camel to bring the news to Cairo. 4 days later the British Navy was in Aqaba with supplies and weapons. It would become Lawrence's new base of operations, and not incidentally, for the flow of gold that he would use to recruit a far larger army, as many as 4,000 tribesmen, for the advance into Syria. Lawrence at maximal freedom of action. Lawrence's arrival in Cairo in July 1917 with news of the conquest of Aqaba created a sensation. The Arabs were advancing out of Arabia, and now it was Lawrence's Arabs. Full of his own emotional energy, Lawrence presented a new plan to the CNC of British forces in Egypt, General Allenby. The regular army would advance along the coast, the Arab army would operate inland, distracting the Turks. The two armies would converge on the major objects of attack, Jerusalem and then Damascus. Allenby agreed. In reality, it always remained unclear just what the Arab army contributed. The size of its forces fluctuated from week to week, depending on local fortunes and Lawrence's ongoing recruitment. Nominally the chain of command was from Faisal, but Lawrence as liaison to Faisal had all the initiative. Lawrence was placed directly under Allenby's command, but everything depended on when Lawrence would show up from the desert and what he would report. Now that Lawrence was operating in closer conjunction with the main British army, the character of his own army began to change. It became a pseudo-Arab army, in part high-tech weapons and troops to operate them, in part camel warriors from the desert. Through the port at Aqaba came a stream of equipment, British officers, even regular army troops. Lawrence's Arab army acquired supporting forces in signals, supply, transport, armored cars, mobile artillery. Lawrence's raiders were not just hitting railroads and isolated Turkish outposts, but confronting well-armed garrisons. It was not the kind of warfare the Arabs were good at, and the brunt of the serious fighting was carried out by the non-Arab forces and their heavy weapons. Lawrence, although not a trained military officer, learned on the fly. Soon he was a reasonably competent battlefield commander, who knew the limits of his Arab troops, managed forces held in reserve, called in artillery support and RAF air strikes. Even so, it was touch and go. The Arab army made slow going in the latter half of 1917 and into 1918 up the backside of the Palestine front, attacking Turkish bases in what is now Jordan. There were more British officers with Lawrence now, and they saw the weaknesses of the Arabs, calling them fickle and feckless, James, 290, and noting their inability to fight disciplined Turkish troops. At best, it was becoming a war of attrition against the Turks, a war where regular army forces were carrying most of the load. Nevertheless, even as the character of the war was becoming less romantic, Lawrence's legend was growing. Access through Aqaba and by plane allowed a considerable number of British officers and even civilians to visit him in the desert. One of his friends, an aristocratic member of parliament, rode 300 miles with him on camels. The officers assigned to desert duty came to adopt Lawrence's ways, dispensing with army regulations, growing beards, and dressing in makeshift uniforms or even in Arab robes. They were charmed by Lawrence's non-directive, egalitarian style and the aura of success that swirled around him as he disappeared and reappeared. In reality, there were many military failures on remote battle sites, but a few famous successes made up for many unspectacular failures. 290. The British field staff with the Arab army nicknamed themselves Hedgehog, from a complicated military acronym, and acquired the camaraderie of an exciting adventure. Like the retinue of a charismatic leader, those who had personally been around Lawrence became disciples propagating his legend. Ordinary British enlisted men, what the Brits call other ranks, called him a wizard and were astounded by his informality with them. Among the Arabs, Lawrence always made a dramatic appearance. He would ride up with 20 bodyguards, mounted on the best thoroughbred camels and splendid in coats of many colors, his approach greeted by excited shouts. It was the gold, of course, and the growing tide of victories, but more than that, Lawrence rode among them in an aura of charisma. Stories about him were circulating as more and more tribes joined in, his reputation for courage, his exploits behind enemy lines, the exciting things that were always happening around him. It was during this period that an enterprising American newsman, Lowell Thomas, flew in to interview him. Thomas's film would make Lawrence a transatlantic hero. Lawrence's emotional energy struggles and his quest for dangerous adventures. Lawrence's time was becoming increasingly taken up with administration, as de facto commander of Faisal's army with a large and crucial contingent of modern British forces. He often traveled by car or lorry rather than by camel, for greater speed and to keep up with the far-flung claims on his attention. He reported to headquarters by plane and boat. Nevertheless, at this very time, Lawrence became even more adventurous, going off on missions on his own. Although he could have stayed back in his role as commander given his rank and responsibilities, should have stayed back, Lawrence led train attacks in person. He still set dynamite fuses himself, was grazed by bullets, and on occasion was knocked unconscious. He reconnoitered and raided with small groups far behind enemy lines, around the expected line of advance towards Damascus. Alone except for his Arab servant boy, disguised in robes borrowed from gypsy prostitutes, Lawrence followed a group of prostitutes into Amman, now capital of Jordan, to look around. Stopped by Turkish soldiers, he was barely able to escape. On the way back, his servant was badly wounded by a Turkish patrol, and Lawrence finished him off with a pistol so that he wouldn't fall into Turkish hands. What was going on? First of all, how was he able to do it? Lawrence was in the extremely unusual position of being able to freelance anywhere he wanted. He still had no official position or command responsibilities, it was all in his informal network, and he could go anywhere in it at any time. And he had all the resources he needed to move anywhere. He could travel by camel, with his magnificent escort, or by himself in disguise. It was his reputation to pop up anywhere, and he did. He could travel by car, order a plane, or hitch a ride with a pilot who happened to land nearby. At the British end, this was what they were used to. His visits were always welcome, upbeat, although he played his role more quietly there, and switched back into his khaki uniform. He had an aura with the British too, of military advances out beyond the horizon towards their common goal. Then he was off again. Second question, why did he risk himself so much? Just at the time when he was becoming more successful, when most careers settle into greater responsibility and organizational routine, Lawrence was becoming reckless. One reason was that in fact things were not going well everywhere in his war zone. During the period from his triumph at Aqaba in July 1917, until the great offensive launched by Allenby to break through the Turkish lines in September 1918, results with the Arab army in the desert were spotty. This was covered up by his aura, but Lawrence himself, as a careful observer, certainly knew that his Arab troops often failed against the Turks, especially when he wasn't there to lead them personally. So he took advantage of his enhanced mobility and moved rapidly from one place to another, always initiating something, always generating some action. Why would he push the envelope, disappearing for weeks at a time, making huge journeys in the desert, scouting out Turkish strongholds as if he were a low-level native lookout? A clue is in conversations he had with a British companion on one of his desert rides. As he told me last night, each time he starts out on these stunts, he simply hates it for 2 or 3 days until movement, action, and the glory of scenery and nature catch hold of him and make him well again. James, 198. His emotional energy was not always high, it fluctuated. The down times came when he had to think about the political web he was in, the strain of keeping up his enthusiasm with Arab leaders like Faisal, hiding his doubts about what the outcome of the war eventually would be, hiding his doubts about the equivocal role he was playing in it. As the end came more closely in view, the strain grew stronger. Lawrence always had an escape, action. Out at the forward edge, his Arab followers pumped him up with charisma. It was his emotional energy magnet. The down times came in the moments of transition, when he had to move from his British connections back to his Arab network. As he related, there would be a bad 2 or 3 days, feeling the strain of his double life, then the flow of being the cutting edge of action got him energized again. Lawrence became an action junkie, hooked on danger. It was his way of avoiding the fate of successful leaders, of being trapped upstairs in the formality and the hypocrisy of power. It fed his personal charisma even more. The height of ambition, the height of ambiguity. Lawrence by now was acting contrary to official British policy, and misrepresenting that policy to Faisal and the Arabs. Why didn't the British rein him in? Because the policy that embarrassed the British with their Arab allies was their agreement to divide up the Middle East with the French. Lawrence as liaison to Faisal had to keep assuring him that the Arabs would get the independent kingdom promised them. Presumably Lawrence knew better, but the only way he could keep operating with the Arabs was to deny that an agreement with the French existed. One might call this the dirty world of foreign agents and secret deals. The British needed to have an agent whom they could let go at arm's length. The British probably knew that Lawrence was out of their control, but this was in their best interest. Whatever Lawrence said or promised could be denied, just as, out in the desert, whatever the British diplomats had said could be denied. The arm's length structure was needed by both links in the chain. Whoever plays the bridge between far-flung and dynamic networks has vast freedom of action, but also, if there are strong feelings of loyalty, much psychological strain. The regular British army along the coast advanced in slow phases. In December 1917, Allenby pushed back the Turks in southern Palestine and took Jerusalem. In September 1918, a long-awaited offensive routed the Turks and sent them retreating in disorder across the northern hills and into Damascus. The Arab army's part of the plan was to cut off Turkish railroad links, and trap the Turkish army in a bottleneck. Lawrence's troops accomplished their part well enough, although the deciding factor was the massive artillery and aerial bombing Allenby had assembled. The Turks fell back in disarray, just the kind of target the Arabs were good at attacking, and there was a great deal of looting and massacring wounded and retreating troops. Damascus, according to diplomatic agreement, was slated for the French. They had a small battlefield contingent, and a colonial base in Lebanon, on the coast west of Damascus. Nevertheless, Lawrence sensed an opportunity for an Arab coup. He sent for Faisal to hurry to the front. As Allenby's liaison, Lawrence was in a position to know exactly what was happening. He had hoped the Arabs would get to Damascus first, and get the credit for liberating it, and this would be the prelude to setting up Faisal as king. But Australian troops from the British command got to Damascus first. Finding the city empty of enemy forces, they continued on through chasing the fleeing Turks. Next morning, Lawrence showed up at the Australian division headquarters and heard that Damascus was undefended. He immediately got an armored car and had himself driven into Damascus. At the town hall, there was pandemonium as rival factions argued over who was the legitimate local government now that the Ottomans had gone. Using all his charisma, backed up by armed force, Lawrence threw his choice behind a local supporter of Faisal's father. When British and French forces arrived, Lawrence presented them with a fait accompli, a governor in favor of the Arab Bureau's plan, whom he represented as having been elected by the will of the citizens. For a moment at least, the plan had succeeded. Game's up. Next day Allenby arrived and official reality set in. The diplomatic agreement still held. Faisal would not get what he had been promised. As a symbolic token, Arab troops could lead the parade into Damascus, but the Arab governor would be under French command. Lawrence as liaison to Faisal would henceforth report to the French. Lawrence immediately asked for leave to go back to England. It was accepted and his war was over. His network bridge was broken. Reputational networks and the travails of celebrity. Although Lawrence was on the losing side of the diplomatic struggle, his reputation was made. If fame was what he was seeking, he had it. His superiors in Egypt and in the army never held anything against him, and lauded his performance, which implies that they applauded his role as ambiguous go-between. Back in England, the British elite treated Lawrence as a man to know. His pro-Arab and anti-French stance had much sympathy at home, but what could be done? Lawrence attended the Versailles Peace Conference, continuing to act as Faisal's advocate and joining in his entourage. To no avail. Lawrence was not the only sophisticated participant at the Versailles Treaty Conference, others included Max Weber and John Maynard Keynes, who thought its results disastrous. To get an idea of the tone of the conference, consider that the French Prime Minister, Clemenceau, proposed to fight a duel with the British PM, Lloyd George, over the Arab/Syria issue, Fromkin, 289. The Arabs lost again. Lawrence was photographed again, wearing his Arab robes in Versailles. In 1922 Lawrence was at another disastrous treaty conference, the Middle Eastern settlement made in Cairo, which drew the boundaries of the modern Middle East that have been objects of contention ever since. Lawrence now attended as a confidant of Winston Churchill. They had their picture taken in front of the Great Pyramid, just 2 camels away from each other, along with Gertrude Bell, another friend of Lawrence from the Arabist circle. Lawrence is back in civilian clothes, disguised in the black suit of a minor civil servant. From the time he had arrived back in England in late 1918, Lawrence was a popular media hero. The American newsman Lowell Thomas had been sent to Europe to stir up enthusiasm when the U.S. entered the war in April 1917. Finding nothing encouraging on the Western Front, he went on to the Middle East and heard about Lawrence's exploits. In early 1918, Thomas filmed interviews with Lawrence in his Arab robes. Movie theaters showing full-length features were just coming into popularity, newsreels were being invented. Film of Lawrence were shown in the US and Britain in spring 1918. Next year, Thomas launched a 2-hour spectacular in a New York theater, including film of the Palestine campaign accompanied by a symphony orchestra. It was the time of silent movies. Thomas himself gave the narration, playing up his discovery of Lawrence in the desert. It was the launch of his own career as well. Lowell Thomas went on to become the first of the new impresarios, like the TV anchors and interview hosts from that time until today. Thomas took his show to London, where it ran for 6 months in 1919 to 1920. All this was just prior to the frenzy for all things Arab, reaching its height with Valentino's 1921 film, The Sheik. For years during the 1920s, American college boys at dances referred to themselves as sheiks. Modern-style publicity was creating a new phenomenon, the celebrity, not merely someone in public life, or the old-fashioned nobility taking deference as a matter of course. The celebrity attracted the attention of crowds and fans, not because he was doing anything, but because of the self-reinforcing effects of media attention. Lawrence was one of the first celebrities in the modern sense, and he quickly found he didn't like it. Fame and recognition among the Arabs in the desert was one thing. There he wasn't a passive recipient of curiosity, but a leader of action. The Arabs who shouted when he approached surrounded by his bodyguard on camels energized him. But being recognized on the street, asked for autographs and invited to dinner parties didn't energize him. He was just a passive object for others' curiosity. He began to take disguises, seeking shelter in country hideouts, using assumed names. It wasn't being a recluse that he wanted, it was success on his own terms. He had always had literary ambitions, and now he had an epic topic to write about. His personal memoir of the Desert Campaign, 7 Pillars of Wisdom, was privately circulated in 1922, and published in a large edition in 1926. It is a beautifully written book, capturing the sight and feel of the desert, the personalities of the people. It tells Lawrence's adventures with self-deprecating modesty, and concludes on the ironic note of the prize of Arab freedom taken away from them at the end. There is no bragging and no rhetoric, but Lawrence is always at the center. What is omitted is crucial for the actual pattern of success. There is no mention of the gold Lawrence used to buy loyalties in the desert, little mention of the high-tech weapons Lawrence increasingly relied upon. The narrative is about his movements with his Arab army, so that an uninformed reader would scarcely know that Allenby's regular army carried most of the fighting and broke open the way to Damascus. It was another network triumph for Lawrence as his manuscript circulated among the literary elite. He became friends with its aging patriarch, George Bernard Shaw, whose name Lawrence used as one of his pseudonyms, T.E. Shaw. To gather material for another book, as well as to escape public attention, Lawrence enlisted in the RAF in 1922 under an assumed name. In effect, he was seeking further adventures in a foreign land, but now it was in the underclass of ordinary British soldiers, who almost never came into intimate contact with the officer class in which Lawrence moved. The book, drawing on his experiences, called The Mint, is an account of the rough, authoritarian military training camp. Lawrence himself thought it was a better book than 7 Pillars of Wisdom, but it was never popular. Because it was virtually the first book to record the obscene language of ordinary working men, it was regarded as offensive and never published in his lifetime. His adventure in the social class underground could not keep up the level of his adventure as network bridge and charismatic leader in Arabia. Of course, the moving structures that supported his charisma were not replaced. Not surprisingly, in the years after the war, Lawrence continued his quest for the latest technologies of speed. He became enamored of high-speed motor boats, which he tested for the Navy. He joined the RAF to see the world of planes from the mechanic's point of view. He liked fast motorcycles. He was riding one of them in 1935 when he was killed in an accident. He was 46 years old, recently discharged from the RAF, his action network behind him. Charisma without speech making. We generally think of charismatic leaders as great speech makers, Lincoln, Martin Luther King, Churchill, and even on the dark side of the force, Adolf Hitler. For most of them, what is best remembered are the speeches they made. But if the key to charisma is generating high emotional energy in masses of people and rallying them around oneself, Lawrence shows there is another way to do it. A charismatic leader energizes other people, and thereby energizes oneself. Lawrence did this by talking quietly, observing silently, never giving orders, waiting his time and then making suggestions that others accepted. Of course there were other reasons why he was in a position to get attention even with his quiet style, his unique network bridge, where both ends depended on him alone to give them something they really wanted, his success in delivering things, gold, hope for future plans, a growing coalition, victory. His network made Lawrence. But also vice versa. One lesson of Lawrence's career is that networks are most powerful when they are dynamic. Static networks don't make careers, they certainly don't generate charisma. Networks build and contract, and the attracting force that unites them best is emotional energy. Lawrence had the micro-interactional style to generate and thus to grow his networks with enthusiasm. He always had the sense to avoid networks where he lost Perhaps we should say, he had that sense most of the time, until the moment he left Damascus in political defeat. After that, he kept looking for new networks, but the flashier ones did little to energize him further, and the more adventurous ones he tried to substitute just brought him down. His life was like an experiment demonstrating the power of networks, high and low. Chapter 3. When are women charismatic leaders? Joan of Arc, Cleopatra, Madame Mao Zedong. As a sociological theorist, I am inclined to think that men and women operate according to the same social processes. To put it another way, the dynamics of power in politics, social movements, and organizations operate the same way no matter who is in them. The process shapes the person. Men and women have been different, historically, when and because they lived in different social spheres. Changing forms of state, family, and economy had drastically different niches for men and women. But this is just a framework, not a proof. The question of when women are leaders and more specifically, charismatic leaders needs to be investigated. 4 kinds of charisma. Start with a list of ostensibly charismatic leaders who were women. Ostensibly, because historical reputations are not always what they seem. There are 4 main ways of becoming a charismatic leader. 1. Front stage charisma, moving large numbers of people into action as enthusiastic followers. Sometimes this is done by impressive speech making, especially in modern times, sometimes by leading from the front, especially in pre-modern times. Dramatic public appearances may also generate the impression of charisma, although we need to sort out whether it is just a spectacle without real power to move people into action. 2. Backstage charisma, gaining enthusiastic compliance in private, face-to-face encounters. This is the power of emotional domination on the personal level. 3. Success magic charisma, being perceived as unbeatable, running off a string of successes even against improbable odds. This kind of charisma is volatile and can vanish when it apparently no longer works. But even the greatest of success magic leaders, Jesus, Julius Caesar, Alexander, Napoleon, came to bad ends, without losing their charisma. Unbroken success doesn't exist, but how charismatic leaders manage the gaps is distinctive. 4. Reputational charisma, being known as charismatic, in any of the above senses, amplifies one's emotional appeal via a feedback loop. But keep in mind the main criterion, leading enthusiastic followers into action. Merely attracting attention or audience appeal is not the same as power. Celebrities and figureheads are trapped by their onlookers more than they lead them. And there is a tendency for any famous names from the distant past to be regarded as charismatic. It requires investigating whether they actually had any of the first 3 types of charisma. Charisma is not the only mode of leadership. Charismatic leaders were skilled at one or more social processes 1, 2, 3. By examining micro details of how they interacted with people in different kinds of situations, we can assess how strong or weak they were in different areas. Jesus Christ and Julius Caesar were superlatively good at all three: front stage, backstage, and success magic charisma. Steve Jobs was emotionally dominant in backstage encounters, learned to make enthusiasm generating public appearances, and had a run of success magic interrupted by a lengthy down period. Alexander was good at 1 and 3 but not 2. Among the women we will examine, Joan of Arc displayed all three charismas in her brief career. She too came to a bad end, but struggles for power are contentious, and a charismatic leader for one side is not charismatic for the opposition. We will also look at Cleopatra, probably the most famous woman leader in history. The Blessed Virgin Mary, mother of Jesus, may be even more widely known, but her fame is derivative, and she was not in any way a charismatic leader. Just what Cleopatra's charismatic skills were must be shown, leaving open the possibility that she may be only a case of reputational pseudo-charisma. Finally, I will consider Jiang Qing, wife of Mao Zedong, and the principal instigator and leader of the Cultural Revolution. Nominating women as charismatic leaders from the present or very recent past has the disadvantage that partisan opinion varies greatly about them. I am hesitant to suggest any women political leaders now living just because they have fervent admirers. Considering Jiang Qing, condemned and vilified as leader of the Gang of Four, has the advantage that we can examine a genuinely mass movement that she set in motion. And as we shall see, she combines some aspects of Cleopatra and Joan of Arc. Is it because of the peculiar circumstances of power in Mao's China that a charismatic woman leader appears there, more characteristic of pre-modern societies than of modern ones? As far as pathways to charismatic power, modern democracy may be a game changer, especially for women, and not in the direction you might expect. Hence the value of looking at charismatic pre-modern women, and such throwbacks that still exist outside of modern democracies. Joan of Arc. Jeanne d'Arc, c. 1411 to 1431, had all the forms of charisma to an intense degree. Front stage charisma, she was not a great public speaker. In an age of dynastic politics, without democratic assemblies, there were few speeches except sermons of itinerant monks. But she moved people, emotionally and physically. In battle, she led from the front. Although she wore armor and carried a sword, personal violence was not how she led the battle line. She carried a banner with the royal fleur-de-lis of France and the soldiers would charge behind her. This was an era when commanders could line up their troops for battle, but once it started, there was virtually no way they could send orders. What kept troops in formation if at all was to rally behind their banners. Joan's military style was to attack, with herself in the front. She was exposed to the utmost danger. Her soldiers had to swarm closely behind her to protect her, otherwise she would be killed or captured. And swarm they did. As the great military historian John Keegan has shown, first when analyzing the Battle of Agincourt, which happened when Joan was about 4 years old, troops did not win or lose a battle because of the physical shock when two battle lines clashed. It was a psychological shock that made defenders waver and pull back. Running away was dangerous. That was how most soldiers were killed, in a posture unable to defend themselves and without the solidarity of their own line to fend off the enemy. Joan provided the emotional domination that broke the enemy line. It was quite literally charismatically led victory. Her crowd charisma was building up for several months before she commanded the king's forces. As she traveled from her home to the royal court, and then to the siege of Orleans for her first battle, she was greeted by crowds all the way. Her word of mouth among the common people was terrific, and this eventually was transmitted to the soldiers. Once launched, she traveled everywhere in a mass spectacle. How did this get started? She acquired the reputation of a woman who heard voices from the highest saints, conveying the will of God, with a political message, defeat the English and crown the Dauphin as King of France. At key points talking with aristocrats and officials she told them what the voices said. But this was not so much a solo as an aria against the background of a rising chorus, the adulation of her admirers. Joan went to church as often as possible. When traveling, even on an urgent mission, she would stop at churches en route to hear Mass. One gets the impression these were not regularly scheduled Masses such as exist in Catholic churches today, but that the local priest would say a Mass for Joan and her followers. 1 Joan was always extremely moved, and wept copiously. The audience was not only impressed by her sincerity, but joined in weeping. At the beginning of her charismatic career, it is no exaggeration to say that she led people in contagious weeping. We moderns find it hard to get our heads around this. For us weeping is sadness, or at best a private breakdown of being overwhelmed by personal feelings. But the history of emotions has drastically shifted. Throughout the Christian Middle Ages, the climax of public encounters was often weeping. Monks would weep as they pled for someone's salvation or recovery, feuding families would reconcile by throwing themselves at each other's knees and weeping, defeated burghers would meet their conquerors by kissing their hands and asking for mercy, which was accepted when the conquerors too joined in the weeping. Collective weeping was the main form of high emotional solidarity, above all newly created solidarity, as divisions and conflicts were, temporarily, overcome. Joan's procession across France was a series of weeping fests. It happened not only in church. Wherever she stayed, people of all ranks would come to see her. They might arrive as skeptics or political adversaries, but would come away convinced by her genuineness. It was not so much that she told them about her visions, but that they were impressed by her humility and simplicity. She was everything that a saint should be. She brought tears to their eyes. We have another problem of anachronism. Joan was doing all this when she was 17 or 18 years old, in an era when women were subordinate to men. In our bureaucratic society, when no one is allowed to do anything important until they are officially adults and generally quite a lot longer working up through the ranks, this seems impossibly young. But Charles VII, the Dauphin, succeeded his father when he was 19. English kings like Henry V and Henry VIII were leading troops and actively reigning as early as age 14 to 18. Joan had no hereditary right to anything, but the fact that she was young and female just added to her marvelousness. She called herself Jean la Pucelle, Joan the Maid or Virgin. It helped there was cultural resonance with the cult of the Virgin Mary, at its height during those centuries. Backstage charisma, Joan's personal impressiveness had been building up since at least her early teens. She was the youngest of 5 children, daughter of a prosperous farmer who was headman of little village amid the battlefields of northeastern France. Her father was a man of some importance, who contracted business with local nobles and lawyers. He took over an abandoned castle to serve as a refuge against the raids of mercenary soldiers and where Joan might imagine herself a queen. Joan sometimes joined her siblings in farm work, but her mother indulged her indoors. They lived next to the village church, where Joan attended assiduously. She was extremely sensitive to what was going on around her, and had an early desire to be a soldier, so much so that her father threatened to drown her in the river if she went off with soldiers, marauders in bad repute. George Bernard Shaw was at pains to argue that she was no beautiful romantic heroine but plain and asexual. She was tall and strong, with all the seriousness of the managerial women that Shaw was extolling in the early 20th century women's movement. I imagine her as a star soccer goalie. Having miraculous visions was not unusual among the medieval folk. There were shepherd boys exhibiting bleeding stigmata, beggars who started crusades, and children who went on them. Joan stood out from her competitors in the miracle field by adding the image of a woman warrior, and bringing a message combining religion and politics at just the moment when France was in its deepest crisis. It is revealing who her 3 inspirational saints were: Saint Michael, actually Archangel, the one with the fiery sword who expelled Adam and Eve from the Garden of Eden, and the chief of God's forces in combating the devil. Saint Catherine, an ancient martyr of royal Egyptian descent, the lineage of Cleopatra, who endured tortures to proclaim Christianity against the Roman Emperor. Saint Margaret, a refugee from the Norman conquest of England, who fled to Scotland and married the Scottish king. It is a collection of supernatural military power, exemplary fortitude in martyrdom, and religious queens and anti-English to boot. Joan called them her council as if they were her official advisors. As Shaw pointed out, Joan was the type of person who thinks in visual images. The voices she heard in her head, her internal dialogue, was always politically up to date. Joan's practical task was to convince supporters who would convey her to the royal court, then in exile from Paris, which was held by the English. She had heard voices for about 5 years before she launched her program, i.e. by the time she was full-grown, but also the moment when it appeared the French dynasty would be extirpated by crowning the English King Henry VI, then a child of 8, as King of France. Her father would not support her initially. Jesus had the same problem of not being a prophet in his own hometown, but she convinced her uncle to introduce her to the local military commander. She convinced him by what seemed to him a miracle. She told him of the defeat of French troops trying to raise the siege of Orleans, February 12, 1429, before the commander himself had heard of it. When the news arrived, this seemed like a miraculous prediction. It is characteristic of charismatic persons to be perspicacious. Joan's village was on the main east-west route from Paris into Germany, and on the north-south road along the Meuse River connecting Flanders with Lorraine and Burgundy, across roads flowing with refugees and soldiers. It was not unusual for a peasant to be more aware of approaching dangers than a ranking nobleman. And Domremy, her village, belonged to the personal domain of the kings of France, as distinguished from lands held by feudal lords in the unsteady chain beneath the king. Her location made her a French royalist, at a time when the Duke of Burgundy was far richer and the expanding power, although potentially stymied by the dangerous game he was playing with the English and other feudal contenders. The local commander was convinced enough to give her armor, a horse, and a small military escort, plus an introduction to the Duke of Lorraine, a relative of the Dauphin's queen. So she was launched, picking up reputation along the way, manifesting religious charisma with her combination of national crusade and contagious weeping point too. Arriving at the Dauphin's court at Chinon, Joan entered a political situation of rival factions. Famously, the Dauphin hid himself among the courtiers, but she picked him out immediately despite lack of royal insignia. We are in the realm of miracle stories, or what passed for them, but a person with acute observation, who had no doubt heard gossip of the Dauphin's immature personality, would have little difficulty in scanning body postures and facial expressions to find the pocket of uneasiness in the crowd where he was pretending. Another incident from the same period is more telling. One of the soldiers swore loudly and made a lewd comment about her. She approached him and said, "A pity that you blaspheme against God, when you are about to die." Sometime thereafter, probably not the same day, the man fell into a river or moat wearing his armor and drowned. Whether accurate or not, it solidified her miraculous reputation. It illustrates her ability, again like Jesus, to pick people out of crowds and confront them individually, shifting the tone to something jarring and unexpected. It is not at all impossible that he was unnerved by the prediction of his imminent death, reinforced by the following that Joan already had, even in the divided court and certainly among the common people. In effect, she gave him the evil eye, like the bone-pointing magic dreaded in primitive tribes. And so throughout the up phase of her career. The court politicians being divided, they referred her to a parliament, a conclave of canon lawyers, not a legislative assembly, at Poitiers. The churchmen quizzed her skeptically about her voices and visions contrary to modern views. The Catholic Church was not a pushover for miracles, and aimed to cull out the many contenders. One learned theologian asked her what language her voices spoke. "Better than yours," she replied to his provincial accent. Asked to produce a miraculous sign of her authenticity, "My sign will be to raise the siege of Orleans," she responded. "Give me the soldiers and I will go." Full of self-confidence, she was not intimidated by authorities. They quoted theology to her. "There is more written in God's book than in all of yours," she said. Unabashed, this was a time when most women, even aristocrats, were illiterate. She called for paper and ink and dictated a message to the English commanders: "I order you in the name of the heavenly King to return to England." Again, the calm, confident tone, not angry nor argumentative, but taking the initiative as a matter of course. The judges wrote out her message. Point 3. Given a command of soldiers, she quickly changed the tone of the army. Troops were a mixture of nobles with changeable loyalties, upstarts, and mercenaries making their way in a time of political chaos, and in any local battle, crowds of peasants who might be attracted to scavenging and revenge on the wounded and dead. Joan gave religious fervor to the peasants, the initial support of her charisma. From the professional soldiers, she demanded that they cease cursing, and to put away the camp followers who entertained soldiers with sex and drink in the long periods between battles. Shaw remarks on the power of prudery in restoring order and morale in the army, in this case, one that had gone through a disastrous series of defeats. Probably not prudery per se, but Joan's focus on purpose and self-control. She converted some of the troops and got the most fervent to follow her in assaults previous commanders were unwilling to attempt. As mentioned, she led more with her banner than her sword. The only instance recorded of her using it was when she used the flat of her sword to drive away prostitutes from the camp, rather like Jesus driving the money changers from the temple. And she turned mercenary soldiers, who got most of their income from looting and by taking prisoners for ransom, into fighters for a national cause. Success, magic, charisma. Her first success was to be heard. As she proceeded from her family circle to the local commander, to the Duke of Lorraine, to the Dauphin's court, to the Poitiers Parliament, her supporters grew, and stories of her successes in winning over the elites were esteemed as miracles. In 2 months, she had electrified the populace in a swath across central France. Reaching Orleans at the beginning of May, she entered the city in a paroxysm of public enthusiasm. She rode around the walls followed by the city population, even closely inspecting the silent English fortifications. At Vespers in the cathedral, she wept and brought everyone to tears. When French troops arrived, she paraded them back and forth before the English, as if the sheer manifestation of support would drive them away. The English siege hinged on blocking supplies and reinforcements, while the besiegers themselves occupied a string of forts outside the walls. Rival bodies of French troops squabbled over accepting Joan's leadership and held back from attacking these bastilles. Finally they launched an attack without telling Joan. The attack failed, but Joan turned around the retreating soldiers and with her crowd of followers, took the first Bastille. Joan devoted the next day to prayer, while the English consolidated their scattered forces, and the French plotted to attack again without Joan. Orders were left to keep the city gates closed upon her, but the clamor of her followers overawed the commander of the gates. When she arrived at the strongest Bastille, the attack was flagging. She jumped into the moat and was holding a ladder against the wall, ignoring a shower of arrows when one pierced her through the shoulder. Carried to safety, she insisted on staying nearby. Handing her banner to a trusted follower, she told him, "As soon as the standard touches the wall, you will be able to enter. It is touching now. Then go in, the position is yours." The attackers went up as though there had been stairs. A crowd of civilians surged behind them, bridges collapsed under cannon fire, English resistance disintegrated inside the Bastille, and the defenders were all massacred. The 6-month siege was lifted, the remaining English retreated and were beaten again on the road, this time without Joan's leadership. It had been the high water mark of English penetration, the last major French city not in English hands. French warlords now wanted to follow up by liberating their own corners of France, but Joan focused on the political goal, to get the Dauphin crowned. This meant escorting him through hostile territory to Reims. On the way her army was challenged by a garrison from the fortified city of Troyes. Bringing her banner before the city walls, she was followed by a crowd of common people who rapidly filled the moat with firewood and trash, creating a bridge for the soldiers to cross. The citizens panicked and the occupying troops parleyed to evacuate the place, a nearly bloodless victory. In a little more than 2 weeks, she brought the Dauphin to Reims and had him crowned. She had won the race. She knew the English king could be proclaimed in Paris, and indeed he was, in 1431, but Reims was the traditional coronation place, and she got Charles there first. In the cathedral she clasped the king's knees and burst into tears, joined by the entire congregation. There was a good deal more of France to be reconquered, but the momentum had shifted. Joan's successes had reversed a string of disastrous defeats: Agincourt in 1415, major losses again in 1421, near annihilation of the French army in 1424, a bad defeat on the road to Orleans a few weeks before Joan started out in February 1429. After the coronation, Joan wanted to take all possible forces and recapture Paris, but the warlords had other priorities. King Charles VII took the occasion to make a triumphal procession through the northeastern territories, receiving the capitulation of cities that had sided formerly with the English. Meanwhile, a fresh English army arrived to reinforce Paris. When Joan attacked the outer moats in September, she was wounded by an arrow through her thigh while plumbing the depth of the water with her spear and calling for the moat to be filled. Without emotional momentum, the place could not be carried and the French took 1,500 casualties. Her victory string was broken, enthusiasm on her side was turning to blame. Joan was reduced to one among other commanders. In minor battles outside of Paris, she took one city, but at another the siege dragged on until the attackers themselves dispersed in an episode of rumor and panic. Joan was still bold, but her crowd magic no longer worked. Within a year, in May 1430, she was captured while trying to relieve a Burgundian siege of Compiègne. As soon as she arrived, she led a sortie that almost succeeded, but a counterattack drove them back. Joan, covering the retreat, was isolated on the wrong side of the moat, surrounded and pulled from her horse. Sold to the English under the ransom system, she was tried as a witch, the enemy interpretation of her supernatural voices, and executed. None of her former allies tried to rescue her. The king himself no longer needed her. She had rescued him from being treated like a child by his courtiers, but she treated him like a subordinate too, under the voice of God. In fact, Charles VII had grown up and became quite a capable king, reigning for 30 years and overseeing the rebuilding of the French state. Becoming a martyr like Saint Catherine must have been in the back of Joan's mind, if not in her game plan. Her voices failed her, for the first time, by assuring her she would be rescued. When she realized the voices were wrong, she stopped trying to escape. She had jumped from a 60-foot tower and survived, and gave in to her fate. Both the inner and outer sources of her charisma, her voices, and her crowds, were gone. Her effective charisma had lasted a little more than a year, most intensely in the first few months. Reputational charisma, the downstream of history, was good to Joan's reputation. She was burned in 1431 after a lengthy show trial designed to bolster English legitimacy. But the tide had turned. The English gradually lost their gains in the north, accelerating after 1435 when the Duke of Burgundy switched sides and made a treaty with the French king. In 1436 Charles VII was able to enter Paris on his own. By 1453, the English lost their southwest territories in France, a long holdover from Norman days of patchwork feudalism, and the 100 Years' War was over. It was just at this time that the verdict of Joan's witchcraft trial was reversed by French jurists. After 1455 England was busy with its own civil war of the Roses and unable to intervene abroad. Joan had not only saved the crown lineage but made a step towards reforming the army. At the time of Agincourt, it was no longer feudal service by retainers who followed their lords in return for grants of land. Soldiers were promised pay but seldom received it, and they lived off the people and the war itself by looting and ransom. One reason troops were so unwilling to risk combat was they were only attracted when chances were good for taking lucrative prisoners. The English archers who had slaughtered the French knights at Agincourt were outside the system, too poor to be worth ransoming, neither were the peasant crowds who aided Joan. The most cynical kind of warfare was being displaced by a more ideological kind. Charles VII followed up in the late 1430s and 40s by decreeing a royal monopoly on raising troops, at the same time prohibiting anyone but the crown from imposing taxes. The reforms met resistance, but eventually enough royal companies were raised, paid and equipped by local communities, to expel the English. It was the end of feudalism and the beginning of the modern state, although it took Charles VII's son, Louis XI, r. 1461 to 1483, to establish more or less the borders of modern France. Louis XI was hardly a hero. His successes came by diplomatic marriages and negotiations, together with grasping for revenue wherever he could. Crooked and spider-like, paranoid over plots and assassinations, he himself had rebelled against his father. Louis XI built France as we know it, but could hardly be adulated for it. All the more opening for the reputation of Joan of Arc, the woman who saved France. Cleopatra, sexual power in dynastic politics. Cleopatra VII, Queen of Egypt, lived from 69 to 30 BC and reigned from 51 to 30. The dates tell us something. Not only did she come to power when she was 18 years old, but she was 39 when she died by suicide. That means she was an effective politician at a time when her throne was constantly under threat, holding on for 21 years. Although she is legendarily sexy, the most famous example of sexual power in all history, that doesn't explain much, considering that extremely beautiful and erotic women have generally been prized objects rather than independent actors. Point 4. One could make out a case that powerful women have generally been plain-looking. In fact, how beautiful was Cleopatra? There are several surviving likenesses. One version shows a woman, no longer young, without any of the trademark features like huge colored eyeliner, and not especially attractive. The other shows her in a stereotyped pose as Pharaoh of Egypt. No question, she was a political operator of great skill. She was dealt a weak hand and played it far longer than might be expected. She took on three of the most famous men in antiquity, Julius Caesar, Mark Antony, and Octavian/Augustus Caesar, and played them, on the whole, to a draw or better. Was she a charismatic leader? Let us examine the criteria. Front stage charisma. Cleopatra did not make speeches, but she certainly knew how to attract crowds. She visited Julius Caesar in Rome in 46 BC, 2 years after their affair in Egypt. We don't know if she resembled Elizabeth Taylor hauled on a huge golden replica of the Sphinx, but she made quite a stir. She brought along their son Caesarion, Little Caesar, and her official husband, her younger brother Ptolemy XIV, plus a large following. Caesar put her up in his country house and had a gold statue of Isis, resembling Cleopatra, erected in his family temple in the Forum. All this scandalized the Romans, especially the conservative Republicans, all the more so since Caesar's own wife was in Rome, and Cleopatra was lobbying to have Caesarion named his heir. Cleopatra's presence could well have encouraged the rumor that Caesar was planning on making himself king, and thus his assassination. Talk about femme fatale. In fact, she was still in Rome on the Ides of March 44 BC, and left for Egypt soon after. She had already shown her boldness at home. Cleopatra was Greek, of the Ptolemaic dynasty that had ruled Egypt since 300 BC. Although her ancestors always spoke Greek, Cleopatra was the first to rule her subjects by speaking Egyptian. In fact, she could speak 9 languages and negotiated personally with neighboring powers. She further solidified her power at home by having herself declared a reincarnation of the goddess Isis, and made herself the first female pharaoh. An even more spectacular incident was in 41 BC during the civil wars. Mark Antony summoned her to Tarsus, southern Turkey, on charges of having supported his rival. As Plutarch describes it, she sailed up the river Cydnus in a barge with gilded poop, its sails spread purple, its rowers urging it on with silver oars to the sound of the flute blended with pipes and lutes. She herself reclined beneath a canopy spangled with gold, adorned like Venus in a painting, while boys like Cupids in paintings stood on either side and fanned her. Likewise the fairest of her serving maidens, attired like river sprites and graces, were stationed, some at the rudder sweeps, and others at the reefing ropes. Wondrous odors from countless incense offerings diffused themselves along the river banks. Even more important was the crowd reaction. Of the inhabitants, some accompanied her on either bank of the river from its very mouth, while others went down from the city to behold the sight. The throng at the marketplace in Tarsus gradually streamed away, until at last Antony himself, seated on his tribunal, was left alone. Antony is dominated before he even sees her. He invites Cleopatra to dinner, but she makes him come to her. Of course. On her own turf. Antony obeyed and went. He found there a preparation that beggared description, but was most amazed at the multitude of lights. For, as we are told, so many of these were let down and displayed on all sides at once, and they were arranged and ordered with so many inclinations and adjustments to each other in the form of rectangles and circles, that few sights were so beautiful or so worthy to be seen. For its day, long before electricity, and Lady Gaga's light show in the Super Bowl. Cleopatra was surrounded by lavish spectacle, but far from being trapped by it, like Queen Elizabeth in her fancy gowns amid her courtiers, or most Chinese and Japanese emperors. Antony intended to shake down Cleopatra for money for his campaign against Parthia, the big threat just then expanding from Iran into Syria. He ended up following her to Alexandria for a year and neglecting his wars. Cleopatra knew how to trap others in her spectacles, adjusting them to the victim's personality. Plutarch comments that Cleopatra observed Antony like jests and pranks, and adopted the same manner towards him. She played dice with him, drank with him, hunted with him, and when by night he would stand at the doors or windows of the common folk and scoff at those within, she would go with him on his round of mad follies, wearing the garb of a serving maiden. Antony also would array himself as a servant. Therefore he always reaped a harvest of abuse, and often of blows, before coming back home, though most people suspected who he was. The Alexandrians liked him, and said that he used the tragic mask with the Romans, but the comic mask with them. Antony was quite literally being a playboy, and Cleopatra was egging him on. They created an exclusive club, dedicated to outdoing the other in the profusion of their expenditures. Plutarch's grandfather, who was a physician in Alexandria at the time, said the royal cooks prepared food for a huge banquet, even though it was an intimate dinner, but cooked at different speeds, so that whenever Antony had a whim for a particular dish, it would be ready immediately. They would give away all the gold beakers on the table for a clever remark. Cleopatra reportedly bet him she could spend a fabulous sum on one dinner. When it arrived, it was quite plain, but then she called for a chalice of wine, dropped her best pearl into it, and drank it. Nevertheless, there was method in the madness, or culture in the context. It was a period when Roman generals used wars and foreign conquests as income-making machines, both to pay their soldiers, and to win votes with the populace in Rome. Julius Caesar, although no party animal himself, was famous for the extravagant games and gladiatorial shows he would put on before an election. Cleopatra knew what she was doing. Egypt had the reputation of being the wealthiest part of the ancient world, and she was constantly impressing Antony with this, no doubt instilling the idea it would be better to be ruler of the world from Egypt than from Rome. And extravagant splendor was a public statement. Especially in the East, it was customary to bring mythology to life, in more than half serious fashion. When they first met at Tarsus, Plutarch says, a rumor spread on every hand that Venus was come to revel with Bacchus for the good of Asia 5. Cleopatra played the front stage charisma of spectacle in her own key. Her leadership style in other areas had ambiguous results. Except when Caesar or Antony were present, she played the man's role. Her most important geopolitical weapon was the Egyptian fleet. It had been traditionally the strongest in the Mediterranean. Its strength kept the Ptolemaic kingdom of Egypt the most durable of the three successor states that divided up Alexander's empire. During the wars of the Hellenistic period, there had been an arms race in naval power. the banks of oars that gave ships speed and power to ram the enemy had gone from triremes, 3 decks of rowers, to enormous battleships with 6 banks of oars. By Cleopatra's time, the Romans were catching up, but the Egyptian navy still had a big reputation, something of a paper tiger, but it was Antony's civil war that would find that out. In the same way, Alexandria towered over Rome in its monumental architecture. Octavian would fix that when he became Augustus. Cleopatra's task was to keep up appearances. She commanded the fleet herself on at least 2 important occasions. In 43 BC, as the Antony/Octavian alliance was still battling it out with Brutus faction, Cleopatra took her fleet out into the Mediterranean in an effort to bring supplies to Caesar's successors. The fleet was badly damaged by a storm, Cleopatra was sick, and they returned to Egypt. A more famous failure was in 31 BC, at the Battle of Actium, on the Aegean coast of Turkey, where Antony's and Octavian's fleets lined up for a showdown. Cleopatra again personally commanded the Egyptian fleet, which was in reserve at the rear of Antony's ships. As the battle mounted, a wind came up, filling their sails and making rowing unnecessary for speed, and Cleopatra suddenly took off with her fleet. Antony impulsively followed her in a single ship, and was taken on board. His fleet remained to fight, unaware their commander had gone. Eventually, as the battle subsided, most of Antony's ships were captured, and when news of his desertion was confirmed, went over to Octavian's side. Antony himself quickly regretted his impulse. For 3 days he sulked on the prow of Cleopatra's ship, angry or ashamed to see her, Plutarch says, until Cleopatra's women prevailed on them to reconcile and to eat and sleep together. Clearly Cleopatra was no charismatic battle leader. The reason for her flight has never been explained. The surviving accounts are all from the Roman point of view. Her strength was manipulating men, and here it proved too strong for her own good. Backstage charisma. Backtrack to 48 BC. Julius Caesar arrives in Egypt, chasing Pompey, the other famous Roman general, whom he has defeated in the first round of civil wars. Cleopatra is 21, exiled by supporters of her 13-year-old brother and co-ruler. Pompey had shown up seeking asylum, but Ptolemy XIII decided to curry favor with Caesar by having him executed and sending his head as a present. Julius, however, is offended possibly by a foreigner executing a Roman, possibly because this offered a good excuse to annex Egypt, much the same way that he had annexed Gaul. At this moment, Cleopatra has herself smuggled into Caesar's presence, rolled up in a rug. Exactly what happened is not known, but the result is a tremendous diplomatic reversal of fortune. Instead of annexing Egypt, Caesar puts Cleopatra back on the throne. Ptolemy XIII is killed in battle, and Cleopatra formally marries yet another brother, Ptolemy XIV. Julius, who is usually fast-moving and had plenty of mopping up to do in the aftermath of the civil war, stays some months in Egypt with Cleopatra, who has a son 9 months later. How does she do it? Both Plutarch and Cassius Dio comment on her voice and her conversation. For her beauty, as we are told, was in itself not altogether incomparable, nor such as to strike those who saw her, but converse with her had an irresistible charm. There was sweetness in the tones of her voice, and her tongue, like an instrument of many strings, she could readily turn to whatever language she pleased. Plutarch, 6. Cleopatra's emotional domination over others was a combination of sex and political awareness. She had a blithely pragmatic attitude about sex. She was married or shacked up 4 times, including twice to her brothers. This was an era of dynastic marriage politics, particularly in elite Roman families during the social wars and other feuds of the last century of the Republic. Leaders would marry off their daughters or sisters in order to make an alliance, and divorce when alliances were broken. Julius, Pompey, Octavian, and Antony alike did this with each other. Love had nothing to do with it. Cleopatra was different in that she chose her own partners, and her most important liaisons were for love. Marrying her brothers was a matter of Egyptian royal custom, and she got rid of them as soon as possible. Cleopatra's initiation into the great world had less to do with sex than with politics. Royal family politics in Egypt may have been closely held, but it was anything but harmonious. Her father, Ptolemy XII Auletes, was overthrown in 58 BC in a coup that made his two eldest daughters co-rulers. Auletes went into exile in Rome, taking Cleopatra with him, until Roman military support put Auletes back on the throne in 55 BC. One of the daughters being already dead, probably murdered, Auletes had the other usurping daughter killed, and named Cleopatra and her next younger brother co-regents with himself. From age 11 she had an inside view of Roman politics while Caesar was conquering Gaul and forming the first triumvirate including Pompey. By 14 she was co-ruler of Egypt with her father, by 18 when her father died, ruler with her 10-year-old brother, whom she soon stopped mentioning in royal documents and depicting on coins. By 21, she had been pushed out in a coup, avoided assassination, and hooked up with Caesar. Could they have talked Roman politics while having sex? Her rule in Egypt was never threatened domestically again. Her 18-year run itself was some kind of record, set against innumerable political murders of the previous half-century. Among her immediate ancestors, there were a dozen changes of ruler, only 2 of whom died a natural death. Kings killed their mothers, stepmothers, and children, sisters killed each other. Cleopatra used the same methods, but she lasted longer because she always found a Roman protector. Her brother Ptolemy XIII was killed in battle with Caesar's troops, and Cleopatra apparently poisoned her next brother/husband, Ptolemy XIV, during the period when Julius's death left her vulnerable. And her visit to Antony at Tarsus was not just about sex. Her younger sister Arsinoe had taken refuge in Ephesus, where Cleopatra arranged for Antony to have her killed. 7. Snaring Antony gave Cleopatra safe harbor for a while. He spent a year with her in Alexandria, during which she gave birth to twins. But it was not all non-stop partying for 10 years. Tensions between Octavian and Antony were emerging, and Pompey's forces were still to be reckoned with, especially the warships of his son, Sextus Pompeius, in Sicily and the western Mediterranean. Eventually Antony had to go back to war. He had been allotted the eastern part of Roman possessions, which included Greece, Syria, Palestine, and Iraq, and needed new conquests to keep up prestige and income. Antony was gone 4 years, returning to Egypt in 36 BC. From then on, Alexandria was his home base, although he was intermittently away on campaigns. Politically speaking, Antony was now leading a double life. In Rome, he was one of the triumvirs controlling the state, but he left his wife Fulvia in charge keeping up alliances, raising money and troops for his side. Cleopatra wasn't the only woman empowered by a husband's absences. In Egypt, Antony and Cleopatra ruled as husband and wife, having married in an Egyptian rite even though, after Fulvia's death, he was also married to Octavian's sister, in one more effort to patch up their alliance. Antony's war against the Parthians in Iraq did not go well, but there were enough victories in Armenia so that he could celebrate a Roman-style triumph in 34 BC. This in itself was a breach. A triumph was a victory parade through the streets of Rome showing off captives and booty from foreign victories, but Antony celebrated it in Alexandria. It was Cleopatra's high-water mark. Cleopatra and her son by Caesar Caesarion were named co-rulers of Egypt. The daughter and 2 sons of Antony and Cleopatra received titles reigning over possessions respectively in Libya, Armenia, and Parthia, the Levant and Asia Minor. This was playing fast and loose with Roman conquests, also some that were iffy, such as Parthia. Antony himself took no titles, but named Cleopatra Queen of Kings. Caesarion was being set up for something bigger, as Julius's son, presumably if Octavian could only be gotten out of the way. The rest we know. Octavian broke with Antony and defeated him in 31 BC. Octavian pursued him to Alexandria. Antony's last loyal troops began to switch sides, the rest is suicide. But even at the end game, there are indications Cleopatra was still maneuvering. Octavian sent feelers to Cleopatra promising good treatment if she would betray Antony. He found out about it and it took some patching up to get them back on loving terms. And there is a suggestion, in Appian's history of the civil wars, that Sextus Pompeius, having been defeated by Octavian in Sicily, was negotiating for refuge and alliance simultaneously with the Parthian king, with Antony, and even with Cleopatra. Who knows, a little more room in the timing and Cleopatra might have found herself another protector. Success, magic, charisma. Obviously Cleopatra had no reputation like Caesar or Joan of Arc for always being victorious. But consider her string of recovering from losing her kingdom. She did it twice, first with her father, when he fled to Rome, and again with Julius, preemptively enlisting Antony as her protector was the third time. And she didn't just rest with getting back to even. She saw the opportunities for much bigger aggrandizement, getting her son Caesarion named heir to Julius, always an ace in the hole until the very end, actually getting Antony to crown his own children as kings, not only of former territories of the old Ptolemaic Empire, but of Roman conquests in the east. She almost split the Roman Empire, making herself Queen of Kings, as Antony proclaimed her. It is one of the world's great records of almost. Reputational charisma. She did not exactly have a reputation for being charismatic, except as a personal charmer of the first order. But she certainly was famous. Already around 40 BC, Cleopatra must have been one of the three most famous persons in the Western world, along with Antony and Octavian. Even her death added to the fame that made her, almost continuously, the most famous woman leader in history. Fame per se is not charisma. It has its own causes. To note one here, very famous persons tend to cluster, in networks of acquaintance and antagonism. All four big names of the late Roman Republic, we can add Pompey here, were connected, both directly and by two link intermediate ties, usually sexual and familial. Point 8 They made each other famous. The drama of Antony and Octavian revenging Julius, the drama of Antony against Octavian, the drama of Cleopatra and everybody. Fame multiplies fame, especially since it comes from interaction. Was Cleopatra charismatic? Yes, in a unique combination of sexual backstage charisma, front stage spectacle, and political astuteness. She knew how to use spectacle to keep her own freedom of action, since she directed it herself and did not let it turn into an entrapping ceremonial routine. Is Cleopatra the archetype of distinctively female power? Or an anomaly of special historical circumstances? She seems a pre-modern figure, of the era of hereditary family rule, with enhanced chances for sexual maneuver when the conservative Roman Republic dominated by elite families was disintegrating into dictatorships. Could anyone do this in the era of modern democracies, that is, win power by sexual charm? No doubt we could find examples of the charm, but who could a woman turn it onto? She might captivate a political or corporate leader, but their positions are temporary, not hereditary, and once captivated, what could they do for her? Certainly not give her a kingdom. Point 9. Perhaps surprisingly, women's access to top power is greatest in conservative and autocratic regimes. In early modern Europe, the best example is Catherine the Great, Empress of Russia. Not a great beauty when she arrived as a German princess, she had the advantage cum disadvantage of being married to an incompetent young heir to the throne. The joker in the deck of hereditary rule is that the skills and energies of leadership are not automatically passed on. Weakness is an opportunity for whoever is in position to seize the machinery of organization, and Catherine expanded the modernizing bureaucracy started by her husband's grandfather, Peter the Great. The danger was assassination and palace coup, which Catherine guarded against via a succession of court lovers, who murdered her opponents, starting with her husband. Women do as well in autocracies as anybody, except generals. When political rulers are careful to keep generals from taking over, the woman closest to the male dictator has a unique opportunity. And this brings us to Jiang Qing, Mao Zedong's voice. Dozens of Chinese teenagers crowd into a room. They have trapped an official and are demanding that he admit his errors. He is a bourgeois counter-revolutionary, a capitalist roader, a revisionist blackliner, a deviant from the red line spelled out by the great leader, Chairman Mao. They wave the little red book in his face, they tear his shirt, they slap his face. They pressure him relentlessly. It goes on for hours, sometimes day and night, in new shifts. Finally he has confessed, been cross-examined, accused of insincerity, brought out to make his public self-criticism. He is paraded in the streets as the crowd watches, chants in unison, waving their little red books of Mao's sayings. It is the Cultural Revolution, and this is a struggle session. It happens in dozens of places, then in thousands, first at universities in Beijing, then government offices, schools, factories, newspapers, and radio stations, spreading across the country. Demonstrators split, accuse, and attack each other. They have gone too far, they have attacked the wrong person. They are counter-revolutionaries, anti-party groups. No, the accusers themselves are the counter-revolutionaries, bourgeois road-takers, fake leftists. They clash in the streets, invade each other's schools and dormitories, fortify themselves with barricades. They take prisoners and torture them into making confessions. Such are the scenes in China from 1966 to 1969. Frontage/backstage merged, it is group charisma, enthusiastic energy that will not be denied. It is based on unity, and casting out disunity. It is done in the name of our great comrade leader Mao Zedong. But he is not here. Struggle sessions proliferate as student red guards form spontaneously. Mao is the guiding spirit, but he gives little or no instructions, only slogans, from a distance. There is no chain of command. It is a movement outside all chains of command, designed to purge and purify and eliminate all command. Everything is done in groups, in movable public gatherings. Front stage and backstage are merged, there is to be no backstage where anyone can hide. Jiang Qing, Chang Xiang, is in at the beginning of the turmoil. In 1965, she and a young newspaper editor criticize a play written by a Beijing official as a veiled attack on Mao. He has been under fire within the communist leadership since 1959, for the failure of the Great Leap Forward, an attempt to spring China into an industrial giant rivaling the Soviet Union, and to abolish all remnants of bourgeois private property. But the communes failed, agriculture fell, famine followed. Mao retired from the government, gave up all offices, retaining only one, chairman of the Chinese Communist Party. He became surrounded by reformers who want trade rather than self-sufficiency and isolation, pragmatism rather than communist perfection. In 1965 and into spring 1966, Jiang Qing and her allies strike back on behalf of Mao. She had been his wife since 1938, Mao's fourth, while communists were protecting their enclave in northwest China, avoiding the Japanese and waiting their time to overthrow the nationalists. Before that, Jiang Qing, this was her party name assumed at this time, had been a young movie star, until the Japanese overran Shanghai. She had risen from the bottom, her mother a concubine, cast out from her family, degraded to a servant and prostitute. The future Jiang Qing made her way by her beauty and her acting talent, marrying and divorcing a string of men who she met in her progress through school and theater. Mao soon took up with her, although other party leaders objected. Mao was already married to a long-serving party member who had made the long march with him. Mao did not yet have the absolute authority of later on. He agreed to marry Jiang Qing secretly, keep her out of public eye, allow her no place in party affairs for 30 years. Jiang Qing became his private secretary, as backstage as one could be in the CCP. Now, with Mao 73 years old and fading, Jiang Qing and her followers went on the attack in his behalf. The play, they declared in the press, set in the past about an evil emperor who dismisses a loyal official, was really about a high-ranking communist who has criticized Mao. The play's official supporters struck back, decreeing the dispute merely an academic matter apart from politics. In May 1966, Jiang Qing renewed the attack, Academic matters are no place to hide from political issues of life or death for the great proletarian revolution. Such writers and their supporters must be reformed and purged. Mao got the Politburo, Central Committee of the Chinese Communist Party, to agree. Shortly after, a Beijing University teacher put up the first wall poster attacking the older professors as black anti-party gangsters. So-called work teams were quickly sent out by government ministries to investigate and purge the schools and universities, but they served mainly to shatter authority. By midsummer, student Red Guards exploded into the power vacuum, launching their own struggle sessions. The Cultural Revolution was underway. Jiang Qing's position in the regime was merely as head of film and theater, including the Beijing Opera, but a revolution in culture was being demanded. The material foundations of communism existed, but the ideological superstructure remained to be reformed. Young students, born since the 1949 revolution, who had no memory or taint of the old ways, were the best troops for this assault on their recalcitrant elders. Thought reform, what American prisoners during the Korean War had called brainwashing, was their task. To direct the campaign, the Politburo set up a new committee, the Central Cultural Revolution Group. Jiang Qing was only a vice-chairman but soon became its real power behind the scenes. Since everyone assumed she spoke for Mao, she certainly acted as if she did. She and 3 of her protégés came to be known as the Gang of Four. Mao spoke out only intermittently. At first he mostly praised the actions of the Red Guards. Police were forbidden to interfere with the Red Guards, even when they used violence. The army was forbidden to interfere, then required to cooperate. All students were to be allowed to travel to Beijing, all officials to help by providing free train travel and accommodations. It was at this time that the personality cult of Mao began, with demonstrators carrying pictures of Chairman Mao everywhere, brandishing his little red book, published when he was under criticism in 1964. People's Liberation Army General Lin Biao came aboard, vying with Jiang Qing as the greatest of Mao's public adulators, declaring in a speech, "Everything the chairman says is truly great, one of the chairman's words will override the meaning of tens of thousands of ours." As the Cultural Revolution burgeoned into violence and destruction of old temples and religious monuments in the summer of 1966, Mao urged all Red Guards to come to Beijing, where 11 million of them paraded through Tiananmen Square to cheer Mao and Lin Biao standing beside him. Eventually the 2 names were always used in conjunction in public announcements, Chairman Mao and Vice Chairman Linear. Jiang Qing and Lin Biao were now allies, initiating fresh attacks on recalcitrant targets. In January 1967, they crushed resistance from China's second major city, Shanghai, by encouraging Red Guard assaults against all municipal officials, and setting one of the Gang of Four in charge of the city. Next month, Jiang Qing and Lin Biao demanded purges and class struggles in the military. Army generals pushed back, but again Mao backed Jiang Qing's initiative. Jiang Qing was flying from one city to another, addressing mass meetings and denouncing opponents as counter-revolutionaries. In July, she went so far as to order Red Guards to replace the army. The Cultural Revolution spiraled out of control. Local officials mobilized their own Red Guards to combat others, workers took various sides, and the Red Guards based in different schools tended to split and fight against each other. In cities with armaments factories and military installations, fighting was particularly violent, seizing military weapons or embroiling the soldiers. Altogether 1.5 million persons were killed during these years. Many of those who were purged and humiliated committed suicide. Eventually Mao, realizing the administrative apparatus of the country was being destroyed, ordered the military to stop the Red Guard purges, and sent 18 million youth to work in the remote countryside. Schools and universities were closed. They went off ritualistically at the railroad stations, singing about their new task. It turned out to be farm labor, living in sheds and caves and subsisting on poor people's food like mushrooms, an exile that would last almost 10 years. Political struggle at the top went into a new phase. In 1969, Jiang Qing was promoted to the Politburo, Lin Biao moved up to be second in command and Mao's successor. But the Red Guard weapon was gone, and the army had reasserted its indispensability. Zhou Enlai, the other famous communist hero from the early days of revolution, was viewed increasingly as a threat. Jiang Qing treated him as a personal enemy. Although she could not remove him from his official position as premier, she made Zhou sign an order to arrest his own brother, and had his son and daughter tortured and murdered, even cremating the bodies to forestall an autopsy. Meanwhile, Lin Biao was provoking jealousies, including from Mao himself, and probably from Jiang Qing, who was rumored to be aiming to make herself chairman of the CCP. By 1971, Lin Biao was being pushed out, and his supporters, notably Lin's son, launched a military coup. Over a period of 6 days in early September 1971, there were attacks on Mao's private train, fended off by guards posted for hundreds of miles along the tracks. Lin Biao with his family fled by plane to Russia. They never made it, the plane crashing in Mongolia in circumstances that have never been explained. With Mao's health declining, Jiang Qing's prominence was at its peak. But political opposition and public hatred of her were building. She and the Gang of Four controlled all news reporting and cultural performances. Pivoting on Lin Biao's downfall, she launched a campaign called Criticize Lin, Criticize Confucius, which tried to link her former ally with cultural reactionaries, and implicitly with Zhou Enlai. 10 But the public was exhausted with campaigns of militant communism, exhausted too with the constant public pretense of showing front-stage enthusiasm for whatever was the campaign of the moment and knowing the target could change abruptly. The campaign against Zhou Enlai turned into the downfall of Jiang Qing. When Zhou Enlai died in January 1976, his state funeral spilled over into spontaneous commemorations all over China. The Gang of Four issued instructions in the press against wearing mourning emblems for Zhou, but as a test of control it signaled the wrong result. Deng Xiaoping, soon to take over as the great market reformer, delivered the funeral oration in front of all the communist leaders except Mao, who was already dying. Again in April, at a traditional festival for the dead, crowds put up posters in Tiananmen Square praising Zhou Enlai, and for the first time publicly criticizing Jiang Qing. One person would read the poster aloud, while the people behind him would form a human microphone repeating the words in loud voices so that it carried back into the crowd. Qiaobin Yang, 148. Security forces made arrests and Deng Xiaoping was put under house arrest. But it was a nervous equilibrium. Mao died on September 9, Jiang Qing at his side. Within a month, she and the Gang of Four were arrested by a special military unit. There were celebrations all over China. Jiang Qing was imprisoned for 5 years while Deng Xiaoping consolidated power, then put on trial in 1981. Refusing to recant, she had maintained a stoic silence. At the nationally televised trial, she was the only one of the Gang of Four who spoke up. "I was Chairman Mao's dog," she said. "I bit whoever he asked me to bite." Sentenced to death, commuted to life imprisonment, she committed suicide in 1991. Success magic charisma did not cling to Jiang Qing, except during her years of upward ascent between 1966 and 1971 when it was dangerous to challenge her. Being feared is not real charisma, if we define it as the power to move people spontaneously. We could call the entire movement group magic charisma, enthusiastic believers in the infallibility of their collective will. In fact, Mao's policies failed repeatedly, but his little red book was treated like a magic talisman, providing all the answers. And it was dangerous to disregard it. Call it the magic of hope, the magic of a movement armed with an embodied ideology. They had it in their hands, thousands of hands, visible wherever one went. Their mass mobilization was proof of their magic, the palpable proof of their power over whoever resisted. In the not very long run, it was self-undermining. The movement, so certain of its path, repeatedly split, each faction lashing out in fear of being labeled on the wrong side of history, until it must have become apparent there was no magic path to success. It was the self-destruction of the egalitarian revolution, like the reign of terror in Paris during 1793 to 1794, when the French Revolution cannibalized itself. Reputational charisma. Jiang Qing was only secondarily famous during the Cultural Revolution, since she always portrayed herself as the conduit of Mao's wishes. She took the most radical initiatives and Mao backed them up, at least for a while, and even when he had to pull back and send the Red Guards into exile, she quietly enhanced her official position and her backstage power. As Mao weakened and his opponents returned, Jiang Qing became increasingly prominent on her own, all the more so as her main rival in riding on Mao's image, Lin Biao, became the new target for attack. But now fully in the public eye, Jiang Qing acquired what might be termed negative charisma, as the most hated person in China. Certainly she played the part of arch-villain at the trial of the Gang of Four, defiant to the end. She had once played the lead in Ibsen's play A Doll's House, the feminist heroine who walks out and slams the door. This is how she went out in real life, one person who could not be thought reformed, who would never give in to performing self-criticism. Jiang Qing and Lin Biao had what might be called reflected charisma, in the halo of Mao Zedong. But Mao's charisma, too, was being created simultaneously during the Cultural Revolution, better to say they were the stage managers of his reputation. If the puppet master was calling the plays, Jiang Qing found she could not entirely control what Mao would do, especially when he had to clean up the destruction she encouraged. What was happening was the joint construction of each other's charisma, in all its degrees of unreality and the emotional power of collective belief. Was there any distinctively feminine aspect to Jiang Qing's charisma? Her early career was made by sexual attraction and the ability to choose partners and change them as a better one came along. Some men attempted suicide when she left them. This may have been a reason why the early communist leaders were unwilling to let Mao marry her. Late in life, Mao had a quasi-harem of younger women, no doubt downgrading Jiang Qing's strictly erotic position. 11 But she had been his private secretary, keeper of his closest secrets, and the most politically adept of Mao's wives and lovers. In this respect, Jiang Qing resembles Cleopatra. Better than anyone, Jiang Qing was able to ride on Mao's image and manipulate it to her own ends. She lasted longer and did better than the famous general, Lin Biao. This must have come from her intimate tie with Mao. Sex, love, a long career of living closely together, nothing could put someone in a better position to claim to channel a great leader's wishes. The question once again, when are women charismatic leaders? Jiang Qing was not the only prominent woman in the Cultural Revolution. Na Yuanzi, a young philosophy instructor at Beijing University, put up the first wall poster that sparked the movement. She became leader of one of the biggest Red Guard groups in the city, chaired a Red Guard Unity Congress, and attempted to take over Beijing in the way Red Guards had overthrown the municipal government in Shanghai, Valder, 279. But her group was badly split by violence inside her own university, some of which she ruthlessly ordered herself. She was criticized for being dictatorial, and Jiang Qing had to intervene to save her. The communists were pursuing a unisex policy at this time, men and women dressing alike and taking identical, non-gender marked names. There were a number of women among Red Guard's leaders, although men predominated. The radical revolutionary atmosphere favored some gender equality in the leadership, although Jiang Qing did better than other women, with her double sources of power. Joan of Arc lived at the cusp of a big structural transformation, the end of feudalism and the rise of the modern state. It is in just such locations in history where the biggest names are made. It was also virtually the last time battles were won by charging the enemy with hand arms. Cannon were beginning to come in, and would be used not just in sieges to batter walls but to sweep battlefields, along with musket fire. Castles were being replaced by organization and logistics. Joan, the leader with the sword, really, the leader with the banner followed by the swords, was near the end of the time when anyone could lead by sheer inspiration from the very front of the troops. Cleopatra, too, lived at a time of structural transformation. This may be the underlying logic in the fact that the other candidate for the most famous woman of all time, Mary, mother of Jesus, was born in the next generation after Cleopatra, and within a few hundred miles of each other, Judea being one of the satellite kingdoms in the Ptolemaic Empire, taken over in the Roman conquest. Superfame comes from being in on the action of important people, however that is read by following generations. Cleopatra is the end of something, Mary and her son the beginning of a more universal movement, facilitated by a universal empire. Being a charismatic leader means taking a very active part in the action. Cleopatra did that, in a spectacular way that makes her particularly memorable as a political woman. If her political skills are veiled in her sexual reputation, that is appropriate, since that was how she presented herself. Sex is probably a universal resource, but also a liability. Cleopatra knew how to play the political hand in sexual guise, a move that was more structurally available to women in a time of hereditary family dynasties. Where does that leave us? The conditions that made Joan of Arc and Cleopatra possible no longer exist. Zhang Qing, who has some resemblance to Cleopatra's methods but wrapped in a Mao jacket, shows what remains at least in the vehement form of charisma in the midst of dangerous and radical movements. As I noted, stable democracies do not seem to be very good for women's dramatic domination on the political stage. If it is to be found, look for periods of turmoil where backstage politics meshes with turmoil in the streets. Chapter 4. Charisma and Self-Destruction. Marilyn Monroe's networks pulled her apart. Marilyn Monroe had a famous career, famously good, famously bad, pretty much simultaneously. Once launched, everything she did made her famous, and everything she did caused her grief. Why? Look at it from the point of view of her networks. 1. Hollywood film industry. She grew up on the periphery of Hollywood, and from an early age her ambition was to be a star. She went along with the casting couch system, and as a result got looked down upon as just a studio whore. But she kept coming back, from other angles. 2. Glamour photographers. This network provided her early livelihood, and caused the first big scandal that propelled her to the center of attention. Photographers were her comfort zone. They kept her in the public eye, for better or worse, including the second scandal that broke up her celebrity marriage. And photographers and their spouses were her strongest friends, the fallback whenever everything else went bust. 3. A celebrity among celebrities. She hung around with big names like Frank Sinatra and Joe DiMaggio, her second, but first famous, husband. The result was a home versus career conflict, and even worse, a spotlight contest that she was bound to win, and lose a husband. 4. Theater intellectuals. These became allies in her battle versus Hollywood studio scorn, low pay, and stereotyped roles. She got in tight with the New York elite of acting coaches and directors, and married the most famous playwright of the day. But from now on, her acting coaches would be in tension with whatever film directors she worked with. 5. The star-slash-politician nexus. Already during third husband-to-be Arthur Miller's fight with the House Un-American Activities Committee, Marilyn was becoming connected with the liberal intellectuals. With the coming of Camelot, the media-beloved Kennedy White House was glamorized by its overlap with the Hollywood rat pack of Sinatra, Kennedy in-laws, and other party animals. Marilyn is linked sexually with JFK and his brother Robert, until it becomes a little too openly scandalous and she is dropped. Later, Joe DiMaggio would blame Sinatra and the Rat Pack for the drugs and drinking that led to her death. 6. Her psychiatrists. By this time, she is dependent on psychiatrists, if not to sort things out, at least to give her drugs and a semblance of allies. One of them betrays her worried over suicide by having her locked up in a mental hospital. Who gets her out? Her most heavyweight lover, Joe D. Not long after, her alcohol and drugs diet kills her anyway. Her networks offset each other, providing a succession of reliefs, which turn into new strains. 1. Clashes with. 2. 1 to 2, clashes with. 3. 1, 2, 3. Clashes with 4, and with 5. 6. Claims to deal with the clashes but just extends the damage. Her networks cancelled each other out as support networks. But their overall effect was to make her as big a star as could be, the center of maximal attention whatever she did. Whatever you can say about Marilyn, there was no dead air. What was Marilyn really like? In a way, this is not a very sociological question. Irving Goffman said that everyone has a front stage self, or more than one, plus a backstage part of your life where you put on your clothes, your makeup, and your way of dealing with the people you're going to meet. But he also denied that the backstage is the real self, since it is shaped by what you do on the front stage part. It isn't any more spontaneous or real, just an alternation between preparation, social performance, and downtime. Marilyn had a complicated personality, which means her total self was a sum of how she dealt with all her networks, and since her networks were energizing her, pulling her this way and that, she was the sum of multiple attractions and their strains. There was, however, a constant core to pretty much everything she did. She was always very ambitious and determined. She was not a weak person, that was a role she played, wispy-voiced, naive little girlish. She seemed passive and clueless, but she always stole the scene, whether on screen or off. From her early childhood, she wanted to be a movie star. Her mother worked as a film negative cutter at a company that processed films for all the studios. Her mother gave her up to foster parents within a few months of her birth in 1926, but visited the little girl from time to time and took her to the movies and to see the sights of Hollywood. When Marilyn was 6, her mother bought a small house in Hollywood, which she shared with her daughter and a family of actors. This lasted less than a year, when the mother had another breakdown and was committed to a mental hospital. Marilyn continued living with the actor housemates, then her mother's friend Grace took over, along with other friends and relatives in the Los Angeles neighborhoods near Hollywood. A fairly accurate picture of this Hollywood fringe lifestyle is in the first part of Nathaniel West's 1939 novel, The Day of the Locust. There was virtually nothing else. Her mother, a flapper type of the 1920s, had lovers, and Marilyn was probably an illegitimate child. Marilyn was effectively an orphan, shunted around from one foster parent to another. Then as now, foster parents often took in a number of children. She lived in an orphanage from age 9 to 11, then with another foster family, in all a total of 10 different families. She married, as soon as she could after her 16th birthday, to avoid being sent back to the asylum when her foster family moved out of state. Her choice of husband was just a convenience, a boy who lived next door. Since this was 1942 and World War II had broken out, he shipped out to the Pacific while Marilyn lived with his parents and worked in a defense factory. There was no sentiment in the marriage. Marilyn said they had nothing to say to each other and it was boring. When he came back in 1946, he objected to Marilyn's newfound career as a photographer's model, so they divorced. In 2010, some notebooks of Marilyn were found among the effects of one of her acting coaches. These contain two main themes: her ambition, self-reminders to work hard and master the craft of acting, and feelings of being alone, always alone. Since these notes were from the period after she was already a star, these were lifelong preoccupations. If this is how she felt when her networks were dense and active, how would she have felt when she was cast adrift, bouncing back and forth between ephemeral families and institutions, bit parts, and photo gigs? Still, her ambition was her salvation. It was her energy center, giving her a purpose and a trajectory. One cannot say she was a person of low emotional energy. Her ambition was the thread that kept her going. What was she like backstage? In Goffman's sense, not just in the movie world. Our best glimpse into that side of her life is an account by Truman Capote of an afternoon he spent with her in April 1955. They are at a funeral parlor in New York, a memorial for a grand old lady of the theater who had been something of a mentor to Marilyn. As usual, Marilyn is very late. When she arrives in the entry hall, she explains she couldn't decide what to wear. Was it proper to wear eyelashes and lipstick? She had to wash it all off. What she decided to wear was a black scarf to hide her hair, a long shapeless black gown, black stockings, combined with erotic high heels and owlish sunglasses. She is gnawing at her fingernails, as she often did. Marilyn, I'm so jumpy. Where's the John? If I could just pop in there for a minute. Capote, and pop a pill? No. SHHH. They've started the eulogy. They sit in the last row through the speeches. After it's over, Marilyn refuses to leave. Marilyn, I don't want to have to talk to anybody. I never know what to say. Capote, then you sit here, and I'll wait outside. I've got to have a cigarette. Marilyn, you can't leave me alone. My God. Smoke here. Capote, here. In the chapel? Marilyn, why not? What do you want to smoke? A reefer? Capote, very funny. Come on, let's go. Marilyn, please. There's a lot of shutterbugs downstairs. And I certainly don't want them taking my picture looking like this. Actually, I could have worn makeup. I see all these other people were wearing makeup. Capote, I am. Gobs. Marilyn, seriously, though. It's my hair. I need color. And I didn't have time to get any. It was so unexpected. Miss Collier dying and all. See. She displays, under her scarf, a dark line at her hair part. Capote, poor innocent me. And all this time I thought you were a bona fide blonde. Marilyn, I am. But nobody's that natural. And incidentally, fuck you. They sit and talk. Marilyn goes on to say that Miss Collier's companion is going to live with Katharine Hepburn. Marilyn, lucky Phyllis. I'd change places with her pronto. Miss Hepburn is a terrific lady, no shit. I wish she was my friend. So I could call her up sometimes and, well, I don't know, just call her up. The conversation goes on. Marilyn, did I ever tell you about the time I saw Errol Flynn whip out his prick and play the piano with it? Oh well, it was 100 years ago. I'd just got into modeling, and I went to this half-ass party, and Errol Flynn, so pleased with himself, he was there and he took out his prick and played the piano with it. Thumped the keys. He played You Are My Sunshine. Christ. Everybody says Milton Berle has the biggest schlong in Hollywood. But who cares? Look, don't you have any money? Capote, maybe about $50. Marilyn, well, that ought to buy us some bubbly. They go to a crummy bar on 2nd Avenue. Marilyn, this is fun. Kind of like being on location if you like location, which I certainly don't. Niagara. That stinker. Yuck. Capote, so let's hear about your secret lover. Marilyn giggles while Capote keeps silent. Marilyn, you know so many women. Who's the most attractive woman you know? Capote, no contest. Barbara Paley. Hands down. Wife of the owner of CBS television network. Marilyn frowns, is that the one they call Babe? She sure doesn't look like any babe to me. I've seen her in Vogue and all. She's so elegant. Lovely. Just looking at her pictures makes me feel like pig slop. Capote, she might be amused to hear that. She's very jealous of you. Marilyn, jealous of me? There you go again, laughing. Capote explains that a gossip columnist wrote about a rumor that Marilyn was having an affair with William S. Paley, and his wife believes it. They trade sex stories. Capote tells of a homosexual fling he had with Errol Flynn. Marilyn, it's not as if you told me anything new. I've always known Errol zigzagged. I have a masseur, he's practically my sister, and he was Tyrone Power's masseur, and he told me all about the things Errol and Ty Power were doing. So let's hear your best experience. Along those lines. Capote, the best? The most memorable? Suppose you answer the question first. Marilyn, and I drive hard bargains. Ha! Swallowing champagne, Joe's not bad. He can hit home runs. If that's all it takes, we'd still be married. I still love him, though. He's genuine. Capote, husbands don't count. Not in this game. Marilyn, nibbling her nail, really thinking, well, I met a man, he's related to Gary Cooper somehow. A stockbroker, and nothing much to look at 65, and he wears those very thick glasses. Thick as jellyfish. I can't say what it was, but... Capote, you can stop right there. I've heard all about him from other girls. He's Rocky Cooper's stepfather. He's supposed to be sensational. Marilyn, he is. Okay, smart ass. Your turn. Capote continues his memoir. While I paid the check, she left for the powder room, and I wished I had a book to read. Her visits to powder rooms sometimes lasted as long as an elephant's pregnancy. Idly, as the time ticked by, I wondered if she was popping uppers or downers. Downers, no doubt. After 20 minutes passed, I decided to investigate. Maybe she's popped a lethal dose, or even cut her wrists. I found the ladies' room, and knocked on the door. She said, "Come in." Inside, she was confronting a dimly lit mirror. I said, "What are you doing?" She said, looking at her. In fact, she was coloring her lips with ruby lipstick. Also, she had removed her somber headscarf and combed out her glossy fine as cotton candy hair. Marilyn is in a good mood now. She wants to take a taxi to the Staten Island ferry and feed the seagulls. Capote 1975. Truman Capote was part of the Celebrities Network. He made a big splash by 1948 in the New York literary scene as novelist, enfant terrible of boyish good looks and flaunting homosexuality long before it was fashionable. He made literature out of whatever he observed, and specialized in backstage gossip about other celebrities, as well as hangers on wannabes and small-town transients like himself. His conversation with Marilyn is a good specimen of the way he talked. As we can see, they are comfortable together. The celebrity world is usually depicted as a superficial place, where prestige attracts prestige, famous people basking in each other's limelight and thus multiplying their prestige by being seen together. This is true, but it misses another dimension. Celebrities, if they have friends, usually make friends with other celebrities, because they share the same viewpoint on the rest of their lives. They have the same problem of being instantly recognizable, so that they cannot have an ordinary conversation with most people. The Beatles used to refer to their encounters with fans as being Beatlized when people gush with amazement at seeing them. Sociologically, what makes for spontaneous friendships is the feeling of sharing the same backstage, us in a private enclave against the world. Marilyn, even at the height of her fame in 1955, still has a certain amount of that starstruck attitude about others. She wishes she could be friends with Katharine Hepburn, and feels inferior to the elegant Barbara Paley. A common denominator here is that these are both women of the hereditary upper class, while Marilyn made her way up from the working class. Privately, Marilyn is tough-talking, cynical, and on the whole disgusted with Hollywood, although she also revels in the insider knowledge she has about everyone's sex lives, not least from her own experience. She would like to get out, but it is her career mainstay, and she senses there is part of the New York world that will never accept her, even if her intellectual pals are willing to patronize her as long as she stays eager and humble. 3 years later, Capote published his most famous novel, Breakfast at Tiffany's. In 1960, he tried to get her cast in the female lead for the film version, but the studios considered Marilyn too much trouble, and Audrey Hepburn got the part. The central character is a treats girl, a sexy young woman who lets herself be picked up in expensive bars by men on expense accounts, and lives on asking them for $20 bills to tip the maid in the powder room and usually cutting out to avoid further sexual obligations. Holly Golightly could have been modeled on Marilyn, a ditzy but good-hearted waif, who has a deserted husband from a small town, acts as a go-between for a mafia boss in prison, and befriends a preppy young writer living in her apartment house who resembles a younger Truman Capote. You have to wonder how Marilyn would have liked playing this role, and if her friendship with Capote could have survived. Her marriage with Arthur Miller would break up when she started acting the script of The Misfits that Miller wrote for her, depicting a flighty, screwed-up personality based on herself. So this is what you think of me? Hollywood Studios, 1, Part 1. Hollywood is first of all the meat market, where a crowd of aspiring young actors vie for the attention of a small number of studio chiefs and whoever else can help them get their break. Since the 1920s it was also the sex scene, known for risque parties and goings-on, Rudolph Valentino, Louise Brooks, Errol Flynn, slightly veiled behind a publicity apparatus that made everything look like peaches and cream. Marilyn had no inhibitions about playing it for what it was. She had affairs with studio executives and talent agents, including the agent who arranged her first part in an important film, The Asphalt Jungle, shot in 1949, when she was 23 years old, and got her a 7-year contract with 20th Century Fox late in 1950. But Marilyn had been in and out of the studios ever since she was 20, where she was mostly regarded as too lightweight to be an actress, and too eager to make it necessary to do much to get her cooperation. She was willing to serve as eye candy at Hollywood parties as long as she was invited, and often this meant going upstairs with whoever was an important guest. Combined with the passive naive beauty roles she was given, Marilyn came to be looked down upon as the studio whore, an attitude that would dog her throughout much of her career. Marilyn built an extensive network inside Hollywood, but for the first half-dozen years it was a network circulating the wrong kind of reputation. She got a couple of short-term contracts in 1946 to 1947 and again in 1948, aged 20 to 22, resulting in a few bit parts in minor films. She was eager to work and threw herself into gym workouts, dance lessons, and acting lessons. She even paid to continue lessons after her contract ran out, which also kept her on set and in the networks. Her reputation of being hard to work with on the set would come later, as she became successful. Though she was in and out, contract-wise, she gradually built up a few film credits, showing that she could wear beautiful costumes, stand out in a chorus line, sing and dance. Groucho Marx got her a part in a comedy. Cary Grant played opposite her in Monkey Business, a farce about a middle-aged lawyer who takes a drug that turns him into a teenager. Her comedy roles were always the dumb blonde, varied by film noir roles as a gangster moll and mentally ill characters like a freaked-out babysitter in Don't Bother to Knock and the lead in Niagara, both released 1952. On the whole, Hollywood was an ordeal from her late teens until age 26, and most of what success and livelihood she got was not from films but from photography. Glamour photography, too. Marilyn got her start while working a defense factory, when she was approached by a military photographer looking for Rosie the Riveter type inspirational pictures. It was her entry to a network that included not only photographers, but modeling agencies and their customers, magazines, advertisements, calendars, pin UPS, and studio publicity. In early 1945, Marilyn was able to quit her factory job and by the next year, had appeared on the cover of over 30 magazines, not yet the big ones but respectable ones like Pageant and Family Circle, as well as US Camera and Sex Tease mags. The San Fernando Valley, across the Hollywood Hills, was then as later a national center for pornography, but Marilyn stayed on the respectable side of the line, which paid better, in any case, since conventional magazines had bigger circulation. Her reputation for bathing suit shots spread, and she was picked up as an artist's model for well-known pin-up artists Earl Moran and Earl Macpherson. It was during one of her hard times, laid off from the studios and needing money, in 1949, when she posed for the nude photos that would later make her famous. It was an unusual photo angle, shot from the top of a ladder looking down on her lying on a bright red curtain, and became the best-selling calendar photo of its time. Color photography was just emerging as a viable printing process, most photographs previously having been black and white. Marilyn would repeatedly feature in the technological breakthroughs in all the visual media. The nude photos came back to haunt her in March 1952, when gossip columnists spread the story that she had posed in the nude 3 years before. But 1952 was Marilyn's breakout year. The previous fall she was on the cover of Collier's, one of the big national photo news magazines, and soon after made the covers of Look and Life. Niagara was about to be shot and would be on screens next year with Marilyn as top billing. The studio executives worried about the nude calendar, but Marilyn handled the rush of reporters with aplomb. "It's no big deal. You can get a copy of it anywhere." And asked if she had nothing on during the photo, she replied in her little girl voice, "I had the radio on." Set up for scandal, she stole the scene. That's one definition of emotional domination of the situation, however meek and passive her demeanor. Marilyn had become too big in the photo world for the studio bosses to cut her out anymore. It was her photo career that made her transition to the iconic Marilyn Monroe. Norma Jean Mortensen, as a young photo model, was a brunette with curly hair. She changed her name to Marilyn Monroe during a screen test. Meanwhile, her photos show her curls straightening out to wavy, her brown hair shading into red, then reddish blonde. Redheads were considered hot stuff in the 1940s, and by 1952 now classic platinum blonde. Her agent had her hairline raised, to eliminate the widow's peak seen in her early looks, and according to rumors, possibly also paid for a minor nose job. Her photos show the addition of a small beauty mark on her left cheek from 1950 onwards. This was the look of the 1953 photo that Andy Warhol would use for his multicolored Marilyn silk screen in 1962, just after she died, sealing her icon status in another medium. Marilyn created her own image, but the photographers, agents, and artists had a hand in it too. Hollywood, 1, Part 2. Two big technical developments were happening in the film business just as Marilyn became a star. One was Technicolor. Color films had occasionally been made since the late 1930s. The Wizard of Oz was one, starting out black and white in Kansas and then switching to color for The Land of Oz, but until the early 1950s most films were black and white. Technicolor as it appeared in the late 1940s was garish, bright but unnatural looking. Natural-looking color was achieved in the 50s, and Niagara publicity trumpeted it as the combination of two of the world's great spectacles, Niagara Falls and Marilyn Monroe. The scenic aspect of outdoor films, which was never very good in black and white, was now a big selling point for the movies. They needed it, because these were the years television had taken off. Movie attendance had peaked in 1946 and now had declined over 60%. But TV was black and white and didn't get very good color until the late 1960s, so Hollywood exploited color films as hard as it could. Point 1. The other gimmick that Hollywood had over TV was big, widescreen spectacles. There were initial technical problems. The early version was called Cinerama. It required special theaters with a triple widescreen, each with a separate film projector. This was too cumbersome and expensive, but by 1953 it was replaced by CinemaScope, which required only one projector and one film instead of three. The first big CinemaScope blockbuster appeared in 1953, a biblical epic, The Robe, starring Charlton Heston with his famous chariot race. The second was Marilyn Monroe's film, How to Marry a Millionaire, also in 1953. It wasn't a great film and had a silly plot, but it was packed with stars Marilyn along with her two predecessors, Lauren Bacall and Betty Grable. It paid back its huge production costs many times over within its first month. A much wittier film was Marilyn's earlier film of the same year, Gentlemen Prefer Blondes, co-starring Jane Russell, whom she also upstaged. It also made a lot of money. So 20th Century Fox immediately piled into producing yet another big cinemascope film, River of No Return, a frontier action-adventure pairing Monroe with Robert Mitchum. She later called it a grade Z cowboy movie in which the acting finished second to the scenery and the cinemascope process. The appeal of cinemascope soon wore out, and 20th Century Fox almost bankrupted itself over the next 10 years, especially with the overlong 4-hour production Cleopatra, finally released in 1963, starring Elizabeth Taylor. During these years of trouble, Marilyn Monroe films were the chief money makers for the studio. By 1955, Marilyn was bigger than everybody and ready to rebel. She was still getting the modest salary negotiated in her 1950 contract. She wanted commensurate pay and better roles than the dumb blonde stereotype. The studio, still underestimating her, refused. She walked out. This was news. Hollywood contractual disputes were usually behind closed doors. How could someone with such a weak personality do this sort of thing? The Celebrity Network, 3. In 1956, sociologist C. Wright Mills published The Power Elite, a portrait of the upper reaches of stratification in the United States. His main argument was that the country had morphed into a pyramid ruled by 3 overlapping groups: the executives of the big corporations, the top officers who shuttled between the interchangeable branches of the military-industrial complex, and the cabinet officials who served no matter which party held the presidency, and who came from the same Ivy League schools and the same Wall Street firms. Sounds familiar? He also pointed out that the old-fashioned upper class, the hereditary rich families of the social register in New York, Boston, and Philadelphia still existed. One of their daughters married John F. Kennedy, but that they no longer really counted as sources of national power, or even of prestige. They were no longer in the public eye the way they had been when the Titanic sank, when the headlines listed which members of society were on the ship. What had displaced them was a group called celebrities. Celebrities were anyone who was famous, which meant anyone who had their picture taken a lot, and were in the news just by being visible. Celebrities could be athletes, singers, movie stars, famous writers, Hemingway, Tennessee Williams, band leaders, people who broke flying records, Charles Lindbergh, Howard Hughes, Amelia Earhart. What created celebrities, as a group phenomenon, was the rise of the mass media. Above all, these were the newspapers and magazines, which underwent an era of tremendous popularity and profitability, from the 1920s through the 50s. Photos were a big part of this. It was only around 1920 that cameras became portable so that photographers, later called paparazzi, could swarm all over places where celebrities might be seen, and when newsprint publications could afford to sprinkle their pages with photos. Celebrities were wanted because of an insatiable need for things to fill papers with. Celebrity stories had legs, whether there was any breaking news or not. In the 1930s, glossy black and white photos in magazines became economically feasible. Hence the world of celebrities. Hollywood was a favorite photo/news/gossip site. A broader swathe of famous persons could be found in the restaurants and nightclubs of New York, where almost anyone who was anyone could be seen and gossip columnists could write about who they were seen with. Marilyn may not have been very aware of the world of celebrities when she was young and completely Hollywood-struck. But she soon found out. In fact, she became a celebrity before she became a star. By around 1950, she wasn't just trading sex for entree into Hollywood parties, she was having affairs with the stars, including Marlon Brando, Yul Brynner, and big-name director Elia Kazan. In her breakout year, 1953, she became connected with the biggest name of all, Joe DiMaggio. Just recently retired from the New York Yankees, DiMaggio was the biggest star on the most famous team in the most popular American sport. His teams had gone to the World Series 10 out of 13 years. Fans and sports writers used to debate about who was the greatest of all time, DiMaggio or his predecessor, Babe Ruth. In January 1954, Marilyn and Joe were married. They honeymooned in Japan. Marilyn took time out to go to Korea, where the Korean War had ground to a stalemate, to entertain tens of thousands of American troops. Singing outdoors in a spaghetti strap gown in the February cold, she was received with wild enthusiasm. "You never heard such cheers," she told DiMaggio, upon returning. "Yes, I have," he said. He had, but that was then, and this was now. Their marriage immediately started coming apart. Further strains appeared. DiMaggio was from an old-fashioned Italian family. He didn't want his wife to work, it was a mark of not being able to support your own family, he wanted her to stay home and cook for him and his buddies. She tried, a bit, but she had a career and movies to make. In September 1954, they are in New York City. Marilyn is shooting The 7-Year Itch. Director Billy Wilder has concocted a scene where she stands over a subway grate while the air from the train rushes up and blows her skirts above her waist. It is a hot summer night, and Marilyn is enjoying it, the rush of air, showing off her great legs, the several thousand men and dozens of photographers gathered to watch. It goes on for several hours. Joe DiMaggio is there watching, with the wife of Marilyn's personal photographer and manager, Milton Green. Joe is getting angrier and angrier, every time her dress blows up to reveal her panties, and the crowd cheers. He walks off in disgust. Next month they are divorced. Clash of lifestyles. Yes. But also, Marilyn has upstaged him completely. And she always would. Theater intellectuals, 4. The theater world, which mostly meant New York City, had always overlapped with Hollywood. In the 1910s, before Hollywood, films were mostly made in or around New York, and Broadway producers were at the fore among those who created Hollywood in the 1920s. Burlesque stars like Mae West and dancers like Fred Astaire moved on to films, famous plays were often made into movies, and stars of the legitimate theater continued to circulate between the stage and the movies up through the 1950s and even later. But already in the 20s, there were film stars who never did theater, and these became more prominent over time. They were two different kinds of media, and the difference expanded as films became more outdoors, more action-oriented, and more colorful and spectacular. In moving from Hollywood to the New York theater world, Marilyn was moving in a conservative direction. It was also a claim for prestige. The theater world tended to look down on films as a second-rate medium, and intellectuals in general regarded films as lowbrow entertainment. True, famous writers like Scott Fitzgerald and William Faulkner spent time as Hollywood script writers, but this was just a way of raising their incomes. Some Hollywood studio chiefs, notably Darryl Zanuck, the head of 20th Century Fox, and Marilyn Monroe's chief detractor, tried to raise the status of films by making serious movies, but they largely had to give this up in the 1950s when competition from TV moved them in the direction of colorful spectaculars. One can see the pattern in the fact that there were no film schools and no film critics until James Agee in the 1940s and 50s started trying to review films in the same spirit as reviewing plays. There was little sense of what was a film classic until the 1960s and later. Point 2. Marilyn already had network ties with the theater intellectuals from the early 50s. After all, there was Brando, Elia Kazan, and she'd acted alongside Bette Davis in All About Eve, which is precisely about an aging theater queen and her ambitious understudy. After divorcing Joe DiMaggio and breaking her Hollywood contract, in 1955 she moved to New York, where she was taken in by a famous art photographer, Milton Green, and his wife. Green did a series of sensitive photos of Marilyn, not as film star or sex kitten but moody, swan-like, etc. He also floated the idea of forming an independent company, Marilyn Monroe Productions, with themselves as partners. Meanwhile, Marilyn starts over again, from the bottom, sort of, by joining other would-be actors at the Actors Studio run by Lee Strasberg. He is a proponent of method acting, getting into your own emotions, feeling yourself in the role. Marilyn is met with skepticism by the other actors, but Strasberg and his wife Paula find Marilyn has potential. For the rest of her career, Paula would be Marilyn's personal acting coach, at her side on the set of every movie she made. In January 1956, 20th Century Fox caved in. She got a new contract, with options to choose her own films and directors. Marilyn Monroe Productions also had the right to make one independent film a year. She and Milton Greene made this a priority. Their first film would be in England, directed by, and co-starring, Sir Laurence Olivier. Olivier was probably the most prestigious theatre/film crossover in the world, famed for his Shakespeare and for films of classic novels like Wuthering Heights. The film had a not-so-promising title, The Prince and the Showgirl, but in fact it was a first-rate comedy by the playwright Terence Rattigan, the foremost follower of the style of George Bernard Shaw, with its witty dialogue and surprising plot reversals. This should be the perfect launch to Marilyn's new phase as a serious actress. What could go wrong? For one thing, something that at the time seemed very much to be going right. Marilyn falls in love with Arthur Miller. He was at the top of the theater world. His 1949 play, Death of a Salesman, would be for decades the most widely performed play ever written by an American playwright. It does nothing to hurt his public image that he is in a fight with HUAC over their effort to compel him to testify against former Communist Party members and sympathizers from the 1930s. This is a fight that had convulsed Hollywood, too, although Hollywood came down on the side of communist busting and a number of writers had been blacklisted. Marilyn had never been involved in politics, but now that her fiancé was called before the committee, and its cameras, in Washington, she is right there beside him. When the politicians threaten to prevent him from traveling to England for the Olivier film, Marilyn's admirers exert pressure on the other side, and he gets the passport. Marilyn and Arthur are photographed at their wedding at his home in rural Connecticut, where she is blissfully happy, just to be married to such a wonderful man. In England, Marilyn and Arthur were greeted and photographed with Laurence Olivier and his wife, Vivien Leigh, who played Scarlett O'Hara in Gone with the Wind, but cordiality soon ended. Now accustomed to method-style directors, Marilyn asks Olivier how he wants her to play her part. "Just be sexy," he tells her. She is insulted and upset. They fight throughout the filming, Arthur putting in advice and Paula Strasberg conferring with Marilyn before every shot. The Prince and the Showgirl is a financial flop and leaves a bad taste in everyone's mouth. In fact, it is very viewable today, even though it doesn't feel quite like the same Marilyn Monroe. It is the beginning of a series of bad relationships with directors. She is consistently late on the set. She cancels and calls in sick. She forgets her lines, or botches them repeatedly. She argues with directors and retreats into conferences with Paula. During the shooting of Some Like It Hot in 1958, her co-star Tony Curtis famously said that kissing Marilyn Monroe is like kissing Hitler in exasperation at the endless retakes. And this was to be the only really successful box office hit that she made after reinventing herself as a serious theatrical actor. Marilyn had won the right to choose her own directors, but it doesn't improve matters. She argued with top directors, Broadway and Hollywood legends alike. Her first effort at a serious drama, Bus Stop, 1957, is a contemporary or real-life version of a cowboy movie where Marilyn is a cafe singer kidnapped by an enamored rodeo cowboy. She played opposite 59-year-old Clark Gable in The Misfits, another real-life western about aging cowboys trying to make some money rounding up wild horses. Arthur Miller had written the script especially for her, but his habit as a professional writer was to turn real people into material for drama, and it shocked her as a portrait of herself. Whether cast realistically or in film fantasies, she always ended up being the dumb and / or neurotic blonde beauty. Arthur left the set and she began another affair. Shooting dragged out, her films always behind schedule and over budget. We can see the deterioration in photos of Marilyn in this period. Earlier, there had been candid photos of her biting her nails with tension, but now her face looks bland and washed out. She carried a flask of gin on the set and drank between takes, a dangerous combination with the pills she took to wake up in the morning and the sleeping pills she took at night. Camelot, 5. In November 1960, John F. Kennedy was elected president, promising to bring a youthful new approach to the White House. He brought youthful good looks, an even younger and beautiful wife, and created enthusiasm that made him the most popular president of the 20th century, with favorability ratings consistently around 70%. The Kennedy family were no strangers to Hollywood. The patriarch, Joseph P. Kennedy, had bought and reorganized studios in the 1920s, ruthlessly taking over a movie theater chain, and carrying on a long affair with film star Gloria Swanson while financing her films. Yes, the one who played the aging star in Sunset Boulevard, 1950. JFK reportedly had numerous affairs, both before and after his marriage to Jacqueline Bouvier in 1953, including several film stars before taking up with Marilyn, which began attracting attention from his political enemies in early 1962. But reporters in those days gave popular politicians space for their private lives. They avoided photographing FDR in his wheelchair, and kept quiet about General Eisenhower's affair with his driver. Kennedy got along well with the press, who showed the glitz of the Kennedy White House but not its backstage. Marilyn had already had an affair with Peter Lawford, a Hollywood actor married to JFK's younger sister. Now she was socializing with the Rat Pack, as we see in a photo with other stars at a Las Vegas event, a fake look of enthusiasm on her mouth clashing with the sadness in the rest of her face. In June 1962, in the midst of yet another contentious on-again off-again film project for 20th Century Fox, Marilyn takes off to fly to New York for JFK's birthday celebration at Madison Square Garden. It is her last famous photo scandal. Having kept the crowd waiting for almost an hour, she appears in a clinging, flesh-colored gown and sings "Happy Birthday to You, Mr. President" in her wispy voice. Kennedy, sitting in the front row of the huge audience, makes no gesture of response. Immediately afterward, his brother Bobby tells him the affair is getting too public and warns him to break it off. He does, that very night. Marilyn is shut out. She can't even get through to Bobby by phone anymore. Back in Hollywood, she is suspended by the studio. A month later, she is reinstated with a new contract and a higher salary, and called back to resume filming. 3 days later she is dead, an overdose of barbiturates, combined with whatever other drugs she was doing during the day. Marilyn psychiatrists, 6. Marilyn had been seeing psychiatrists ever since her sojourn in New York in 1955. Psychoanalysis was very much in vogue during the 1940s and 50s, and her coaches at the Actors Studio encouraged her to explore her emotional depths. She had at least 4 psychiatrists. The second of them, in 1957, was Anna Freud, the daughter of Sigmund Freud. Such psychoanalysis was not expected to cure anything, but was just part of a lifelong process of knowing oneself. At any rate, there was no indication psychiatry did Marilyn any good. Her problems got worse during the years of treatment. Her psychiatrist from 1957 to 1961 was Mary Ann Criss. These were the years of her fights with directors, her breakdowns on the set, her estrangement and divorce from Arthur Miller, her heavy drug use and drinking. The drugs were abetted by her doctors, including the psychiatrists themselves. Like celebrity doctors then and since, they were impressed with having famous patients, and multiple doctors would add up to unlimited prescriptions. By 1960, Marilyn had 2 psychiatrists, Dr. Criss in New York, and Dr. Ralph Greenson in Los Angeles. In February 1961, Dr. Criss decided that Marilyn was on the verge of suicide, and had her admitted to a psychiatric hospital in New York. Marilyn went along with it at first, until she found herself locked in a padded cell, under constant surveillance, and cut off from communication with the outside. She began to resist, to no avail. She refused to take part in therapeutic activities with the other patients, supervised handicrafts and the like, declaring, "When I start becoming one of them, I'll know I really am crazy." At almost exactly the same time, Irving Goffman published Asylums, Essays on the Social Situation of Mental Patients and Other Inmates, 1961. In the late 1950s, Goffman had gotten himself into the schizophrenic ward of mental hospital, incognito, for 2 years to observe what it was like to be locked up, whether you were crazy or not. He concluded that the structure of the mental hospital itself was making people worse, not better. It was a total institution, where one's entire life was under surveillance by staff who held all power over you: guards in a prison, sergeants in a boot camp, orderlies and psychiatrists in an asylum. Inmates were a degraded status, with no way to escape from their social position, except by giving in to the staff's definition of oneself as a spoiled self. You had to give up yourself in order for them to make you better, or at least declare you were better so you could get out. Goffman argued that the bizarre things that patients did in the mental hospital, like pissing on floor or refusing to keep one's clothes on, were a last gasp of autonomy, trying to show they still had at least this much of a personal self by rebelling in trivial ways. Goffman called this the underlife of a total institution, one version of which is the convict code in prison. 3 This was the pressure that Marilyn faced. Marilyn was finally able to smuggle a message out to Joe DiMaggio. Why Joe? He still loved her, she knew. And Joe D was a big name in New York, an old-fashioned hero type who wasn't going to let a bunch of bureaucrats stop him. Surrounded by an army of reporters and photographers, Joe got Marilyn out. Photos tell the unspoken story. She and Joe are seen together for a while. Uncharacteristically, Marilyn covers her face from the cameras. Joe looks stony-faced. She sits beside him on the beach with a wan expression. He rescued her, but he couldn't save her. The old networks were still there, still pulling her apart, and the networks were now inside her. Her new psychiatrist, Ralph Greenson, violates professional norms by trying to befriend his patient. He and his wife invite her into their home. Marilyn moves into an apartment a few minutes away. But she is back to the drugs and the drinking, the daily uppers and downers, the back and forth with the studio, the collapse of her dream to be something more than a Hollywood star. No one can befriend her in her personal backstage, suspended between all the front stages. She dies alone. Did Marilyn Monroe have charisma? Let's see how she fits the checklist of different kinds of charisma. Front stage charisma. Obviously, Marilyn was not the kind of person who makes speeches and leads crowds by swaying their emotions and beliefs. But no one was better at capturing the center of public attention. In this respect she was like Cleopatra, the master of spectacles, who left Mark Antony sitting alone on his podium while the crowd flocked to see her. This makes us broaden our theory of how charisma operates. It doesn't have to be peremptory, I'm telling you this. It is all the more effective when it is irresistible. In public, almost everyone liked Marilyn, were charmed by her, men and women alike. In part, precisely because she was not an authority, she never told people what to do. Even as a sexual figure, she was never the femme fatale, the malicious vamp, the money-grabbing whore. She was most natural in front of a crowd. If you like to look at me, I'll blow you a kiss. Backstage charisma. This is the realm of face-to-face relationships, the capacity for emotional domination that is so striking in the way Jesus talked with people, always seizing control of the conversation with an unexpected shift. Marilyn was not at all like this. But when people pressed her, like reporters, she usually came up with a stopper, a tagline that gave everyone pause, or made people laugh. Success, reputation, charisma. The classic definition of charisma is the general or politician who always wins: Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon. This was not Marilyn. But if her aim for success was to be a star, to be the center of attention, she never failed. After her career launch, of course, this launch point is a key feature of any charismatic life. Unlike some, perhaps most, charismatic success leaders, she never lost her position, never became once charismatic. Perhaps because she killed herself at the right time, she did not hang on too long. Even her death was big news, her legend was just beginning. Fame as pseudo-charisma. Just continuing to be a famous name, with the passage of time, can get one the retrospective label of being charismatic. I have argued this is a mistake, a confusing use of the term. Queen Elizabeth, of Elizabethan fame, is an example of a person who was not charismatic on any of the three main dimensions. But historic fame can accompany real charisma. So far 60 years after her death, Marilyn Monroe checks that box too. Of course, over the flow of history, 60 years is not a long time. Can we theorize what makes some names resonant over the centuries? Yes, but that is another book. Chapter 5. What is charisma anyway? And how do you get it? Eleanor Roosevelt, Adolf Hitler. By examining charismatic people up close, we find 4 different ways that people get charisma. A few people have most or all of them, some get it from only one source. We met the 4 types in Chapter 3. Here we cover them in greater depth, and watch some uncharismatic persons making themselves into charismatic leaders. 1. Front stage charisma. Front stage charisma means putting on overpoweringly impressive performances in front of an audience. The crowd is not just convinced, they are swept off their feet. It is more than just an entertaining moment. After such an experience, we will follow them anywhere. Charisma seizes people's emotions and shapes their will. A charismatic leader is a great speech maker. Their speeches recruit a movement. Jesus is the archetype of front stage charisma. His Sermon on the Mount spills over into miracles of generosity among the audience. Throughout his career he has mastery of crowds. Even with hostile crowds, he breaks their momentum, seizes the initiative, and ends up emotionally dominating. Other speech makers with charismatic power include Winston Churchill, Franklin D. Roosevelt, Julius Caesar, and on the dark side of the force, Adolf Hitler. The entire Nazi movement was built on mass participation performances, including their sinister marches, swastikas, Heil Hitler salutes, and loudspeakers. A charismatic leader is master of the mass media of the day, whatever they may be. 2. Backstage charisma. Having front stage charisma does not mean you are charismatic in the informal situations of everyday life. Winston Churchill was regarded as rather an ill-mannered drunk at dinner parties. Alexander the Great was inspirational at the head of his troops in battle, but he palled around with his buddies and sometimes got into fights with them. An example of backstage charisma is Lawrence of Arabia. When recruiting an Arab army against the Turks in World War I, Lawrence did not try to dominate meetings or give orders. He let the warrior equality of the desert take its course as they discussed at leisure whether to follow the British or not. When the timing felt right, he would quietly announce that he was going to attack such and such. Whoever felt like coming was welcome. Lawrence also had weapons, money, camels, and a string of military successes, so he soon was being greeted with enthusiastic shouts by warriors rushing to join him. Back on the British side of the lines, Lawrence was quiet but welcome because he brought good news. After the war, he hated publicity and disguised himself as much as possible. Others with backstage charisma included Napoleon and Steve Jobs, discussed in more detail in another publication. Napoleon was a workaholic, and a good listener. He met all day long with subordinates, putting together the big picture and summing it up, energizing his many teams to reorganize government, laws, education, the military. In battle, he made high-speed decisions, with his feel for what the enemy was doing, and energizing his troops to beat larger armies in separate pieces before they could come together. Jobs had incredible powers of persuasion. He could get computer scientists to create what he envisioned, so much so that they joked that Steve had a reality distortion field that eventually made people believe in it. He could start a meeting by insulting people, criticizing the quality of their product. But he was not the kind of boss who threatens people and then leaves slamming the door. He stayed to hear them argue back, then persisted for hours, even all night, until they agreed to try what he wanted. His style was to stir up emotions, then transform them. His inner team became fanatically loyal, and inventive. 3. Success magic charisma. Max Weber's main criterion is that charismatic leaders are credited with supernatural powers. Jesus, Muhammad, and Moses are associated with miracles and direct contact with the divine. They also launched lasting movements. On the secular level, charisma comes from a string of successes, especially against the odds. Such a leader becomes regarded as unbeatable. Napoleon acquired such a reputation from a long string of battle victories that enemy generals said his presence on the battlefield was worth 40,000 troops, and advised the strategy of going up against other French generals rather than Napoleon himself. Hitler's reputation in Germany took off with a series of diplomatic and military victories from the mid-1930s through 1941, backing up his earlier boast to make Germany great again. In the business world, Steve Jobs already had a reputation for backstage charisma when he first developed Apple Computer Co., but his public image changed from eccentric to unbeatable after his return to Apple in 1997 and a 10-year string of soaring product rollouts. He artfully combined success charisma with a deliberately staged front stage charisma, organizing dramatic product launches and making Apple Store scenes for enthusiastic crowd participation. Unbroken success is hard to come by, and virtually all charismatic leaders have to deal with failure at some point. But charisma requires at least an aura of success. One way this happens is the fact that the movement of enthusiastic followers is growing gives confidence the leader's promises will pay off. In the stock market, amassing followers is a financial success in itself. 4. Reputational charisma. If you have charisma, you get a reputation for it. The fourth type of charisma is a result of the other three. There is also some feedback effect. The more widespread your reputation for charisma, the more it pumps up your appeal as a front stage performer and as a miracle worker. But this brings us onto tricky grounds. People who want to be charismatic can try to manipulate it, by working the public relations machine. How successful is this? One limitation is that the competition can get crowded. There is a limit on how many charismatic people can exist at the same time, especially when they go up against each other. It would be like having too many prima donnas at a party. The struggle for fame will shoot down many contenders, especially in an era dominated by easy access to mass media. This implies that you need a foundation in one of the other three forms of charisma, to have a chance at reputational charisma. Television and video images convey not just reports of what people did and said, but what they looked like saying it, as if they were face to face with the viewer. That turns the most basic test of charisma more into the second type. Backstage charisma depends on the kinds of emotions conveyed by facial expressions and body rhythms. People are good at picking up genuine emotions and feel uneasy about emotions which are forced. Subtypes of merely reputational charisma include ephemeral pseudo-charisma. You get a big reputation, enthusiastic crowds flock to see you, everybody wants to get near you, touch you, get your autograph or a selfie with you. This is pretty much the definition of being an entertainment star. It tends to be ephemeral, all the more so as the competition for attention moves on. It also happens in politics. An example is Mikhail Gorbachev, who was treated like a rock star in Europe during the mid-1980s. He held out a new future, ending the Cold War, negotiating nuclear weapons reductions, and democratizing the Soviet Union. By 1989 to 1991, these reforms overtook Gorbachev himself. He was not only deposed, but lost his charisma. It comes and goes. Until the early 1980s, Gorbachev was just another communist apparatchik, protege of the KGB chief Andropov, who came to power after Brezhnev's death. Gorbachev had a period of genuine successes, but his reputation at its height was a bubble that burst when public attention turned elsewhere. Historically retrospective charisma. Some individuals' charisma is created after their death. An example is Queen Elizabeth I, whose name is attached to the Elizabethan age. She was not a speechmaker, and she did not direct the policy of England to any great extent during her reign. Crucial decisions, like executing Mary Queen of Scots and thereby setting off the Spanish Armada, were made behind her back. She had no backstage skill in winning people over. The impression of her supreme greatness comes from two things. First, her court made a big deal out of flattering her, surrounding her with elaborate courtesy and ostentatious display. She wore magnificent costumes and jewels and was the center of impressive entertainments. In this respect, she was like a Chinese emperor, surrounded by protocol in the Forbidden Palace, while the secretaries ran the country. Second, the Elizabethan period, and its continuation into the reign of her successor, James I, was a time of great successes for England, the end of the Protestant/Catholic struggles, the growth of English sea power to world class, the historic outpouring of English literature. Much of it was dedicated to Elizabeth or performed in her presence. Truth be told, Elizabeth was a magnificent symbol, but a charismatic leader only by historical courtesy. One of the loosest ways of getting called charismatic is merely to be a famous name at a time when important things happened. Using all four criteria, we can check empirically whether this person was charismatic or not, and in what way. We can look at whether they were good at swaying crowds and recruiting followers, and if they could make disciples out of their intimate acquaintances. Every famous person can be assessed this way, if we have the records. For ancient people this is not always clear. We know too little about the life of Gautama, who became the Buddha. Confucius was not a public success, although he did recruit the first generation of followers who centuries later burgeoned into a dominant movement in the history of China. We can use the four ways people become charismatic to see what made the difference in any particular career. Making oneself charismatic, Eleanor Roosevelt. No one is a charismatic leader from early childhood. Charisma is a style of interaction that has to be developed. But some persons have further to travel than others. Some start as distinctly uncharismatic. A striking example is Eleanor Roosevelt, the wife of Franklin D. Roosevelt, himself one of the most charismatic of all presidents. But Eleanor as a young woman was described as self-conscious, shy, and insecure. Her mother, a beautiful society lady, was openly disappointed with her daughter, thinking her homely as well as socially awkward. She grew up tall and horsey, serious instead of gay, with a quavering voice, receding chin, and buck teeth. Her debutante ball in New York's Waldorf Astoria Hotel, when at 18 she was introduced to society as eligible marriage material, was an agony for her, with her abhorrence for small talk and her tendency to laugh nervously at the wrong moment. Nevertheless, at age 20 she was married to her fifth cousin Franklin, 2 years older, who seemed more or less her opposite, movie star handsome, politically ambitious but buoyantly charming and good-humored. Photos of them together show Franklin gesturing gaily while she watches him with admiration. He was young and good-looking, she later said, and I was shy and awkward and thrilled when he asked me to dance. How did such an unlikely marriage come about? Eleanor's mother died of an illness when she was 8. Then her father, who was a notorious alcoholic, was put into an insane asylum by his relatives, where he died when she was 9. Eleanor was taken care of by relatives, then sent to a boarding school in England, where she concentrated on serious concerns and became a social reformer, in the fashionable upper-class style of looking into the lives of the poor. It is worth mentioning that her father was Theodore Roosevelt's younger brother, so that when she married Franklin in 1905, she was already a Roosevelt. Franklin was a third cousin of Teddy Roosevelt, on the other side of this large and wealthy family. At the wedding, President Teddy Roosevelt gave the bride away in marriage. It had the appearance of a political marriage, or perhaps Teddy as head of the family making sure his brother's daughter was well matched, and Franklin realizing the advantage of the arrangement. Franklin entered politics at age 28, winning election to the New York State Legislature for his Hudson River district where the family's Hyde Park mansion was located, running as a Democrat because no one else was willing to try it in a longtime Republican district. The Roosevelt name was always a fortune for him, along with his reforming style, his cheerful personality and impeccable demeanor. In the Woodrow Wilson administration, he became Assistant Secretary of the Navy, a more important position than it would be today, since at that time there was no Secretary of Defense, and the Secretary of the Navy was a member of the cabinet. Teddy Roosevelt had held the same position at the time of the Spanish-American War, and used it to make his reputation. In 1920, Franklin was the Democratic nominee for vice president, although the Republicans won the White House in a reaction against Woodrow Wilson's policies of entering World War I and trying to create a League of Nations. During this time, Eleanor raised 5 children. She was not very happy with the role. Not having been brought up around other children, she had little sense of playing with her own. They lived in the Hyde Park mansion, overlooking the Hudson River, where her mother-in-law's bedroom was next to the married couple. Here Franklin's mother was the Mrs. Roosevelt, and she described herself as the children's real mother. Eleanor was living in a house that her husband didn't even own, looked down upon by a woman who was closer to her husband than she was. The turning point came in 1918. Eleanor was unpacking Franklin's suitcase when she came across a bundle of love letters written to him by her own social secretary. They had been having an affair for years. Eleanor wanted a divorce, but Franklin refused. It would be the end of his political career. Instead of doing one of the conventional things, Eleanor decided to make the most of the bargaining chip she had been handed. Franklin agreed to never see Lucy Mercer again. He and Eleanor would have separate bedrooms, no more children. A few years later, Franklin built her a house near the Hyde Park estate for her own use, where she could pursue her own interests, without the interference of her mother-in-law. Women had won the vote in 1920, Eleanor became active in the League of Women Voters, and women's groups in the Democratic Party. Her advantage suddenly widened in 1921, when during a polio epidemic Franklin became a paraplegic, confined to a wheelchair. For the next 7 years he struggled to rehabilitate his legs, wearing heavy metal braces and trying to walk a few steps unaided. The turning point came in 1928, when he was able to walk from backstage to the podium where he nominated Al Smith for president. Franklin himself was back in politics, and was elected governor of New York, succeeding Al Smith. In 1929 came the great stock market crash, leading to years of economic depression. As unemployment ballooned to 25%, and banks were closed in a panic, FDR was elected president and took office in 1933. During these years, when Franklin was struggling to recreate his public image, Eleanor was free to strike off on her own. She formed a business with women friends to hire local people. She invited a lesbian couple to live in her house at Hyde Park. She got an apartment in Greenwich Village, in a house owned by lesbians, and often stayed there, even after she and Franklin moved into the White House. She cultivated radical friends in labor and in the early movement against racial segregation. She became the most remarkable First Lady of all time. Breaking with precedent in every respect, she held her own press conferences. She made a point of inviting only female reporters, strategizing that it would put pressure on newspapers to hire more women. Newspapers on the whole were owned by conservatives, but no one could ignore her. She wrote a syndicated newspaper column, 6 days a week, that she carried on until she died. She had her own radio program. FDR, of course, had made his radio addresses famous. Radio stations had only come into existence in the 1920s, and he was the first American president to use radio broadcasts to explain the problems the country faced and what he proposed to do about them. These fireside chats, broadcast from his library at Hyde Park, were no small part of his own growing charisma. Eleanor in some respects was imitating her husband, but on her own path. Above all, Eleanor and Franklin had become a team. Wheelchair-bound, he needed someone to carry his personal presence out into the world of ordinary Americans, his voters, and the people that needed help to find food, find jobs, save their farms. Eleanor was photographed riding on coal wagons into the depths of mines, serving food in soup kitchens, inspecting hospitals and slum housing. When the US entered World War II, she visited England under bombardment and troops in combat zones in the Pacific and in Europe. In the States, she refused Secret Service protection. She drove her own car, carrying a pistol for protection. In one of her columns she said, "I am not an expert shot, but if the necessity arose, I know how to use a pistol." She had her enemies. The Ku Klux Klan threatened her life, at a time when they had thousands of members and had been a political force in the 1920s. Eleanor was not just FDR's public emissary. She was also the left wing of his administration. She was not the only one, but she had the distinctive position of personal access to Franklin. She did not always win in her attempts at influence. She lobbied for ending the internment of Japanese Americans that began in the panic over imminent invasion in the months after Pearl Harbor was attacked. She had tried to get the US to accept more Jewish refugees fleeing Nazi-controlled Europe, when only limited quotas were allowed in. She pushed for Negro civil rights, at a time when Roosevelt's Democrats were heavily dependent on control of the South. She got a few symbolic breakthroughs in the segregated city of Washington, D.C., but on the whole FDR as the pragmatic politician would go no further than economic reforms. She tried to push through universal health care, as in Britain and even Germany, but failed. The New Deal had enough to do with creating Social Security, the right of labor unions to hold organizing elections in factories, and putting people to work in government programs. J. Edgar Hoover's FBI collected a voluminous file on her association with radicals. Love her or hate her, Eleanor Roosevelt was a public force. Perhaps her biggest moment of sheer charisma came in the summer of 1940. Franklin had already served 2 terms as president, no one had ever run for a 3rd term. The world was in bigger crisis than ever. The Nazi blitzkrieg had overrun France in May, leaving Churchill's Britain fighting almost alone. Isolationist sentiment was still strong in the US, while FDR tried to help Britain any way he could with military aid. He felt the country needed him, but he thought it would look bad for him to go the Democratic National Convention and ask for a 3rd term. He asked Eleanor to do it for him. She refused. She had done many things no First Lady had done before, but none had ever spoken at a nominating convention. She said she was too busy. Franklin talked her into it, suggesting that his political friends thought she would be the one who could do it. When Eleanor arrived in Chicago, she found the delegates in a bad mood. Some took FDR's absence as an insult. Eleanor spoke directly to the point, "This is no ordinary time. No time for weighing anything except what we can best do for the country." She turned the hostile convention around. Her nominating speech was accepted with great applause. When FDR died in 1945, she thought her public life was over. It wasn't. President Truman named her as the U.S. representative to the United Nations General Assembly when it first met in London in 1946, and she would hold this position until 1952. She was elected by the world delegates to chair the UN Human Rights Commission, and led the committee that wrote the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. In the aftermath of World War II, she was the most influential woman in the world. She had become the voice of internationalism. The League of Nations, which Woodrow Wilson had failed to carry through in his own country, was now operating as a real presence in the world. Through the 1950s, Eleanor remained on the American political scene, the most prominent white person on the board of the NAACP, and supporting Adlai Stevenson's nomination for president at the 1956 Democratic Convention. She died in 1962, in her aging years eclipsed by new liberal leaders, Martin Luther King and John F. Kennedy. What kind of charisma did she have? She was hated by many, as too integrationist, and too far left. But charisma is polarizing. Above all, she acquired front-stage charisma. She became adept at speech-making, honed by her frequent radio broadcasts. She was on the air more often than her husband, who gave only a few fireside chats a year. Over the years, Her upper-class American-British accent, parroted by those who disliked her, became the voice of moral authority and liberalism. She used all the news media, especially over the radio. She could talk directly to the public and focus attention on what she wanted to say, unlike later interview and talk show formats that shifted the initiative to the interviewer. Face to face, she was blunt and outspoken. She held her own, but it could not be said that she had backstage charisma, unlike the warm personal magnetism that made FDR so likable. Her public appearances in mines and soup kitchens and among soldiers got her photographs in the newspapers. If we look closely at the photos, we see people staring at her uneasily or at the camera, awed and stunned by her presence. Franklin's photos were different, a huge beaming smile, reciprocated by his onlookers. Success magic charisma? Not really. She was the voice of causes, not yet realized, most successful after the war when she was the most important leader at the UN. Launching points for a charismatic career. If charisma is made, not born, a crucial point in every explanation must be when someone launches out on the pathway to deliberately making one's own impact in the world. For Eleanor Roosevelt, the moment came when she discovered Franklin's adultery. In demanding a divorce, she would be the proper upper-class wife, righteous but an object of pity. It would be the end of her career. Or she could have just put up with it, in the old upper-class tradition of mistresses. She did neither. She turned Franklin's moment of weakness into her own path to independence, without giving up the enormous advantage of being his wife. When Franklin became crippled, she found a further advantage, especially since Franklin wanted to hide his handicap while remaining in the public eye. In effect, Eleanor became Franklin's active, outgoing political personality. The fact that she was clearly a different person and was doing something unprecedented made her famous in her own right. His charisma transferred over to her, at first, then both built each other up like a tag team. There are also some background advantages. Her launching platform was the upper class. She was rich enough to be independent of household responsibilities, rich enough to do what she wanted. And prior fame can be a launching pad for fame, niece of one famous president, wife of another. In this respect, Eleanor Roosevelt was similar to Madame Mao, who launched her own move for power when her husband was old and his policies were failing. Jiang Qing was respected and feared because people believed she represented the will of her husband. In actuality, this widespread belief was the launching pad for her own ferocious charisma. But there are many more people born into rich or famous families than those who become charismatic. Other qualities are involved. Cleopatra inherited a throne, although she had to fight for it, inside her own family and out. Of all the charismatic leaders I have surveyed, Cleopatra was probably the one who started youngest, accompanying her father on his tricky diplomatic visits to Rome, witnessing its power struggles, and quickly learning how to strike ruthlessly and to make allies out of enemies. She started young, in the midst of a dangerous learning environment. Some charismatic leaders come from obscure beginnings. Jesus was a modest carpenter until age 30. He does have a clear launching point, when he is anointed by John the Baptist, who both prophesied the coming of someone like himself, and apparently was also his cousin. T.E. Lawrence was merely a middle-class boy on the fringes of the Oxford elite, but he parlayed his connections into joining archaeological digs in the Middle East, learning colloquial Arabic, and suddenly finding he had a unique niche in the British war zone. He was self-reliant, probably a common denominator of all career trajectories, to charisma, and jumped into opportunities when they presented themselves. Expanding one's opportunities would be a better word for what charismatic persons do. Making oneself charismatic. Adolf Hitler. Eleanor Roosevelt wasn't the only person who remade herself by plan and practice. Another one who created a huge political self, at the opposite end of the spectrum of good and evil, was Adolf Hitler. Photos exist of Hitler in 1925, practicing his gestures while listening to a recording of one of his speeches. It is not the Hitler we know. He wears a conventional suit, necktie, and white shirt. His gestures look like an overly melodramatic opera singer, raising a fist over his head while his open fingers clutch at his chest, twisting and turning, open hands imploring, now reaching in amazement at the sky. Fast forward to 1934, in Leni Riefenstahl's documentary film of the Nazi Party rally at Nuremberg, Triumph of the Will. Hitler has become sparing with his gestures. His speaking rhythm is paced, starting calmly and slowly, building up, reaching a climax. Riefenstahl's cameras, placed at multiple angles, capture Hitler as he turns away from the resounding chants of the audience. He makes a little affirmative nod of his head, visible only to the backstage camera, as if to say I nailed it. This was a man who studied how to make an impression and how to captivate a crowd. It was also a team effort, his recording engineer and cameraman in 1925, replaced by 1934 by Riefenstahl, the most artistic film director and film editor of her time. At the end of the closing speech, Hitler's second-in-command, the handsome Rudolf Hess, takes the microphone and intones over the still buzzing crowd, Die Partei ist Hitler. Hitler aber ist Deutschland, wie Deutschland Hitler ist. Hitler, Sieg Heil. The party is Hitler. But Hitler is Germany, as Germany is Hitler. Hitler, Hail Victory. The crowd is on its feet, chanting over and over again. All are fully conscious that Hitler is a living symbol, of themselves and their strength while saluting him in unison. The Nazi ritual that Hitler evolved included the ubiquitous Hitler salute and greeting. Whenever one Nazi met another, he thrust out his arm at an upward angle, palm down and fingers open, and said, Heil Hitler. To which the reply was, Sieg Heil. Why would anyone want to abase yourself to someone else like this? Imagine what it would be like, whenever you encounter someone, instead of saying hello you say, hey, comrade. Victory. Voice and muscle are assertive. We are strong together and we will win this fight. Adolf Hitler's father was a minor customs official in a small town in Austria, who intended his son to become a civil servant like himself. Adolf wanted to be an artist, and deliberately flunked his school exams to cut off his father's plans. Unable to gain admission to art school, from age 15 to 24 he eked out a living in Vienna, painting postcards and sidewalk sketches. To evade military service in the Austrian army, he emigrated to Munich, but during the war enthusiasm of summer 1914 he enlisted in the German army in a Bavarian regiment. It turned out military life suited him. He was cool-headed under fire, and promoted to corporal, awarded the Iron Cross for his courage as a message runner in the trench warfare of the Western Front. When the German army surrendered in November 1918, Hitler was in a hospital, temporarily blinded with poison gas. He immediately adopted the widespread explanation of the stab in the back. The German army had not been defeated, it fell apart because of mutinies fomented by traitorous Reds. In 1919, he was employed as a spy for the army to infiltrate a radical political party in Munich. He joined the party, he was its seventh member, became its ideological leader and changed its name to the National Sozialistische Deutsche Arbeiterpartei, NSDAP, soon abbreviated Nazi. The strategic problem was this. In the political chaos of the 1920s, when the German emperor had been overthrown and replaced by a weak parliamentary government in Weimar, there were almost 100 right-wing paramilitary groups and parties in Germany. There were plenty of anti-Semites, haters of socialists and revolution, outraged at defeat and the vindictive Versailles Peace Treaty. How was Hitler to make his own movement prominent in all this competition on the right? His strategy was to make the Nazis as distinctive as possible. The goal was to take on the left and drive them out of power in Germany, but first he had to take over the right. Hitler did not want to be just another party marching in the army uniforms down the main streets, behind the old German flag of the pre-Weimar Reich. He concentrated on inventing symbols and dramatic effects. The swastika emblem was a complete break with any previous national flags. It meant the Nazi movement, something new, no nostalgia for past governments and movements. Its origins were in Asia, associated with newly rising Hindu nationalism, and thus conveniently representing the Aryan race. But mainly it was a mandala, a tantric emblem of swirling energy power. Swastika comes from Sanskrit, well-being. In the Far East, it was used as an emblem for Buddhist temples. The Asian swastika swirled counterclockwise, the Nazi swastika was turned in a new direction, clockwise. Hitler designed it black, on a red background. Red was the traditional color of the left, the workers' movement. The choice was deliberate. Hitler intended to outflank the other right-wing movements by an opening to the left. After all, the NSDAP was the German Workers' Party, where others were socialists, they were National Socialists. Hitler would push this trajectory continuously until the end of the 1930s. In his 1934 Nuremberg speech, he declares that the Nazis had healed the division of Germany between class against class, there would be no more class struggle, and no class would look down upon any other class. In photos of Hitler and his colleagues through the mid-1920s, he is still wearing suit and tie, sometimes with an army trenchcoat outdoors. In a photo of the abortive attempt at a coup d'état in Munich in 1923, Hitler is standing next to the leader of a bigger paramilitary, the Freikorps, i.e. Free or Volunteer Corps, who is dressed in a drab-looking uniform similar to the World War I army. In imitation of Mussolini's fascists in Italy, who wore black shirts, Hitler adopted brown shirts for his paramilitary, with visored caps with chin straps and the swastika symbol. A German follower who had been a student at Harvard told Hitler about football cheers in America, sis. Boom. Ba. Ra. 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 Hitler decided to try it for his own rallies. This evolved into the Heil Hitler chant. Avoiding traditional patriotic national anthems, the Nazis created their own marching song, the Horst Wessel Lied, named after a comrade shot by communists in a street battle. It starts on an ominous downward melody, along the street, like a crusader's marching song, then rises to a solemn climax of high notes. Sieg Heil. Along with distinctive symbols and uniforms, the Nazis developed distinctive tactics. Action, not words, they continually preached, not old-fashioned politics, speeches, elections, but Kampfstruggle, fight, the title of Hitler's propaganda book, Mein Kampf. They marched, in military order, but not on the main streets of town. Instead, their tactic was to invade the working-class neighborhood, right into its taverns and meeting places. They were looking for fights, which at first were not too deadly, since hardly anyone had guns, and they got them by disrupting meetings of the Communists, KPD, and Socialists, SPD. The Nazis were, above all, where the action is. Not strong enough to overthrow the government, and strategically staying away from antagonizing the police, who generally became their sympathizers, they concentrated on fighting the Reds. This was also a recruiting tactic. The Nazis were demonstrating, in their faces, that they had superior energy, a more driving purpose. Perhaps surprisingly, they often recruited workers into their ranks. The fluctuation of party votes between Nazis and the left parties in the early 1930s shows how one replaced the other. In the late 1920s, the Nazis grew from a few thousand members into 1 million. Among the right-wing paramilitaries, they were absorbing most of the others. Along with growth, came inner divisions. Besides the paramilitary street fighters, the Sturmabteilung, SA, there was also the civilian branch of the Nazis, including civil servants, police, army officers, industrialists, its political supporters. The SA burgeoned into a quasi-military force, an army without weapons, of 400,000 men outnumbering the regular German army, and making professional officers uneasy. The Sturmabteilung derived from the term stormtroopers, an elite organization of troops created late in World War I, to break through the deadlock of trench warfare. Instead of near-suicidal frontal mass attacks, their new tactic was to swarm through no man's land in small groups, taking initiative on their own. Once again, the Nazis co-opted the prestige of cutting-edge modern developments. They declared that parliamentary democracy, along with old hereditary monarchy, were outdated. They were themselves the future. But absorbing so many new members who had been active in rival movements created new problems. One issue was that Hitler decided the party was strong enough to stand for national elections. This was an opportunistic shift in the party doctrine, since they had long denounced elections and parliaments as mere talk. Things came to a head in 1933, after Hitler had won enough votes to be named chancellor. There was talk among the SA that what was needed was a second revolution. On party propaganda posters, Hitler was featured next to Ernst Röhm, the head of the SA Hitler struck first. In June 1934, in what became called the Night of the Long Knives, Hitler had Röhm and hundreds of SA officers killed. He had foreseen the need to create an independent force, the SS, Schutzstaffel or security staff, equivalent to the US Secret Service. Soon their distinctive black uniforms with the swastikas would replace the brown shirts. In Riefenstahl's 1934 film 2 months later we see Hitler at the NSDAP Party Congress, standing on top of an enormous stone slab, making a speech to hundreds of thousands of brown, and black, uniformed ranks in a gigantic coliseum built for the spectacle. "A dark shadow has passed over our movement," he says in the microphone, "but no one but a deliberate liar would say I would disband this SA that has taken so many years to build." In fact he did, gradually in the coming years, replacing it with a hugely expanding SS. Unlike the old SA, the SS was heavily armed, and it became integrated into the regular army, but as elite divisions, the guarantors of army loyalty. The SS had become a party within a party. In the film, we next see Hitler walking through the ranks of the SA. He has ordered new battle flags for each company, and the camera follows him down the rows of men standing at attention. He touches each flag to the blood flag of their first street battle in 1923, and looks each commanding officer in the eye. They exchange a stare, Hitler grim-faced, the surviving SA leaders meeting his gaze anxiously. They shake hands, a prolonged grip. It is the closest we have ever seen on camera of the face of raw dictatorial power. No words are exchanged, it is an unspoken threat, a demand for loyalty. At the center of coercive power, emotional domination. The Nazis are sometimes interpreted as an ultra-conservative movement, turning back the clock, to the pagan Middle Ages, or worse. This is to miss their innovativeness, as Michael Mann has pointed out. They presented themselves as the wave of the future, not of the past. They used the most modern technology of the time. Hitler was among the first to use loudspeakers, and to mount them on cars driving through the streets. He was awake to the power of radio, making his voice as familiar in his country as Franklin Roosevelt and Winston Churchill would become in theirs. He used film for propaganda, and staged huge ceremonies both for the experience of those who took part in them, and to broadcast an image to the nation. Charisma is used for both good and evil, but the sheer technical machinery of creating modern charisma underlies the different variants. The spectacles the Nazis created, swastikas and dark uniforms, the chanting crowds and Hitler salutes and the hypnotic speaker at the microphone have probably been propagated more frequently in the media since their time than any other social movement. This is not because most people admire them, but precisely because big dramas require big villains. Where would Star Wars be without Darth Vader? And both history and entertainment have featured the Nazis as the most unforgettable of bad guys. We can think of some other candidates in the last century or so, but none playing the part so dramatically. That is not exactly what Hitler intended, but it shows the kind of techniques he managed to assemble. Hitler not only constructed himself as charismatic, he built a charismatic movement. It was charismatic in two senses. First, it was a movement to make himself charismatic. It was explicitly based on the Führer principle, the leader, the conductor, the one who drives the car. Hitler surrounds himself with ceremony that reminds everyone he is the focus of the movement. The Heil Hitler. Greeting and salute reaffirms this as often as one would say hello in everyday life. Hitler is at the center of an army of uniformed followers, but the uniform he wears is distinctive to himself. In Triumph of the Will, there is a scene where the massive stadium is quieted, with an overtone of funeral music, and we see Hitler, flanked by two leaders in black SS and brown SA uniforms. As the camera captures the geometric perspectives of the massed crowd and zooms in on Hitler saluting the flaming pyres for the dead of the World War, we see that Hitler is wearing a plain brown shirt and tie, no insignia, no medals. Hitler dresses down, he is almost always hatless, at a time when everyone wore hats, befitting their rank. He contrasts with all the imposing uniforms. He is the ordinary man after all, he is the people. And he needs no special insignia. Here we can flash back to Hitler in a 1916 photo, taken while he is on leave from the front. He is virtually unrecognizable, in a regulation army hat and most strikingly, a big handlebar mustache. This is not the Hitler we know, with the distinctive Hitler mustache and narrow dark upper lip toothbrush no wider than his nose. By his political days, in the 1920s, the handlebar mustache is gone. Why? No doubt because it was the standard look of a soldier, copied from the cavalry trooper with his sword. It was old-fashioned, and it was too common. Hitler wanted to be neither. The Nazi movement was designed to make Hitler charismatic, but it also was designed to be a movement that is charismatic. It aims to make everyone in it feel charismatic, special, energized, and at the center of action. There is some contradiction here, since it claims to be a populist movement, a movement of all the people united, at the same time that it is anti-Semitic, and anti-communist, but charisma excludes the people who are not charismatic or who do not join in its magnetic circle. The Nazis also made a special effort to appeal to youth. It built a huge youth branch, and in its days of power all German children were enrolled in it. On the one hand, they were something like the Boy Scouts, we can see this in Riefenstahl's film, camping out, pitching tents, eating hot dogs, but also they were constantly told they were the future of Germany, who would accomplish great things. During the war, the Nazis tried to make sure that the children, next to the soldiers, would get food and care. In part, this comes out of the mood of the 1920s, when youth culture first appeared on the world scene. The flappers and jazz-age youth of America, their counterparts in England, and an especially out-front youth movement in Germany aiming for all things new, from sex to cinema, in rebellion against the past. The Nazis deliberately cultivated their identification with the youth movement, especially the rebellious part, willing to throw out their elders and try something new. This too is generally the message of charisma, that was tradition, but we are going a new way. To sum up, what kind of charisma did Hitler acquire? Front stage charisma, first of all, the most dramatic version of it in modern times. Backstage charisma? Not so much. Photos of Hitler at private parties show him looking rather ordinary. During wartime, he was rarely in Berlin, spending almost all his time at military headquarters, especially after the invasion of Russia in 1941. His location mostly moved around Eastern Europe. Accommodations were deliberately non-luxurious, living in concrete bunkers and wooden barracks, eating Spartan food to share the soldiers' privations. Between spates of reports from the front and military planning, Hitler filled the boring hours of downtime with his staff of female secretaries, taking coffee and pastries together while he chatted about his views of history, art, reminiscences, often repeating himself in endless monologues. That it was not very energizing comes through in a letter for a secretary about sessions that go on for ages and afterwards you are just too limp and lifeless after being up all night waiting for dispatches from the front. Keegan, 282. With his military staff, Hitler at first followed the German officer tradition of informality among those working at headquarters, charting troop locations on a map table and discussing moves and strategies. Some of the exchanges are surprising to read. During the German invasion of Norway in late 1940, Hitler became so anxious of a British counterattack that he ordered his general to withdraw. His chief of staff, General Jodl, told him, "There are times in every war when the supreme commander must keep his nerve." Punctuating every word by rapping his knuckles on the table, 284. Hitler calmed down and rescinded the order. As the war went on, Hitler grew more self-confident and more willing to take risks. His behavior towards his generals was inconsistent rather than peremptory. He left civilian administration to other officials, and let the Navy and Air Force make their own plans, while himself concentrating on the details of ground forces on the Russian front. Since campaigns were going on over 1,000 miles apart, Hitler sometimes allowed generals on the spot to follow their own initiative. This worked if they were successful, but he would also catch them out for not following orders and blamed them for failures. Late in 1942, German forces became bogged down at Stalingrad deep inside southern Russia, and then cut off by a Russian counterattack, Hitler began firing his top generals. Daily meetings turned into Hitler's diatribes against the incompetence of his officers. Historian John Keegan sums up, Hitler's earlier readiness to debate and give and take diminished, and it became almost impossible to oppose him on any important question. 303. Nevertheless, General Zeitzler, whom Hitler had promoted up the ranks from infantry to replacing the chief of staff, bristled when Hitler told them, "What do you know about troops?" Zeitzler retorted that, he too, like Hitler, had been in the front lines in World War I, had been wounded and awarded medals. "I think my combat experience was as good as yours." 291. Hitler turned pale and refrained from criticizing Zeitzler thereafter. Among his officers and staff, Hitler did not operate by sheer charisma, as we see, there were times when he failed to dominate them, and even was temporarily put down by them emotionally. As the war turned against him, the atmosphere of headquarters changed completely. Hitler stopped eating with officers in the mess hall, daily briefings were carried out in his bunker, limited to a small number of officers, no longer talking freely but with as few words as possible. It was an atmosphere of embarrassment all around. Hitler left his bunker only after dark and tried not to be seen. Backstage solidarity disappeared. And at his bleak headquarters, there were no trapping of front stage spectacles and rapt crowds that had grown the Nazi movement in the first place, and that were the foundation of Hitler's charisma. There was also his reputation for success magic. Once he got the Nazis organized as the most dramatic movement in Germany, it rolled to one success after another, first taking over from all the other right-wing movements, then seizing power and destroying all domestic opposition. He successfully threw off the restraints of the Versailles Treaty, sent troops into the formerly French-occupied Rhineland, and started rapid rearmament, all without provoking any serious sanctions from the World War I victors. Hitler no doubt observed the opportunities, the French government riven by party deadlocks, revulsion from the devastation of the last war in Britain and America, while Soviet Russia was eating itself in internal purges. Hitler took greater risks, sending air power to help the nationalists win the Spanish Civil War, invading Austria in an easy move to expand the Reich, taking the German-speaking parts of Czechoslovakia. Each time he got away with it, his confidence and his domestic reputation grew. He faced down the British and French diplomats at Munich in 1938, went on to divide Poland with Russia in 1939, and when the Western powers declared war, it was felt everywhere as merely a phony war until Hitler launched a blitzkrieg that conquered France in 1940 in a mere 6 weeks. Germans were ecstatic, they thought the war was over, and they had won. It was too much success magic for his own good. Hitler came to believe he was invincible. He expected England to cave in, but they didn't. Roosevelt in America wanted to help, but isolationism was too strong. In 1941, Hitler launched an invasion of Russia, initially captured large amounts of territory. In December, Japan expanded their war in China to attack British and American colonies and outposts in Asia and the Pacific, and rolled on a 6-month tide of conquest. Technically, there was no need for Germany to join the war on the US when Japan declared war, but Hitler was carried along by the ebullient mood of the moment, and declared war on the US. Churchill received the news with relief. "We are going to win the war, now," he said. And in the long war of attrition that followed, the industrial power and vast manpower of Hitler's enemies became a force that Hitler's charisma could not match. Other countries, in time of crisis, could create their own charismatic leaders and mobilize their populations as well as the dictatorships. Charisma comes and it goes. When the front stage rituals and the string of successes that built Hitler's charisma came to an end, his energy and his health deteriorated. His hands began to tremble, he could no longer walk for a minute without stopping to rest. He looked like he had aged 10 years in the months before he committed suicide in his bunker in April 1945. Charisma's endings. Max Weber said that charisma is an unstable form of political legitimacy. It is virtually a law of history, that charisma routinizes. After the charismatic founding generation is gone, the successors routinize power in the direction either of bureaucracy, or of traditional rule, mostly through kinship and religious ritual. Weber emphasized that charisma is unstable across generations. I would emphasize that charisma is also unstable within its own generation. Look at how long the people we have examined held charisma. Jesus, Joan of Arc, Lawrence of Arabia, and Jiang Qing, about 2 years or less. Cleopatra, Eleanor Roosevelt, Hitler, about 20 years. In the same time frame, 15 to 20 years, were Alexander the Great, Julius Caesar, Napoleon, and Steve Jobs, the latter in 2 spurts of about 4 years and 10 years, with a 10-year gap between. Marilyn Monroe, 12 years. Whether their run of charisma was short or long, most of them came to a violent end: Jesus crucified, Joan of Arc burned at the stake, Jiang Qing imprisoned for life, Cleopatra committed suicide rather than being taken captive, Caesar assassinated, Napoleon deposed and exiled, Alexander and Marilyn drank or drugged themselves to death. The only ones who survived were Lawrence, who became surly and publicity shy, Eleanor Roosevelt, and Jobs. Probably we could find more like the latter if we looked for people who were charismatic in business. But I did not select my cases with their downfall in mind. My examples were chosen because they show the strongest kinds of charisma. Charisma leads social change. It is not surprising that it provokes resistance from the existing powers. To repeat a point made elsewhere, charisma is like a stone thrown into a pond making ripples. Its strongest effect is on the circle surrounding it. Outside that circle, or in someone else's circle, charisma is just an annoying splash or a monstrous enemy if it's big enough. Charisma does not escape conflict. It is one of the major ways conflict is carried out. The bottom line. Is it useful to know about the dynamics and techniques of charisma? Can you make yourself charismatic? Well, some people have done it. The biggest charismatic leaders emerged against the background of big historic crises. The traditional world was already upset, and people were already flung loose to mobilize in new directions and create new leaders to focus attention upon. We can't simply emulate such leaders, since their existence depended on crises that they didn't create. If we scale it down, from world-transforming charisma to a milder version, can you create a mini charisma around yourself? It may be possible. It would be a matter of learning the micro-sociological techniques and putting them to use in your own life. More importantly, it sharpens our micro-sociological insight for recognizing the interactional styles other people are using. The appendix reviews the mechanisms of charisma, but also 2 other forms of social influence in everyday interactions: emotional energy and emotional domination. It points to other ways of being a leader besides being charismatic. Appendix 3. Microsources of power. Social class hierarchy, race, gender, inequality exist only in strings of behavior. Emotional relationships between persons are central in all of them. I will make 4 points. First, people are stratified, among other reasons, by the amount of emotional energy, e.e., they have accumulated over time. Second, besides long-term e.e., short-time situational stratification comes from emotional domination, edom, a coercive type of interaction ritual. Third, a charismatic leader exerts an unthreatening form of domination by pumping up followers with e.e. Fourth, there are limits to all three kinds of emotional stratification, they have volatile dynamics. First point, emotional energy or e.e. is a variable quantity. At the high end of the continuum, high e.e. is having a great deal confidence, initiative, and enthusiasm. At the low end of the continuum, individuals are depressed, withdrawn, and passive. This generates stratification because high e.e. persons tend to succeed, low e.e. persons tend to fail. In the emotional middle class between the extremes, persons with more e.e. tend to succeed better than persons with less e.e. Sociologists generally attribute success to accumulated advantages, such as the habitus of the higher classes, money, better network contacts, and self-reinforcing spirals of reputation. These processes exist, but the micromechanism that makes them happen largely operate through generating higher e.e., or negatively by reducing one's e.e. Higher or lower e.e. is the result of successful or unsuccessful interaction rituals, IR. Every situation of social interaction in everyday life can be analyzed into ingredients that produce IR success or failure. Favorable ingredients are, assembling persons face to face, focusing their attention on the same thing, so that they become aware of their mutual awareness, plus feeling the same emotion. If these microprocesses take off, they feed back and intensify, into rhythmic entrainment of voices and bodies that Durkheim called collective effervescence. Persons who go through this kind of experience feel solidarity and shared social identity. The most important dividing point is that rituals fail as well as succeed, so individuals vary as to whether they have a string of successful rituals, or mostly failed interaction rituals. For most of us, the results are somewhere in between, depending on how well we match up with the people we encounter in the kinds of things they focus upon, what comes under the category of habitus and social capital, and whether we can muster the emotions that get us into the shared feelings that make a successful IR. The most important outcome for stratification is what I have labeled emotional energy. A successful IR makes you energized. You feel stronger, more confident, more active mentally and physically. At the opposite end of the continuum, low EE is a feeling of not wanting to do anything at all, just to get away from situations that bring you down. Some situations are energy gainers, others are energy drainers. One's life can become a self-reinforcing spiral, either positively or negatively, a chain of successful IRS, that pump you up, make you feel like a member, that give you the social habitus and cultural capital circulating in your networks, and which you can confidently play back in your future encounters. Or you can fail to get into the shared rhythm of the interaction by lack of things to talk about, lack of emotional attunement, lack of micro-habits that play well in that network, and accordingly you feel drained, alienated, and depressed. For most people in the middle ranges of emotional stratification, the solution to a failed encounter is to leave, avoid that network where you don't click and stick to the networks where you feel comfortable. This is how most of the little cliques and idiocultures of everyday life sustain themselves. Macrostructures such as social classes or ethnic groups or sexual preference groups, are constructed on the micro level, shaped by successful IRS among some people, moderate shades of attraction among other people, outright feelings of rejection and failure with others. The term microaggressions refers to interaction rituals from the point of view of persons who fail in them. Persons with high EE make their way into the top levels of organizations, in business and finance, in politics and political and religious movements. Election campaigns tend to be about the EE levels of the candidates. Boards of directors appoint executives who impress them with their EE. Stratification by EE also operates in intellectual and cultural worlds, where persons who are most energized by their work as cultural producers get themselves into the center of attention and reputation. Further down are persons who have enough EE to stay in the action, others find a routine area where modest amounts of EE will make do. Still others have crises of confidence, many scandals of local alienation, incidents of failed network ties that leave them among the depressed dropouts of social life. Money, power, and status flow through successful IRS at the top end, and their lack is correlated with the proportion of failed IRS in one's life. A side comment: persons who are alienated by failures in conventional IRS do not necessarily fall to the bottom, some of them become good at the IRS specific to criminal worlds, where they may make a career, depending on the amount of criminal EE one has relative to rivals and victims. Still another branch are political rebels, who may succeed to the extent that they find networks of other rebels who can generate rebellious EE together. Second point, emotional domination or EDOM. EE rises and falls in micro situations, but the stratification of EE one sees in business, political and other hierarchies is long-term. Zooming in the sociological microscope, we see two ways individuals can dominate situations. One is EDOM, the other is charisma. EDOM is an empirically based concept. Analyzing recorded conversations, we find patterns where one individual sets the rhythm of the talk, and others follow, where one person seizes the speaking turns and sets the topics and even the unconscious tones of voice. This is a variant on the basic mechanism of successful IRS, where individuals get into rhythmic entrainment that they all share and which energizes all of them. EDOM is a further mechanism by which some persons dominate the situation, sometimes subtly, sometimes blatantly. Some of the best evidence comes from videos of violent situations. Armed robbers rely more on dominating the rhythm of interaction than on actually using their weapons. Threat works by the techniques of EDOM. Similarly, fights often stalemate, or fail to get beyond blustering at each other. When someone wins a fight, it is chiefly when one seizes the initiative and pushes the other emotionally into a passive position. Evidence on rape, particularly party rape or fraternity rape, shows this pattern, where energized groups of rapists and their avid audience find an isolated and emotionally dominated victim. I cite evidence on violent EDOM because researchers have looked at it closely, but EDOM is crucial in other kinds of careers. Success in business and financial careers also shows the pattern. Persons who build business empires cultivate networks, in which their targets often have more money and assets but lack emotional energy. French sociologist Michel Villette calls them predators of the business world. They lurk in networks of their business rivals, waiting for moments of crisis when someone with more assets can be manipulated, conned by a rescue offer, subjected to a hardball lawsuit, or a stonewall tactic of walking away from failed projects and leaving someone else holding the debt. The businessman who rode his career to the White House in 2016 is an example, but not the only one who practiced such tactics on the way up. Business success does not simply consist of the accumulated advantage of money to make money. The real key to large fortunes is EDOM in the networks where the money is. Third point, the microsociology of charisma. A charismatic leader pumps up followers with EE. They admire their leader and follow willingly in his or her trajectory. EDOM is a different mechanism because it operates by hogging the EE. Charisma includes people rather than excludes them. Durkheim would say that the charismatic leader becomes the sacred object for the group. I would say he or she is the focus of attention that sets the trajectory of the group, filling them with enthusiasm that they will accomplish something great together. We have seen plenty of example of charismatic leaders in politics and religion. To add an example of a business entrepreneur whose success was based on charisma, Steve Jobs was not an engineer or a designer, but he had excellent judgment as to who were the most creative people to hire. He recruited them, in part, by touting the revolutionary things they would invent, and offering generous shares of the profits. Above all, he challenged them to do things that they thought were impossible. His emotional domination in arguing with his technical staff was so strong that they jokingly said Steve had a reality distortion field. The way it worked was by an extremely intense interaction ritual in the workplace. Steve would visit the most advanced work group, look at what they had done, and start criticizing it. His comments were crude, obscene, and insulting. We might think his high-tech experts wouldn't stand for this, that they would quit or rebel. But Jobs was not the kind of boss who walks in, shouts at his workers, threatens them if they don't do better, then slams the door and leaves. Steve would insult them until they were really angry, then he would stay and argue with them. His persistence was incredible. He would argue with them for hours. He was famous for dropping in on people and staying up all night arguing and expounding his vision. Obviously Steve has a lot of emotional energy to be able to do this. He shows the familiar pattern of the charismatic leader who doesn't need sleep, a single-minded workaholic who never takes a break. This high level of EE is the result of constantly being in the center of successful IRS. But the most energizing IRS are not mere Edom, where everyone else's EE is crushed. Jobs wants energized workers who share his vision, technical experts who push beyond the limits of what they had thought possible. The crucial pattern is in the time sequence. Steve enters, and forcefully seizes the emotional center of attention. He uses negative emotions to begin with. He gets everyone seething with the same emotion, even if it is anger at himself. He gets them into an intense argument about how the thing they are inventing can or cannot be changed in ways no one has thought of before. Let us say, roughly, 20 minutes of insulting, then hours of heated argument. Over those hours, the emotions settle down. They are no longer focused on Steve and his insults, but about a vision of the piece of computer equipment in front of them, and where they can go with it. Steve did not always win these arguments. If something turned out to be genuinely impossible, he would tacitly accept that, provided they had figured out a workaround that would get them into the territory they were aiming for. One could say that Steve Jobs was extremely egotistical, but his ego was in his products, and these were very much the products of a team, as cutting-edge as he could assemble. His core team became so convinced that Steve could do anything that they stuck with him, even in the dark days when he was forced out of Apple by the marketing and financial managers he had brought in to handle the non-technical side. It would be superficial to say that Steve Jobs achieved success by abusing his employees. He used very confrontational tactics to stir up emotions, but his secret was that he never walked away from them, but always saw the argument through to a shared resolution. He was an expert at provoking intense IRS. This is what charisma is like in action. It energizes a group, along a trajectory they believe will be a big success. Fourth point, all forms of emotional stratification have limits. If you have less EE than others, you might avoid being outshone by avoiding them. If you are one of the high-energy elite, your trajectory will not inevitably be upward. Opportunities narrow towards the top, and competition to knock each other off intensifies. There are plenty of has-beens around. Persons who control every encounter by Edom are obnoxious to deal with, although in highly enclosed societies they are unavoidable. Such persons make many enemies, but how long it takes for them to fall is something we need to research. More effective leaders are charismatic, generating EE and spreading it within a group who shares an enthusiastic trajectory. Nevertheless, historically the careers of very charismatic persons did not last many years, and often went through periods of defeat, overthrow, or assassination. The fate of Julius Caesar, Jesus, Napoleon, Lincoln, and Hitler are examples. One of the limits for charismatic power is that it usually energizes one group but leaves plenty of opponents. Emotional stratification underlies most forms of social inequality. The fact that it is volatile means that no one stays on top all the time. The emotional dynamics of micro-interaction is the main source of flexibility in societies.